The heiress of a wealthy family secretly had a daughter for me. Chapter 1. Island of Villains. Only the most ruthless criminals are locked on this island. There are no guards on the island. The surrounding waters are plagued by violent, towering waves and schools of man-eating sharks. To escape from this island, one either gets slammed into the rocks by the waves, becoming a pile of meat, or becomes shark food. Yi Shefei is only 23 years old. 5 years ago, he was framed and, in a haze, falsely accused of assaulting the eldest daughter of the Fang family. As a result, he was thrown onto this island, a place for the most notorious criminals. He initially thought he would die for sure, but after arriving on the island, he accidentally found a rare book, the Heavenly Secret Manual. This book not only greatly enhanced his combat abilities but also taught him exceptional medical skills. He survived by using his medical expertise. As for now, he has subdued all the criminals and become the king of the island of villains. Once the world's top billionaire, Brown, hunched his back, a massive tumor on his neck, cautiously approaching. "Master Yi, please, can you completely cure my illness? It's so painful. Sign this document, and I'll cure your cancer completely." Yi Shefei tossed him a piece of sharkskin. It was a stock transfer document, transferring all of his shares. These shares were worth hundreds of billions. Old Brown's mouth twitched, but he signed without hesitation. After all, no one could leave the island, and this paper was worthless, just a scrap of paper. Yi Shefei took it, waved his hand, and a few fishbone needles had already pierced the pressure points near Brown's neck. The tumor shrank visibly, until it eventually turned into a dried-up skin. "My God! It's really gone!" Old Brown exclaimed, excitedly. Hearing the commotion, others rushed over. When they saw Brown's condition, they were all ecstatic, then burst into cheers, crowding around Yi Shefei. On this island, everyone had various ailments. Yi Shefei usually treated the symptoms, not the cause, but today he was merciful, curing Old Brown completely. Hans, a hulking figure, pushed through the crowd and handed Yi Shefei a ring. "This is the ring of the Storm Mercenary Group's leader, made from special materials, unique in the world. With this ring, you can command all 3,000 of our mercenaries." Yi Shefei nodded in satisfaction. A few more needles, and the problems were solved. One by one, Yi Shefei treated everyone. They all gladly gave him their most valuable possessions. They all thought the same thing: what they gave Yi Shefei was just an empty check, useful only outside. However, no one had left the island in decades. The priority was to cure their ailments and live a few more years. These villains were either top billionaires or world-class elites in various industries. Their wealth and resources were beyond imagination, and their influence stretched across the globe. A ship's whistle sounded from afar. Yi Shefei gathered his things, packed them into a sharkskin bag, stretched lazily, and glanced over the faces of the crowd. Then he mischievously winked and said, "Goodbye, everyone. I'm leaving." Without waiting for a response, he soared into the air and jumped off the cliff. "Master Yi!" Everyone screamed in shock, rushing to the cliff's edge. Yi Shefei, with his hands behind his back, walked on the waves, growing farther and farther away. Everyone stood frozen, completely stunned, unable to believe their eyes. "My God, he is going to collect the debt." Everyone was dumbfounded. An hour later, Yi Shefei had swum up to a cruise ship. Under the cover of night, Yi Shefei, as nimble as a monkey, grabbed the protrusions on the ship's body and quickly climbed up to the deck. "Ha! Someone's here." Before climbing up, Yi Shefei had confirmed there was no movement on the ship, but as soon as he arrived, a pair of bright eyes met his. A little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, stood in the darkness, gazing at him intensely, motionless, with no expression on her face. The two stared at each other for nearly half a minute. Then the little girl took a few steps forward, still keeping eye contact with Yi Shefei. Her reaction was so strange that Yi Shefei began to wonder if she might have some developmental issues. She stood in front of him, reached out, touched the sharkskin shorts he was wearing, and tried to remove the barnacles attached to them. Then she tilted her head back, her voice soft and childish. "Are you Poseidon?" "Poseidon?" Yi Shefei looked down at himself. After emerging from those massive waves, his body could withstand the impact, but his clothes had been torn apart. He had caught a shark and used its skin to make a pair of shorts to cover himself. Over the past 2 days in the sea, the shorts had barnacles stuck to them. Yi Shefei couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're right. I am Poseidon. The little girl's eyes sparkled. Then are you my daddy? Daddy. Yi Shefei was dumbfounded. What was going on? The little girl tilted her head back even further and said, Mommy said that daddy is Poseidon, and he'll come from the sea to find me. Mommy didn't lie to me. You really came. The little girl spoke with an unexpected maturity for her age, her face serious, a bit too clever for her years. Yi Shefei couldn't help but smile. It was clear that her mother had told her a fairy tale, and the little girl believed it wholeheartedly. But Yi Shefei had to admit, the little girl was as delicate and flawless as a porcelain doll. He couldn't help but feel fond of her. At that moment, he didn't want to shatter her fantasy. He gently patted her head and smiled. What's your name? The little girl chirped, I'm Fang Ling. Yi Shefei nodded approvingly. Fang Ling, that's a beautiful name. Mommy! A voice cried urgently, and a woman hurriedly ran toward them. Yi Shefei's gaze met the woman's, wondering what kind of woman could have such an adorable daughter. The woman appeared to be about 25 or 26 years old, wearing an evening gown. Her exquisite face could be described as world-class beauty. Yi Shefei's eyes nearly popped out. It was Fang Yunshu. It was her. Chapter 2, A Daughter I Didn't Expect. 5 years ago, Yi Shefei had just taken the college entrance exam. On his 18th birthday, he went out to celebrate with a few high school classmates and ended up drinking too much. The next morning, when he woke up, he found a naked beauty lying next to him, and the bed was a complete mess. Yi Shefei was utterly confused. The only thing he remembered was that his classmates had kept pouring him drinks. Later, he followed the class beauty, who he secretly admired, out of the party. But now, the person lying next to him wasn't the class beauty, but a completely unfamiliar woman. He clearly remembered the angry and humiliated look on the woman's face at that time. Yi Shefei would never forget it. When he was captured by the Fang family, he learned that the woman was actually Fang Yunshu, the eldest daughter of the Fang family. The Fang family grabbed him and directly threw him onto that island of villains. Over the years, Yi Shefei kept thinking about it and felt that the whole incident was too strange, as if he had been set up. His first goal after returning was to get to the bottom of what happened that year. But what he didn't expect was that he was sent to the island because of Fang Yunshu, and the first person he met after returning from the island was also Fang Yunshu. Let go of my daughter. Fang Yunshu stopped about 3 meters away from Yi Shefei, her voice filled with intense fear and anger. Yi Shefei quickly let go of Fang Ling, giving Fang Yunshu an awkward smile, not knowing what to say. Fang Ling ran towards Fang Yunshu, who immediately hugged her and stepped back a few paces. Fang Ling turned her head and pointed her small, fair hand at Yi Shefei, saying, Mom. This is Daddy. Poseidon Daddy came to find me. Yi Shefei stood up and scratched his head. Long time no see. You already have a daughter. Fang Yunshu froze, staring intently at Yi Shefei. Her eyes initially showed doubt, which suddenly turned into intense anger and then into a cold, icy glare. I don't know you. With those words, Fang Yunshu immediately turned and walked away, hugging her daughter. Daddy. I want Daddy. Fang Ling stretched out her little arms, shouting loudly. Fang Yunshu gritted her teeth and snapped, He's not your daddy. He's a bastard. A thug. Fang Ling pursed her small lips and said, No. He is Daddy. You said Daddy is Poseidon, he will come from the sea to find me, and he came from the sea. Fang Yunshu's footsteps halted, her anger intensifying. I lied to you. No. He is Daddy. Fang Ling's voice, though childish, carried an undeniable determination. I said he's not. Fang Yunshu shouted angrily. Fang Ling fell silent, lying on her mother's shoulder, but her gaze remained fixed on Yi Shefei, her expression full of unspoken stubbornness. Facing Fang Ling's gaze, Yi Shefei felt a strange, indescribable discomfort in his heart. Yunshu, who is this guy? A man approached with 2 bodyguards, his face dark with anger. I don't know him, Fang Yunshu coldly replied. That's Daddy. Fang Ling pointed at Yi Shefei with a proud tone, Daddy came to find me and Mommy. You don't need to bother Mommy anymore. The man roared in fury, Yunshu, what does this mean? Wang Yuchan, do I need to explain to you? Fang Yunshu coldly tossed the words over her shoulder as she entered the cabin with Fang Ling. Wang Yuqiang walked directly up to Yi Shefei, looking down at him arrogantly. Kid, I don't care who you are, but you'd better not appear in front of Fang Yunshu again. Yi Xiafei narrowed his eyes, leisurely replying, are you threatening me? Wang Yuqiang sneered, what are you? Do I need to threaten you? If you're smart, stay as far away from her as possible. Yi Xiafei's lips curled into a smile. What if I don't? No. Wang Yuqiang sized him up, then his eyes widened as he viciously spat, then I'll throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. All right. Yi Xiafei grinned, suddenly reaching out and grabbing Wang Yuqiang by the collar. Lifting him up effortlessly, he found that Wang Yuqiang, weighing around 160 pounds, felt as light as a leaf in his grip. Let go of me. Or I'll kill you. Wang Yuqiang struggled and roared in anger. Yi Xiafei's smile grew wider, and in one swift movement, he stepped toward the ship's edge. With one hand, he hoisted Wang Yuqiang over the side and said with a grin, you said you'd throw me into the sea to feed the sharks, right? Well, I'll throw you first. The surrounding darkness only allowed the sound of waves to be heard. Wang Yuqiang immediately screamed, no. Don't throw me in. Yi Xiafei's smile was devilish. Do you think I want tea? Bold. The bodyguards shouted. Let go of young Master Wang. The two bodyguards rushed toward him in panic. But their movements were too slow. By the time they reached him, Yi Xiafei had already shaken his hand, throwing Wang Yuqiang into the sea. Arr! Wang Yuqiang screamed in mid-air before crashing heavily into the water. Help! Help! Struggling in the water, Wang Yuqiang shouted hoarsely. The bodyguards stood frozen, completely stunned. They never expected this unknown person to actually throw Wang Yuqiang into the sea. They rushed toward the water to rescue him. Yi Xiafei patted his hands and walked into the cabin. On the island of villains, he faced ruthless individuals, and showing mercy to enemies was tantamount to being cruel to oneself. No mercy was allowed. In Fang Yunshu's cabin, both mother and daughter sat on the bed, silent. Fang Yunshu gritted her teeth, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug deep into her palms, yet she couldn't feel any pain. That night 5 years ago had been the greatest pain and humiliation of her life. Over the years, she had tried to forget, but Fang Linger's existence kept reopening the wound in her heart. And now, Yi Xiafei had appeared again, as if stabbing another knife into that wound. The hardest part for Fang Yunshu to accept was that her daughter, usually so withdrawn and reluctant to speak to anyone, now her large eyes sparkled with a rare light. This was the first time she'd seen that bastard, and not only was Fang Linger not withdrawn, but she had directly recognized him as her father. Fang Yunshu's teeth ground together, her anger boiling. Was there no justice in this world? Chapter 3, The Devilish Little Girl. Yi Xiafei's appearance easily attracted attention, so he skillfully avoided other people and, using the lingering scent of Fang Linger in the air, quickly found her room. After spending so long on the island of villains, he felt that nothing in this world could bother him anymore. However, when it came to meeting Fang Yunshu, he found himself hesitating. As soon as the door opened, Fang Yunshu stormed out in anger. Yi Xiafei swiftly hid in the shadows, feeling a strange sense of guilt for the first time in a long while. After Fang Yunshu left, Fang Linger came to the door. She walked straight toward Yi Xiafei, stopped in front of him, and tilted her small face up to grab his hand. Did you know I was here? Yi Xiafei asked in surprise. Fang Linger pointed around and said, this is the best place to hide. Of course, you'd be here. Yi Xiafei, intrigued, asked, how did you know I was hiding? Fang Linger looked at him with a hint of disdain. You took so long to come find us, so you must be guilty. Mom's angry at you, and now you're hiding. Yi Xiafei's eyes widened in surprise. You figured that out. Fang Linger answered, is that so hard? Your behavior is so obvious. A devilish little girl. On the island, the people Yi Xiafei interacted with were mostly evil and cunning, but he couldn't deny that each one of them was smarter and more capable than the last. Even so, Fang Linger's observation and analysis skills were not inferior to those of any adult. She was so young, and if she grew up, he couldn't imagine what kind of extraordinary person she'd become. Yi Xiafei genuinely liked this little girl. He patted her head and said, I do know your mom, but I'm not your father. Millimeter, you don't admit it now, but you will later, Fang Linger responded calmly. She tugged at his hand, leading him into the room. You look like that, Mom might not like it. Wait here, I'll get you some clothes. With that, Fang Linger ran out of the room. Yi Xiaofei glanced around. The room was obviously high-end, with luxurious decor, but what caught his attention the most was the bathtub in the bathroom. Fresh water was scarce on the island, and taking a hot shower was a luxury he could barely afford. Now, as the warm water poured over him, Yi Xiaofei couldn't resist the pleasure. The comfort was indescribable. Yi Xiaofei was so engrossed that when the bathroom door made a noise, he realized someone had entered. "R!" A sharp scream followed by the door slamming shut again. Yi Xiaofei immediately recognized that it was Fang Yunshu, and couldn't help but chuckle. 5 years ago, when they first met, he had been naked, and now, 5 years later, it seemed they were still in the same situation. Truly a strange fate. Quickly, he wrapped a towel around his waist and opened the bathroom door. Whoosh! A stick, cutting through the air, swung directly toward Yi Xiaofei's head. Yi Xiaofei swiftly sidestepped, hurriedly saying, "Don't misunderstand, I'm just taking a shower." "Go to hell!" Fang Yunshu screamed, swinging the stick furiously at him, not giving him a chance to explain. Yi Xiaofei grew annoyed, quickly snatching the stick from her hands and shouting, "Can you at least listen to me?" But Fang Yunshu was beyond reason. She lunged at him empty-handed, clearly losing control. If it had been anyone else, Yi Xiaofei would have slapped them away easily. But this was Fang Yunshu. He couldn't bring himself to hurt her. Still, they couldn't keep standing there like this. He stretched out his arms, grabbed her by the wrists, and pulled her into his embrace. Now, they were face to face, pressed tightly against each other like a couple in love. This only made Fang Yunshu angrier. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" she screamed, struggling desperately, twisting her body and kicking her legs with all her might. "Stop moving! Stop moving!" Yi Xiaofei, feeling the towel around his waist loosening, quickly tightened his grip on her, afraid the towel would fall off. But Fang Yunshu wasn't listening. Realizing she couldn't break free, she suddenly lowered her head and bit down hard on his shoulder. "R!" Yi Xiaofei winced in pain, his shoulder throbbing. He quickly jerked his hand, throwing Fang Yunshu onto the bed. His towel, unable to stay in place, fell to the floor. Fang Yunshu sprang up from the bed, about to charge at him again. But as she took a step, she froze, her body stiffening as she suddenly turned bright red. The shame of the moment hit her hard. This was even worse than 5 years ago. This bastard had seen her in such a vulnerable state back then, and now, she had seen him naked again. The room fell eerily silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Fang Yunshu turned her face away, grinding her teeth in fury. "Bastard, you're truly shameless. I told you not to move. If you hadn't, how would my towel have fallen off?" Yi Xiaofei muttered irritably, quickly wrapping the towel around himself again. "I'm not moving. Am I supposed to let you bully me?" Fang Yunshu sneered, suddenly pulling out a knife from under the pillow. She glared at him, her voice venomous, "If you touch me again today, I'll fight you. Don't be impulsive." "I didn't mean to bully you," Yi Xiaofei replied, taking a cautious step back. A small knife like that, especially in Fang Yunshu's hands, didn't intimidate him at all, but he didn't want to provoke her further. "I came to find you because I have something I want to ask." Fang Yunshu fixed her gaze on him, not saying a word. Yi Xiaofei cleared his throat and said, "I want to talk to you about what happened 5 years ago." The moment Yi Xiaofei finished speaking, Fang Yunshu, like a lion whose fur had been ruffled, swung the knife at him, roaring, "Get out! We have nothing to talk about. Get out! Get out!" Yi Xiaofei furrowed his brow. Clearly, this wasn't the right time to have a conversation with her. He sighed in frustration, "Fine, don't get worked up. I'll leave for now." He turned and opened the door. At that moment, a small figure suddenly stumbled in. Chapter 4, He is Dad. Yi Xiaofei reached out and grabbed Fang Linger, but Fang Yunshu was quick to step forward, pulling the girl into her arms. While checking her over, she snapped angrily, "Where have you been? Who told you to go out? Didn't I tell you not to go out by yourself?" Fang Linger lifted the clothes she was holding. Fang Yunshu frowned when she saw the clothes: a man's suit, a shirt, and a pair of leather shoes. Her expression grew even darker. "Where did these come from?" Fang Linger replied, "From the big bad guy." Fang Yunshu's face darkened. Their big bad guy, in her daughter's words, was Wang Yuqiang. She whipped around, glaring at Yi Xiaofei fiercely. "Bastard, are you still human? You actually made a child steal clothes for you. Oh. Yi Xiaofei was genuinely embarrassed. When Fang Linger said she would get him clothes, he hadn't stopped her, so he was indeed partly to blame. Fang Linger tugged at Fang Yunshu's hand and said, "Mom. Don't blame Dad, I asked to get them for him." Usually, her daughter barely spoke more than a few words at a time, but today, she had spoken so much, and what's more, it was all in defense of this bastard, Yi Xiaofei. She had even helped him find clothes. What was going on? Fang Yunshu felt a lump in her chest, unable to breathe, and she staggered slightly, nearly fainting from the shock. Yi Xiaofei quickly extended a hand to support her. After a quick check, he realized what was happening and swiftly carried her to the bed, kneeling beside her. His hand pressed gently against her chest. Fang Linger climbed onto the bed as well, her eyes fixed on Yi Xiaofei's hand. Yi Xiaofei cleared his throat and said, "I'm just trying to wake your mom up, not take advantage of her." Fang Linger calmly said, "It's fine, your dad." Her gaze actually held a hint of excitement and expectation. "Hurry up and wake mom up." Yi Xiaofei nodded, giving a few gentle rubs, and his internal energy flowed into her. For him, this was nothing serious. In less than 10 seconds, Fang Yunshu opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused. Then, she noticed Yi Xiaofei's hand still on her chest. "Bastard!" Fang Yunshu bolted upright, raising her hand to slap him. Yi Xiaofei caught her wrist and quickly explained, "I was just trying to wake you up. Your daughter can vouch for me." "Yes." Fang Linger nodded vigorously, excitedly saying, "Daddy is amazing. A few rubs and you woke up." "Rub. Go to hell." Fang Yunshu's attention was fixed on that one word. Her legs kicked out toward Yi Xiaofei's lower body. Yi Xiaofei sensed the danger, quickly leaping out of the way and grabbing the clothes on the floor before dashing out of the room. Now was not the time to argue with Fang Yunshu. Behind him, there was a muffled sound as if Fang Yunshu had thrown something at the door. "This woman really has a temper," Yi Xiaofei muttered, rolling his eyes. Inside the room, Fang Yunshu was panting, her teeth grinding with rage. Turning to her daughter, she hissed, "Stay away from that bastard. Don't talk to him anymore." Fang Linger replied cheerfully, "Yes, Dad." "No. He is not your father." Fang Yunshu's voice became sharp and shrill. Fang Linger, stubborn, retorted, "You said Dad was the sea god, he came from the sea, so he must be the sea god." Fang Yunshu's anger intensified. Her daughter had always been envious of other kids with fathers. She had said that to let Fang Linger have some hope, but now this bastard, Yi Xiaofei, had appeared in her daughter's life in this way. It was utterly heartbreaking. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yunshu suppressed her fury and softly said, "I lied to you. Your father died a long time ago." "No. You're the one lying now," Fang Linger said, her gaze firm with conviction. Suddenly, her phone rang. Fang Yunshu glanced at the screen and was shocked. She quickly said, "We'll talk about this later. I have something important to do right now. Stay in the room and don't wander off." Fang Linger nodded calmly, her expression unchanging. Fang Yunshu suddenly realized how much her daughter had changed today. She had spoken so much, and her eyes had a spark in them. If this had happened an hour ago, Fang Yunshu would have been overjoyed. But now, thinking about the fact that all these changes had come from Yi Xiaofei, her emotions became a mix of anger and resentment. All the joy she had felt was now diminished. After changing into her clothes, Fang Yunshu hurried to the cruise ship's restaurant. A bodyguard escorted her to a table where several middle-aged foreign men with blonde hair and blue eyes were seated. Fang Yunshu quickly apologized, "Mr. Paul. I'm so sorry for being late." Paul smiled faintly and said, "If I were waiting for someone else, I would be angry, but if it's someone as beautiful as Miss Fang, waiting a little longer is no problem at all." Fang Yunshu sighed in relief, her face breaking into a smile. "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Paul." Paul gestured for her to sit, and Fang Yunshu sat across from him. This trip to the cruise was twofold for Fang Yunshu. One reason was to spend time with her daughter, but the more important goal was to meet Paul. Since giving birth to Fang Linger and having a child out of wedlock, her status in the Fang family had plummeted, and she had been marginalized more and more. If she couldn't secure a business deal with Paul, her position in the family company would become even more unstable. She had managed to get this meeting with Paul, and today, she had to make this deal happen. Miss Fang, I've gone over your proposal. It seems mostly fine, and I'm interested, but. Paul paused, and Fang Yunshu quickly asked, Mr. Paul, if you have any requests, please feel free to ask. Paul closed the proposal and looked directly at her. I've heard that the eldest daughter of the Fang family is breathtakingly beautiful, and now I see that the rumors were true. I'm quite taken with you, Miss Fang. It's a long night, and if you could join me in my room for a private conversation, then this partnership is definitely a done deal. Fang Yunshu's smile froze. Mr. Paul, does that mean if I don't agree, the deal won't go through? Paul smiled faintly and nodded. Chapter 5, Humiliation. Fang Yunshu clenched her fists, the overwhelming humiliation pressing against her chest, almost causing her to faint once again. She had once been the pride of the heavens, the eldest daughter of the Fang family, surrounded by countless affections. She should have been treated with respect by the Fang family her entire life, eventually marrying an excellent man. However, ever since that night 5 years ago, the course of her life had completely changed. She had been forced to endure things she never imagined, and now she found herself in a situation where she was being coerced into compromising her dignity. Paul smiled slightly and said, Miss Fang, from what I know, you already have a child. A romantic night should not be too difficult for you, right? Taking a deep breath, Fang Yunshu forced a smile and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Paul. I have my own principles. I cannot bring myself to sell myself. You can propose other conditions, Mr. Paul. Miss Fang, Paul's tone grew more casual. To be honest, the only reason I'm interested in this partnership is because of you. If you don't agree, his eyes began to wander over Fang Yunshu's body slowly as he continued, then tell me, besides your personal advantage, what other advantages do you have that would make you stand out from other companies? Fang Yunshu clenched her teeth, her fists tightening. She really wanted to just walk out, but this opportunity was too rare. If she missed it, it might never come again. It was truly a situation where staying or leaving was both difficult. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind her. Why are you still cooperating with trash like him? Fang Yunshu turned sharply to see Yi Shefei standing there, dressed in a suit, with a sneer on his face. Are you insulting me? Paul's face darkened immediately. Yi Shefei narrowed his eyes and said, Insult you? I feel like I'm degrading the term trash by using it for you. Paul's expression became even uglier. Miss Fang, is this your opinion? It took Fang Yunshu a moment to come to her senses, and she quickly replied, Mr. Paul, I don't know him. Yi Shefei shot Fang Yunshu a glare and said, You clearly don't want to agree to him, so why bother being polite? Someone like him, you should. Before he could finish, Yi Shefei grabbed the wineglass in front of Fang Yunshu and threw it in Paul's face. Paul screamed, jumping up in shock, frantically wiping his face, looking completely disheveled. Fang Yunshu suddenly felt a surge of satisfaction. What Yi Shefei did was exactly what she had wanted to do, but her rationality made her feel frustrated. She turned around sharply, pushing Yi Shefei away, and angrily shouted, What the hell are you doing? Get out. Paul was furious. Kid, you've pissed me off. Fang Yunshu, you better give me a good explanation. All right, I will, Fang Yunshu replied quickly. Mr. Paul, please go clean yourself up. I'll talk to you later. She grabbed Yi Shefei's arm and forcibly dragged him out of the restaurant. At the secluded side of the ship's deck, Fang Yunshu roared in anger, Yi Shefei, what exactly are you trying to do? You ruined my life 5 years ago, and now you want to do it again. Yi Shefei smiled and said, How did I ruin you? I'm helping you. Why waste time with trash like him? Helping me? Do you know how important this cooperation is to me? Now, you've completely ruined my chance, and you still say you're helping me. Fang Yunshu's voice became sharper. Yi Shefei's smile grew wider. Isn't it just a partnership? It's easy. I'll make him beg you for the deal later. Beg me? Fang Yunshu scoffed coldly. Yi Shefei, do you know who Paul is? Do you know how big his company is? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who can be easily fooled? Yi Shefei nonchalantly replied, I'm not lying to you. This is very simple. He's just the president of a branch of Knock Corporation. It's no big deal for me to deal with him. Heh. Fang Yunshu sneered, no longer wanting to say another word to Yi Shefei. She turned to walk away. Yi Shefei quickly stopped her and said, Fang Yunshu, if I get him to cooperate with you, can we have a proper conversation? No. Fang Yunshu immediately rejected him, giving him a disdainful sneer as she walked past him. Knock Corporation was one of the top financial conglomerates in the world, worth trillions. Their industries span the globe, and the president of a single branch could handle tens or even hundreds of billions in business. Paul's position was one that would make even local magnates scramble to flatter him. Yi Shefei was talking about making him beg her? This was an absurd boast, only making Fang Yunshu more repulsed by Yi Shefei. This time, Yi Shefei didn't try to stop her. He watched her back, shaking his head. It seemed that unless he actually took action, there was no way for Fang Yunshu to have a serious conversation with him. Back in his room, Paul took a shower, but the anger inside him hadn't subsided. After pouring a glass of wine, there was a knock at the door. It had to be Fang Yunshu. He didn't believe for a second that she would dare to not show up. He slowly walked over to open the door, but to his surprise, it was Yi Shefei standing there. Paul's face immediately darkened, and he angrily shouted, "Who told you to come here? Get lost." Yi Shefei casually waved his finger and squinted. "Little Paul, talking to the biggest shareholder of your company like that is rather rude, don't you think?" Paul sized him up, sneering. "Biggest shareholder? Don't talk to me like I don't know every shareholder in the consortium. I know even their families. Who do you think you are?" His eyes widened again, and he scowled. "Kid, you should be grateful I didn't come after you. Now, before I lose my temper, get the hell out of here." Yi Shefei slowly replied, "Is that so? Do you know Old Brown?" "Old Brown?" Paul exclaimed. "You mean our former chairman? Who are you to him?" Yi Shefei casually sat down on the couch, pouring himself a glass of wine. He took a sip and relaxed, saying, "Call him now, and you'll understand." "All right, wait here," Paul said, now slightly unsure. He started to wonder if Yi Shefei was a secret son of Old Brown. He had heard Old Brown was quite a ladies' man in his day. Paul retreated into the suite to make the call. After a few minutes, he returned and handed the phone to Yi Shefei. "Mr. Brown wants you to speak with him." "Who are you?" came a cold voice from the phone. "You don't need to know who I am," Yi Shefei replied casually. "Just know that your father gave me his shares." "He gave you his shares? Are you joking?" The voice on the other end of the line roared in anger. "Do you know how serious the consequences of that statement are?" Yi Shefei took another sip of wine and said, "You don't have to believe me, but your father's shares are locked in safe number 96 at the bank. Haven't you always wanted to open it?" The line was silent for a moment before a shocked voice came from the other end. "You know about that safe? Can you open it?" Yi Shefei chuckled softly and asked, "What do you think?" There was a long pause on the other end. When the voice finally returned, it was much more subdued. "What do you want?" Yi Shefei smiled and said, "What I want will be discussed later. But right now, I'm looking at Paul, and I can't stand him." Paul's face immediately turned green when he heard this. Chapter 6 You liar. Little Brown immediately said, "Mr. Yi, please give the phone to Paul." Yi Shefei handed the phone to Paul with a smile on his face. Paul felt even more empty in his heart. The young man in front of him gave him a great pressure. Even with a smile on his face, he felt more pressure. "Paul, what does Mr. Yi want you to do?" Paul glanced at Yi Shefei and said, "He wants me to cooperate with a woman. It's about $1 billion project. Then agree to him, and you must be polite to him." "Okay." Paul handed the phone to Yi Shefei again, but Yi Shefei didn't answer the phone and said, "I have nothing to say to him." Paul's mouth twitched. What is Brown's identity? Even if he came to a country, the head of state had to meet him. The young man in front of him didn't even answer Brown's call. This kid is too arrogant. Brown obviously heard what Yi Shefei said, and immediately said to Paul, "Then tell Mr. Yi that I will rush over in the next 2 days and talk to him in person about this matter." Paul was about to finish what Brown said, but he saw Yi Shefei had already walked to the door and took away a box of top-grade cigars from him. Paul's face was dark. "Who is this guy?" Yi Shefei came to Fang Yunshu's door and knocked twice. Fang Yunshu opened the door, but when he saw Yi Shefei, he closed the door without hesitation. Yi Shefei stretched out his hand to support the door, with a smile on his face, and said, I have already helped you with your cooperation with Paul. Fang Yunshu didn't believe it at all, and shouted coldly, "Get out, or I will call the guards." Yi Shefei still smiled and said, "Don't be so impulsive, Paul will call you soon." Fang Yunshu snorted coldly and still pushed the door hard. At this moment, her cell phone rang, and Fang Linger immediately ran over with the phone, looking at Yi Shefei with a strange look in her big watery eyes. Fang Yunshu glanced at the phone, quickly snatched it away, and had to let go of the door. Fang Linger immediately grabbed Yi Shefei's hand, pulled her to sit on the sofa, and then sat beside him, looking at him without blinking. Yi Shefei also looked at Fang Linger with a smile. From the little girl's eyes, he could feel her love for him, and Yi Shefei had to admit that he really liked this little girl. "Hello, Mr. Paul, really? Do you really want to cooperate with us? No other additional conditions, Mr. Paul, you are really the most generous person. I really can't express my excitement in words." After hanging up the phone, Fang Yunshu excitedly turned around in the room. He thought that there was no hope at all, but a phone call completely changed everything. This was too sudden. Fang Linger proudly puffed out her chest and said, "Mom, Dad is great." Fang Yunshu stopped and looked at the intimacy of the two people, especially the proud look of the two people at this time, which was 70% similar. A fire rose in her heart, her face was tense, and she said unhappily, "What does it have to do with him?" Yi Shefei smiled and said, "Now I have done it for you, can we talk about it?" Fang Yunshu snorted and said, "You did it? Tell me, how did you do it?" Yi Shefei said lightly, "I went to talk to him, and he agreed obediently. I spent so much effort, but there was no effect." This guy said it so casually, which made Fang Yunshu even more annoyed. "Just talk and it will be done, who do you think you are?" Yi Shefei said, "I am their largest shareholder, I say a word, and he will naturally listen to it." The largest shareholder. Fang Yunshu pointed outside the door and said angrily, "Get out. Get out of here, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Am I so easy to fool? I really am." Yi Shefei explained helplessly. "Okay. You are. I, Fang Yunshu, can't afford you, please disappear from my sight immediately." Fang Yunshu rushed over and wanted to pull Yi Shefei up and drive him out. But she was too excited and ignored her feet. She tripped over the edge of the carpet and fell down. Her forehead was right in front of the corner of the table. If she hit it, she would have a bloody head. Fang Yunshu screamed out in surprise, but the next second, she felt a strong force pulling her off course. Her body seemed to be weightless, and she circled in the air and fell into a soft embrace. At the critical moment, Yi Shefei reached out and grabbed Fang Yunshu, but with a little more force, he pulled her into his arms. Fang Yunshu's body was so soft, and it was indescribably comfortable to hold her in his arms, especially the feeling in his hands. "Damn it!" Yi Shefei was startled and quickly let go of his hand. Although this place was a place men liked, it was definitely not a place he should touch now. But it was too late. Fang Yunshu jumped up suddenly, "Asshole," roared, and slapped Yi Shefei in the face. Yi Shefei quickly grabbed Fang Yunshu's wrist and said, "Hey, this is a misunderstanding. You fell just now and I helped you up. Go to hell." Fang Yunshu was like a mad little female leopard, and the rest of her punches and kicks were also aimed at Yi Shefei. Yi Shefei had no choice but to leave Fang Yunshu and slip away. This was obviously not a good time to communicate with Fang Yunshu. Fang Yunshu sat on the sofa, her chest heaving up and down with anger. She also knew that it was an accident just now. She also knew that Yi Shefei came to save her just now, but if this guy touched her, he would have an indescribable anger. From the corner of her eye, she suddenly found that her daughter was actually laughing there, and turned her head abruptly. Fang Linger's face instantly lost expression and looked at her calmly. Fang Yunshu said depressedly, "What's so funny?" Fang Linger raised her chin and said, "Dad is the sea god, he won't let you get hurt." Fang Yunshu gritted his teeth and said, "He is not your father. If you shout like that again, I won't want you anymore." "Oh." Fang Linger responded lightly, and then looked at Fang Yunshu calmly. The skin on Fang Yunshu's face twitched a few times. He knew his daughter's stubbornness best. Even if it was him, it would be quite difficult to change her mind. How could this be so coincidental? He just made up a fairy tale to let his daughter have an illusion, so he said that her father was the sea god, but Yi Shefei, the bastard father, actually appeared in that appearance. Kankai, Duddy, has my mouth been blessed? If it is so effective, I should make more wishes when I am fine. Fang Linga pulled Fang Yunshu's hand and said, Mom, I'm hungry. I want to go to the buffet. Okay. Fang Yunshu nodded and took Fang Linger to the buffet restaurant. She had been preparing to meet Paul for the past 2 days and had not spent enough time with her daughter. Now that this matter was settled, she could finally spend time with her child. However, Fang Yunshu also muttered in her heart that Paul's attitude changed too quickly. It was absolutely impossible to say that no one helped her. Could it be that Yi Xiaofei really helped her? No. This is absolutely impossible. That guy was an orphan whose parents died 5 years ago. He had no family background at all. The image he showed when he appeared was enough to show that he had not achieved anything. He had no ability to deal with Paul's matter. This guy must have secretly followed Paul, and then heard Paul's phone call or something, and knew that he wanted to cooperate with me. Maybe he can also know who helped me. If I meet him again, I have to ask him. Several people came up to greet Fang Yunshu. They were all business celebrities. Fang Yunshu did not dare to neglect them and communicated with them enthusiastically. Fang Linger tugged at her clothes and pointed to the buffet area not far away. You are only allowed there, not to go anywhere else. Do you hear me? Fang Linger nodded, and then walked over there. When she was about to reach the door, she started jogging all the way. She was actually very anxious and excited. This surprised Fang Yunshu. Her daughter usually had no interest in food. What happened today? Mom, you do your thing. I can find food by myself. Chapter 7. Why? Yi Xiaofei was a little depressed. He had done something for Fang Yunshu, but she didn't appreciate it at all and didn't believe him. I won't look for Fang Yunshu for the time being. It's better to find something to eat first. Soon he found the buffet restaurant. Looking at the food on the table, Yi Xiaofei almost drooled. Having lived on the island for 5 years, life was extremely hard. It was good enough to have enough food every day. Although there was the sea all around, there was no way to catch anything in the sea due to the strong winds and waves. I could only pick up some dead fish washed up occasionally, plus small animals and wild fruits on the island. Anything here was simply the best delicacy for him. As soon as he took a plate, a small figure stood in front of him. Hey, why are you here? Where's your mother? Yi Xiaofei looked around immediately. My mother is not here. Fang Linger answered with a smile. Yi Xiaofei smiled and said, Oh, so you came here to eat too? I came to find you. Looking for me? Yi Xiaofei asked doubtfully, Did you know I would come here? Fang Linger nodded confidently and said, Yes. How did you know? Yi Xiaofei couldn't help but smile, thinking that Fang Linger was just bragging. Dad came from the sea and hasn't eaten anything, so he must be hungry. If he goes somewhere else, he has to spend money. Dad doesn't have our money, so he can only come here to eat. Yi Xiaofei looked at Fang Linger in surprise. Although this idea was a bit childish, the inference was reasonable. She was just a little kid, but she had such reasoning ability. She was simply a demon. You are so smart. Yi Xiaofei couldn't help but praise her. Fang Linger pouted and looked a little disdainful, saying, This is very simple. Har. This little girl is quite arrogant. Touching Fang Linger's hair, Yi Xiaofei said, What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Whatever Dad eats, I'll eat. The two immediately began to put food into the plates. Soon, the table where they sat was filled with plates of food. Yi Xiaofei's life was hard when he was a child. During the 5 years on the island, the conditions were even more difficult. He was lucky to have enough food. Now, any food is a delicacy for him. He just grabs the food and stuffs it into his mouth. Fang Linger picked up the chopsticks with her little hands, looked at Yi Xiaofei, silently put down the chopsticks, stretched out her 2 chubby little hands, grabbed the food and stuffed it into her mouth. After eating for a while, Yi Xiaofei felt better, so he slowed down, drank some juice to smooth it out, and said, Fang Linger, is your mother always so bad-tempered? He didn't know Fang Yunshu at all, so he wanted to learn some information from Fang Linger. Fang Linger said, Mom doesn't usually lose her temper with others. Even if she is wronged, she is angry alone. She is angry only when she sees Dad. This title is a big problem. Yi Xiaofei hurriedly said, You'd better not call me Dad. I'm not your dad. Fang Linger said firmly, No. You are Dad. Yi Xiaofei rolled his eyes. He really thought that Fang Linger was his daughter, but he immediately dismissed this idea. He and Fang Yunshu had only had that one incident. If Fang Yunshu was really pregnant, how could she give birth to this child? This little girl is very stubborn, and it is not easy to change her opinion. She smiled and said, "Then you can't call me like that in front of your mother. Didn't you see that your mother was very angry when she heard this?" Fang Linger tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded seriously and said, "You are right. We can't make our mother angry now. Then when she is not around, I will call you Dad." This, okay. Yi Xiaofei had to nod. He had to admit that he really got along well with this little girl. This time, he didn't accomplish anything else, but he became a cheap father and had an extra cheap daughter. Just now, a man named Wang fell into the sea. He was so careless. It would be terrible if he was not found in time. Yes, it's late at night, and the sea breeze is so strong. What is a grown man doing there? Fang Linger put her head in front of Yi Xiaofei, covered her mouth, and lowered her voice and said, "Dad, is it that Wang Yuqiang?" "How do you know?" Yi Xiaofei asked with narrowed eyes. Fang Linger raised her chin and said, "That annoying guy wants to be my dad. Of course, you, the real dad, can't agree. He is so annoying and speaks so harshly. Of course, Sea God Dad will throw him into the sea." Yi Xiaofei secretly praised the little girl's analytical ability and said with a smile, "Then aren't you afraid of me? Whoever provokes me, I will throw him into the sea. Don't be afraid." Fang Linger suddenly stretched out her arms and hugged Yi Xiaofei's neck. She kissed him on the face with her little mouth, her eyes shining, and said, "You are my dad, so you are here to protect me and my mom. Those who bully us, you throw them into the sea to feed the turtles." The soft touch on her face instantly spread from her face to her whole body and directly to Yi Xiaofei's heart. It was soft and sweet, which made Yi Xiaofei stunned. Fang Yunshu was worried about her daughter. After communicating with others for a while, she hurried to the buffet restaurant. Looking around, she soon saw Fang Linger, and her nervous mood relaxed at once. But when she saw Yi Xiaofei with her daughter, Fang Yunshu's anger suddenly rose. Just as she was about to rush over, she suddenly saw her daughter eating voraciously, in high spirits, with a bright and sweet smile. Fang Yunshu's steps could not help but stop. She was really worried about her daughter's autism, and sought medical treatment everywhere, but there was no effect at all. Her daughter did not communicate with others, ate very little, and basically did not smile on her face. But now, all those problems seemed to be gone, and her daughter was a normal child. But her daughter's change was caused by Yi Xiaofei, the bastard. Why? Why? Fang Yunshu's complex mood at this time was simply indescribable. She smiled for a while, and then her face was hideous. Chapter 8. Let's dance again. Yunshu. Wang Yuqiang's voice sounded in Fang Yunshu's ears. Fang Yunshu turned her head, and the expression on her face had returned to her usual coldness. She nodded and walked towards Yi Xiaofei and his daughter. Yi Xiaofei immediately felt Fang Yunshu's look and whispered to Fang Linger, "Your mother is here." Fang Linger turned her head and saw Fang Yunshu, and the smile on her face disappeared. Fang Yunshu's clenched fist tightened again. "What's going on? My daughter's autism will flare up when she sees her?" Yi Xiaofei had his back to Wang Yuqiang, and he was wearing a suit, so Wang Yuqiang didn't recognize him at all. Wang Yuqiang had coveted Fang Yunshu for a long time. Seeing Fang Linger eating at the same table with a man, he felt jealous. Seeing the two of them eating so well, he frowned. Wang Yuqiang usually doesn't like Fang Linger, and now he wants to show his ability to educate his children, so he said, "Linger, why are you so disobedient? Why do you eat with others casually?" Fang Linger didn't even look at him, took the crab meat peeled by Yi Xiaofei, stuffed it into her mouth and chewed it. Wang Yuqiang looked ugly, and then said, "Also, look at how you eat. You are a girl, so you have to act like a girl. How rude is this?" Fang Linger tilted her head and glanced at Wang Yuqiang. Her eyes were like looking at an idiot, and she deliberately grabbed a piece of cream cake and stuffed it into her mouth, and her little hands were covered with cream. Wang Yuqiang was so angry that smoke came out of his nose. He suppressed his anger and said to Fang Yunshu, "Yunshu, look at what your daughter is like now. If you don't take good care of her, what will happen to her when she grows up?" Fang Yunshu didn't like what he said. His face sank and he said, "My daughter, how can I educate her? You don't need to teach me." Wang Yuqiang's face froze and he said hurriedly, "Yunshu, I said this too much, but I'm really doing it for the good of the child. When she enters our Wang family in the future, this will definitely make others criticize her. Fang Yunshu's tone became colder and he said, "You think too much. She has nothing to do with your Wang family. Idiot." Yi Shefei turned his head and gave Wang Yuqiang a contemptuous look, and two words popped out of his mouth. "Yeah. Yeah." Fang Linger nodded vigorously, and then gave Wang Yuqiang a contemptuous look. The eyes and expressions of these two people are simply carved from the same mold. Fang Yunshu's face was dark. These two guys just met today. They didn't teach each other by example. If they just looked alike, it would be fine. But how could they have the same expression? This is too unreasonable. Wang Yuqiang immediately directed his anger at Yi Shefei, saying angrily, "What do you do? You have no manners at all. You eat with your hands. I don't know which country you came from. You have corrupted our children. Get out of here." Yi Shefei wiped his mouth and said, "You forgot me so quickly. You?" Wang Yuqiang looked Yi Shefei up and down, and suddenly his face changed. He took a step back, pointed at Yi Shefei, and said angrily with gritted teeth, "It's you, kid. I'm looking for you." Yi Shefei glanced at Wang Yuqiang and said, "Why are you looking for me? Jumping into the sea is fun. Are you addicted? Do you want me to throw you again?" Fang Linger said seriously, "Is it fun to jump into the sea?" Yi Shefei also said seriously, "It's fun. It's really exciting to jump into the sea from a high place with a splash." Fang Linger turned her eyes to Wang Yuqiang and said expectantly, "Then Uncle Wang, jump again." The people on the boat just saved Wang Yuqiang. Although he saved his life, the embarrassment made him lose face. And this big and small, still talking so irritatingly, Wang Yuqiang was so angry that he almost died. "Don't talk nonsense." Fang Yunshu glared and said in a low voice, "Stop eating and follow me." Fang Linger pouted, jumped off the chair reluctantly, ran to Yi Shefei's side, and whispered in his ear, "Dad, we will come to eat tomorrow." "Okay." Yi Shefei nodded and wanted to touch Fang Linger's face, but felt Fang Yunshu's sharp eyes and had to give up. Fang Yunshu took Fang Linger away directly. Wang Yuqiang stared at Yi Shefei, watching Yi Shefei eating leisurely, and was even more angry. He said hatefully, "Boy, do you think I can't deal with you?" Yi Shefei said lightly, "If you are not convinced, just look for me, but I remind you that no matter how you want to deal with me, I will definitely treat you the same way." "Are you threatening me?" Wang Yuqiang sneered disdainfully. Yi Shefei said, "I'm too lazy to threaten you with a fellow like you. I'm just reminding you." Wang Yuqiang really wanted to kill this guy directly, but his Wang family's power on the cruise ship could not reach out, so he had to grit his teeth and said, "Okay, you can be arrogant on this cruise ship. When we get to the shore, I will let you know how serious the consequences of offending me are. Okay, you've finished bragging, do what you should do, don't disturb my mood for eating here." Yi Shefei waved his hand, like chasing away flies, with a disgusted expression on his face. Contempt. Contempt. Wang Yuqiang had never been treated like this before, and he felt like his chest was blocked by a stone. It was so uncomfortable. Chapter 9. I am the daughter of the sea god. "Mom. I'm hungry." Early in the morning, Fang Linger got dressed. Her little face was tense, but there was already an excitement in her eyes that could not be hidden. Fang Yunshu's mouth twitched slightly. This girl clearly wanted to find Yi Shefei. With a gloomy face, Fang Yunshu said, "No, eat in the room today, and don't go anywhere." The excitement in Fang Linger's eyes disappeared instantly. She went directly to the bed, leaned on the window, and looked out the window. Fang Yunshu frowned, and finally made up his mind. How could a bastard like Yi Shefei be qualified to be a father? But on this day, Fang Linger didn't say a word, and was as autistic as usual, which made Fang Yunshu feel distressed. A little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Fang Yunshu asked Paul to meet in the coffee shop. She was still unsure about this matter. Before going out, she repeatedly warned and told Fang Linger not to go out. But Fang Yunshu read a kind of excitement in her daughter's eyes. This girl obviously wanted to sneak out. So before going out, she locked the door directly to prevent her daughter from going out to find Yi Shefei again. In the coffee shop, Fang Yunshu met Paul. Paul's attitude was completely different from before. He was no longer proud, but rather very humble. "Ms. Fang, don't worry about the cooperation. When we get to Ningchen, we will sign a specific contract." Thank you, Mr. Paul. After receiving Paul's personal promise, Fang Yunshu finally felt relieved. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Mr. Paul, can I ask what made you change your attitude? Paul's mouth twitched, anger flashed across his face, and then he laughed dryly and said, Ms. Fang is so capable. I think cooperating with you must be a win-win situation, so I cooperate with you. Is that it? Fang Yunshu obviously didn't believe it, especially Paul's expression, which clearly had a hidden story. Paul suddenly smiled and said, Of course it is this. This is purely a change of my personal opinion. Miss Fang is a mother who works so hard and does not give up her dignity for the sake of profit. I admire her very much. I really appreciate Miss Fang and am willing to cooperate with you. Yesterday, he made Yi Xiaofei suffer a lot and lost face. He has always hated Yi Xiaofei. Yi Xiaofei worked for Fang Yunshu and wanted to please Fang Yunshu, but he didn't say it, so that Fang Yunshu would not remember Yi Xiaofei's benefits. Especially Yi Xiaofei's identity has not been truly confirmed yet, and Old Brown has only one son, Little Brown. Even if the equity is transferred, it must be given to Little Brown. He doesn't believe that Yi Xiaofei will become the largest shareholder of the consortium. Fang Yunshu never thought that Paul was still trying to harm Yi Xiaofei, and Paul was so honest that she had to believe him. She was moved and said, Mr. Paul, I promise you that I will do my best to make our cooperation a success. Paul gave a thumbs up and said, with Miss Fang's ability and character, I believe it will be a success. Fang Yunshu and Paul separated and met Yi Xiaofei. Yi Xiaofei smiled and said, You went to see Paul, now you should believe that I helped you, can we have a good chat? Humph, shameless. Fang Yunshu glared at Yi Xiaofei fiercely and walked past him directly. Yi Xiaofei hurriedly followed and said, Hey, you are too rude. I help you, but you don't even ask me to thank you. I just want to chat with you, but you can't. You help me. Fang Yunshu's eyes were full of disdain, and he said, I'm so easy to deceive. Get out of here. Watching Fang Yunshu leave, Yi Xiaofei couldn't help but roll his eyes. This Fang Yunshu was really unreasonable. Dad, I'm hungry. Fang Linger's crisp voice came from the side. Yi Xiaofei looked down and saw Fang Linger, touched her head, and said, Let's go eat. After getting a lot of food, the two began to eat. Before Yi Xiaofei asked, Fang Linger said, Dad, when will you come to pick me and Mom up? I don't like being at Grandma's house. Why don't you like it? Yi Xiaofei immediately followed her words and asked. Until now, Yi Xiaofei still couldn't figure out why Fang Yunshu ran into his room, and even if it was an accident, the Fang family didn't need to take him to the evil island to deal with him. Who are the people on the evil island? The worst ones are the big guys in a city, most of them are extremely evil. He is a young man who just graduated from high school, with no power or influence, and no background. Even if the Fang family buried him, there would not be any waves. What is there for the Fang family to do this? These are too unreasonable. From Fang Linger's mouth, he can learn about the Fang family. Fang Linger pouted and said, No one in my grandma's family likes me, they all hate me, and they always bully my mother. Oh? Why? Fang Linger said, Because I don't have a father. They said my mother shouldn't have given birth to me, and that I caused the Fang family to lose a lot of money. Yi Xiaofei asked, Then you haven't seen your father since you were a child? Of course I haven't seen him. Fang Linger pouted aggrievedly and said, I want to be with my father. Fang Yunshu must have had a child with a man before marriage, and then the man ran away. Fang Yunshu gave birth to Fang Linger for love, so the Fang family was unhappy. Fang Yunshu is beautiful and the eldest daughter of the Fang family. Which idiot let her get pregnant and then didn't want her? Yi Xiaofei really despised that bastard in his heart. Fang Linger wiped her mouth and said, Hurry up and deal with Mom, or she won't let you take us away. This is a bit difficult. Yi Xiaofei shook his head and said, You've seen your mom's attitude towards me. She doesn't even want to talk to me. She must hate me to death. Fang Linger said, The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. If she has no feelings for you at all, then you have no chance. Yi Xiaofei chuckled and said, You are so old, how can you know what love and hatred are? Your mom only hates me, where is the love? Fang Linger blinked her watery eyes, and said, Then her hatred for you is also a kind of emotion. At least she has you in her heart. As long as you work hard, you can turn this hatred into love. Yi Xiaofei stared at Fang Linger with wide eyes, and said with a smile, how old are you, little girl, how can you know so much? I am the daughter of the sea god. Of course I know a lot. Fang Linger raised her chin proudly, Dad is great, so of course I am great too. Yi Xiaofei said with a smile, then you have to talk more about your mother so that I can please her. HMPH. Fang Yunshu's cold snort came from behind. Yi Xiaofei and Fang Linger immediately lowered their heads and ate crazily. Chapter 10 I'll help you get rid of that bastard. Fang Yunshu returned to the room and didn't see Fang Linger, so she went straight to the buffet area angrily. She had locked the door, and if it weren't for Yi Xiaofei, that bastard, how could her daughter go out? When she came to the buffet area, she saw her daughter and Yi Xiaofei eating happily there, and Fang Yunshu subconsciously stopped. She had always hoped that her daughter could be happy like a normal child. Now that she finally saw it, how could she bear to ruin it? Finally, seeing that the two had almost finished eating, Fang Yunshu snorted coldly to remind them. Go get a glass of water for your mother. Fang Yunshu said to Fang Linger. Fang Linger's eyes lit up, and then she blinked at Yi Xiaofei, then walked slowly while muttering, should I get juice for my mother? Or soda? Or water? Oh, there are so many waters there, I have to choose carefully. This little girl clearly told the two that she would be back late, and you two should talk here. Fang Yunshu's mouth twitched, this daughter, it's really a waste of raising. Pulling out a chair, Fang Yunshu sat down, staring at Yi Xiaofei with burning eyes. Yi Xiaofei smiled and said, do you want to talk to me? Humph. Fang Yunshu snorted coldly, and then said coldly, Yi Xiaofei, what do you want to do to my daughter? Yi Xiaofei smiled and said, nothing. I just think Linger is very cute. We get along very well. I really envy you for having such a cute daughter. Fang Yunshu was more alert and said, whether she is cute or not has nothing to do with you. You'd better not have any idea about her. I didn't have any idea about her. I didn't mean to take advantage of you, and I didn't mean to be a cheap dad. Fang Yunshu frowned and his voice immediately became much sharper, cheap dad. Don't get excited. I heard Linger say that the bastard abandoned you. Look at you, you are so beautiful, and your daughter is so cute. I really don't understand what kind of bastard abandoned you. Yi Xiaofei just wanted to please Fang Yunshu at this time, so he said something nice and something that Fang Yunshu could empathize with. Fang Yunshu's face suddenly became strange, and then he gritted his teeth and said, yes, that's a bastard, the biggest bastard in the world, I really want to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons. Yi Xiaofei's eyes lit up, and he quickly straightened his chest and said along with Fang Yunshu's words, you can tell me who he is. If I meet him in the future, I will definitely take revenge for you. Really? Fang Yunshu sneered. Of course. People say that a husband and wife for a day will have 100 days of grace, Shut up. Fang Yunshu suddenly roared in repressed, stood up suddenly, and walked away. Yi Xiaofei's face darkened, and he didn't understand how this touched Fang Yunshu's reverse scale. Yi Xiaofei was very clever when facing those villains on the island, and he played those guys in the palm of his hand, but he had no experience in coaxing girls, and was completely a novice. In addition, Fang Yunshu had always hated him to the core. That night was her taboo. As long as it was mentioned, she would turn against him. Fang Yunshu went over and pulled Fang Linger away. The little girl turned her head and looked at Yi Xiaofei. Yi Xiaofei shrugged his shoulders and smiled bitterly. Fang Linger shook her head and sighed softly. Yi Xiaofei actually read a very helpless emotion from the expression of little Fang Linger, as if the little girl was saying that he was stupid. In the next 2 days, Yi Xiaofei basically had no chance to get close to Fang Yunshu, and Fang Yunshu did not give Yi Xiaofei a chance to get close to her daughter. 3 days later, the cruise ship docked at the dock of Ningchen. Everyone went ashore, and Fang Linger suddenly broke free from her mother's hand and ran quickly to Yi Xiaofei. Yi Xiaofei squatted down, and Fang Linger threw herself into his arms. Fang Linger hugged Yi Xiaofei's neck tightly and said, Dad, won't you go with us? Yi Xiaofei looked at Fang Yunshu not far away and said, your mother won't let me. Then, you hurry up to pick us up. Fang Linger's eyes were red, and she looked aggrieved. Yi Xiaofei felt a little sour in his heart, nodded, touched her head, and said, okay. Fang Yunshu came over and said with a gloomy face, let's go. Fang Linger hugged Yi Xiaofei's neck tightly, turned her head, and said to Fang Yunshu pitifully, let Dad go with us. No. Fang Yunshu refused without thinking. Fang Linger bit her lips hard, tears rolled in her eyes, and she tried hard not to let the tears fall. Fang Yunshu felt distressed, but she would never agree to this. Yi Shefei was quite dissatisfied with Fang Yunshu at this time. How could she speak so bluntly to the child? Don't you know to coax her first? Let me go first, I'll give you something good. Yi Shefei whispered in Fang Linger's ear. Fang Linger quickly let go of Yi Shefei, and her eyes immediately showed expectation. Yi Shefei took off a necklace from his neck. The chain of the necklace was shark tendons, and the pendant was a black pearl. Yi Shefei put it on Fang Linger, and said softly, "Take this, if you encounter any danger, Dad will save you." Does this have the magical power of the sea god? Fang Linger's eyes lit up. Yi Shefei smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, a little." "Yeah." Fang Linger nodded vigorously. "Go quickly." Yi Shefei gently rubbed Fang Linger's hair. Fang Linger hugged Yi Shefei's neck again, kissed him hard on the face, and said with a burning gaze, "Dad, Linger is waiting for you." Yi Shefei met the little girl's gaze, nodded vigorously, and said, "Okay." Fang Yunshu looked at the true feelings of the two people, one big and one small, and turned her head away. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 11. Dad, they bullied me. Fang family. Great. Fang Jinyuan, the head of the Fang family, patted the armrest of the sofa heavily and said excitedly, "Our Fang family has been going downhill in the past few years, and its status in Ningchen has been declining. This time, we can cooperate with the Nok group, which will surely make our Fang family glorious again. Yunshu, you have done a great job." Fang Yunshu didn't know how long it had been since he heard the old man's praise. He said with a choked voice, "As a member of the Fang family, Yunshu is willing to contribute his strength to the Fang family." Not bad. Not bad. The old man of the Fang family nodded, looked around, and said to his second son Fang Qianlong, "Qianlong, you will follow up on the cooperation with Paul next." Fang Qianlong is in his 50s this year. Among the second generation of the Fang family, he is the most capable person. Hearing this, his face lit up and said excitedly, "Father, don't worry, I will definitely do this properly, but I can do other things, but the relationship between Yunshu and Paul, this is still." Fang Yunshu said quickly, "Please tell me what arrangements uncle has, I will try my best to do it." Fang Qianlong smiled and said, "What I asked you to do is very simple, but it is very important. I think you should understand." Fang Yunshu was stunned for a moment and said, "Uncle, please tell me clearly, Yunshu doesn't understand." Fang Qianlong's daughter Fang Yunjuo chuckled, with a kind of teasing and ridicule in her laughter, and said, "I say Sister Yunshu, you are guessing and pretending to be confused, just accompany Mr. Paul and make him happy." Fang Yunshu finally understood, and her face suddenly became a little ugly, saying, "Sister Yunjuo, Paul and I are just talking about cooperation normally, and there is no such relationship." Heh. Fang Yunjuo curled her lips and said, "Why are you pretending to be noble here? Everyone knows that Paul is a very romantic guy. If nothing happens, will he agree to cooperate with us?" "Absolutely not." Fang Yunshu's voice was much higher, and his face was sharp. Fang Qianlong said worriedly, "If it didn't happen, then this matter is not so safe. Paul is clearly waiting for your response. If you don't take the initiative, then this promise will be ruined. Then you must accompany Paul today to ensure that everything is safe." Fang Yunshu clenched his fists and said, "Second uncle, I am also a member of the Fang family. Using this method, isn't it embarrassing for our Fang family?" Fang Yunjuo said disdainfully, "How dare you say it's embarrassing? You gave birth before marriage at the age of 20, and you have already embarrassed our Fang family. Now you are just making use of the waste. Why are you still being hypocritical here?" Fang Yunshu felt so uncomfortable because she couldn't get up or down. She negotiated a cooperation with Paul and made great contributions. It would be fine if others came back and reaped the fruits directly. In the end, she was asked to sell her body to accompany Paul. This was simply too much. After taking a deep breath, Fang Yunshu gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words, "What if I don't agree?" The faces of the Fang family members all showed surprise, as if Fang Yunshu had made the most ridiculous request. Fang Qianlong snorted and said, "Yunshu, what have you brought to the Fang family over the years besides humiliation? Now there is an opportunity to make merit, why don't you take it?" "Such an opportunity, Fang Yunshu's eyes revealed an incomparable determination, "I don't want it." After taking a deep breath again, Fang Yunshu said, "Then there is nothing for me here, I'm leaving." Stop. Fang Qianlong glared and said, from now on, you must stay here, don't go anywhere, wait for Mr. Paul to come. That's right. Yunshu, don't mess around, this is such a good opportunity, you can't miss it. You are not a virgin, you have given birth to a bastard, what's wrong with sleeping with Mr. Paul for a few days? It's your honor for a withered flower to contribute to the Fang family in this way, don't be ungrateful. All kinds of accusatory words came from all directions. No one in the Fang family spoke for her. Everyone thought that it was natural for her to accompany Paul. If she didn't, it would be a great rebellion. Fang Yunshu's face was livid, and her hands were tightly clenched into fists, with her nails deeply piercing into the flesh of her palms. The old man of the Fang family waved his hand, and everyone immediately quieted down. He said lightly, Yunshu, I will help you contact Dr. Zhu in a few days. After saying that, the old man turned around and left without even looking at Fang Yunshu. In the past few years, Fang Yunshu has found many famous doctors for her daughter's illness, but none of them have any effect. Dr. Zhu is said to have very successful experience in this regard, but she can't get him. The old man's words directly hit her sore spot. Her self-esteem and persistence, but in front of her daughter's health, they are so weak and powerless. She stood there, lowered her head silently, and had no idea of fighting. Fang Qianlong looked at Fang Linga, frowned, and said, Yunjuo, take this bastard away, don't let her get in the way here. Fang Yunjuo agreed, came over and grabbed Fang Linga's arm, and said, little bastard, follow me. What are you going to do? Fang Yunshu nervously hugged Fang Linga in his arms. Fang Yunjuo curled her lips in disdain and said, you are going to accompany Mr. Paul these 2 days. Do you still want to take this little bastard with you? Fang Yunshu slowly squatted down, gently pulled her daughter's hand, and said softly, Linga, can you stay with Aunt Yuo for the next 2 days? Fang Linga clenched one of Fang Yunshu's fingers and shook her head vigorously. Fang Yunshu frowned and said, if you don't listen to your mother, you will be naughty. Fang Linga still shook her head, looking at her mother with a firm look, and said, Mom is not afraid, there is Dad. Fang Yunshu's face froze, and then he suddenly got up and left. Fang Linga was about to chase after him, but Fang Yunjuo suddenly grabbed her shoulder, making her unable to move. Fang Linga watched her mother go upstairs, turned her head, and stared at Fang Yunjuo with burning eyes. Fang Yunjuo frowned. She felt oppressed by the little girl staring at her, which made her very unhappy. She raised her hand and patted Fang Linga on the head, staring and said, little bastard, be honest for the next 2 days, or I won't give you food. Fang Linga lowered her head after being hit, but immediately raised her head again. Not only did she not cry, but her face showed a proud expression, I have a father. Fang Yunjuo curled her lips in disdain and said, your father? Har. He is a piece of trash. Fang Linga's little face suddenly swelled red, and she said loudly, he is the god of the sea. If you bully me and my mother, my father will avenge us. Oh, the little mute who usually speaks not only speaks today, but also says so much. Fang Yunjuo was a little surprised, but she was even more displeased with Fang Linga's threatening words. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Fang Linga's ear, saying, little bastard, come here, tell me, your father is trash. Fang Linga shouted loudly, my father is the god of the sea. He is trash, will you tell me? Fang Yunjuo added strength to her hand and rotated the direction, with a playful expression on her face. Fang Linga clenched her fist, her face was distorted because of the pain, but she clenched her teeth and said nothing, but her eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Fang Yunjuo felt a little scared when she was looked at, and she became more annoyed and cursed, you dead girl, tell me quickly, or I will twist your ear off. Fang Linga was already trembling with pain, her teeth were clenched, but she didn't say anything. There were tears in her eyes, but she was able to endure it and didn't let the tears flow down. Stop! With a loud shout, Yi Shefei rushed in. With a wave of his hand, Fang Yunjuo's hand was already pushed away. Kneeling down, Yi Shefei looked at Fang Linga with heartache. Fang Linga pursed her lips tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. The stubborn and strong little girl finally couldn't hold back any longer when she saw Yi Shefei. Dad! A choked call came out of the little girl's mouth, and tears instantly gathered into a stream and flowed down her cheeks. Yi Shefei hugged Fang Linga with heartache. Fang Linga hugged Yi Shefei's neck tightly, and her little face pressed tightly against Yi Shefei's face. Dad! They bullied me. Wow. Chapter 12 Revenge for my daughter. On the evil island, Yi Xiaofei could be said to have developed a heart of stone. He came here to investigate the situation of the Fang family. He didn't move when he heard them scolding Fang Yunshu and Fang Linger. He really wanted to hear what happened back then. When Fang Yunjuo bullied Fang Linger, everyone around was Fang Linger's father. He also wanted to know who could give birth to such a special little girl like Fang Linger, so he didn't take action. When he took action, he was a little reluctant. After all, this little girl got along well with him, and she refused to scold him, the fake father, no matter what. But when Fang Linger threw herself into his arms and cried, the little girl's grievance suddenly broke Yi Xiaofei's defense. After picking up Fang Linger, Yi Xiaofei gently patted her back, his eyes swept over the Fang family, and finally fell on Fang Yunjuo's face, and slowly said, "Linger, don't cry, Dad will avenge you, okay?" Fang Linger's crying stopped, wiped her tears, and nodded vigorously. "What do you want to do?" Fang Yunjuo felt like she was stared at by a ferocious beast, and unconsciously took 2 steps back. Yi Xiaofei came forward and came in front of Fang Yunjuo, grabbing Fang Yunjuo's right hand directly. "Bold, let me go!" Fang Yunjuo shouted angrily. "Just now, it was this hand that twisted Linger's ear, right?" Yi Xiaofei said in a flat tone, with a faint smile on his face. "So what?" Fang Yunjuo's neck stiffened, with a look of disdain on her face, and slightly increased the strength of her hand. "Ar! My finger is going to break, you bastard!" Fang Yunjuo screamed in pain. "Let her go!" Fang Qianlong shouted angrily. Yi Xiaofei looked at Fang Qianlong with a squinting eye and said, "What if I don't let her go?" Fang Qianlong snorted and said, "What kind of ability is it for a grown man to hit a woman?" Yi Xiaofei sneered and said, "Linger is such a little girl, but she can hit her so hard. Is there anyone in your Fang family who thinks it's wrong? Now I hit her, so why not?" Yi Xiaofei gradually increased the strength of his hands and said slowly, "Just now you twisted Linger's ears a little bit, right?" Fang Yunjuo screamed even louder. Fang Qianlong became even angrier and shouted, "Boy, let her go quickly, otherwise I will not let you leave the Fang family alive." "Really?" Yi Xiaofei smiled evilly and increased the strength of his hands again. Fang Qianlong was distressed by his daughter's cry and hurriedly said, "Don't. What can you do to let her go?" "Let her go. That's easy. When she twisted Linger just now, Linger didn't cry or scream. As long as she can hold on without crying or screaming, I will let her go." With a chuckle, Yi Xiaofei said sarcastically, "You are so old, you can't be worse than a child, right?" "Okay." Fang Qianlong agreed quickly, and then said to Fang Yunjuo, "Bear it." Fang Yunjuo bit her lip and nodded with endurance. "Not bad." Yi Xiaofei nodded, and suddenly increased the strength of his hand. Crack! Fang Yunjuo was answered by a crisp sound of fracture. "Ar!" The severe pain from her fingers made Fang Yunjuo scream in pain first, and she subconsciously looked at her gently shaking fingers, and then she realized that her fingers were broken by Yi Xiaofei. "Ar!" This time, the scream resounded through the sky. The moment she saw her fingers, the psychological impact of fear on her was even stronger. Yi Xiaofei loosened his hand, shook his head, and said contemptuously, "Look at you, you just broke 2 fingers, and you are so useless." The people of the Fang family were furious. In the Fang family's home, a wild boy who didn't know where he came from actually hurt Fang Yunjuo so badly. This was simply not taking the Fang family seriously at all. "Bold! You dare to hurt my daughter!" Fang Qianlong's beard and hair were all erected, extremely angry. Yi Xiaofei raised the corner of his mouth and said provocatively, "Your daughter hurt my daughter, of course I have to fight back. If you don't accept it, you can also fight back for your daughter." "Dad, you are great." Fang Linger hugged Yi Xiaofei's neck and kissed him heavily on the face. The soft feeling on his face and the compliment were like a warm current flowing into Yi Xiaofei's heart, which was so comfortable. Just for this reason, Yi Xiaofei also acknowledged Fang Linger as his adopted daughter. He also kissed Fang Linger's little face gently, and said, "With me here, no one can bully you in the future." "Yeah." Fang Linger nodded vigorously, her eyes still filled with tears but full of happiness and joy. She hugged Yi Xiaofei's neck more tightly with her arms, and rubbed her face against Yi Xiaofei's face. "Asshole! You are simply bullying me too much." Fang Qianlong shouted angrily, staring at Yi Xiaofei with a sharp gaze, and said, "Where did you come from, you wild boy? Tell me your name." Although he was furious, Fang Qianlong still had to confirm Yi Shefei's background. The Fang family is no longer as powerful as before in Ningqian. There are already several families more powerful than the Fang family. Yi Shefei narrowed his eyes and said, I am Yi Shefei. Yi Shefei. Fang Qianlong frowned, as if he had no idea who Yi Shefei was. A member of the Fang family pointed at Yi Shefei and shouted, I remember now. This guy was the lover of that little bitch Fang Yunshu. When the two of them checked into a hotel, Lin Qingyuan caught them. It was him who ruined our marriage with the Lin family. This time, he came again. He must want to ruin our good thing again. Fang Qianlong's face sank and said, Boy, we spared your life last time, but you dared to come to our Fang family again and hurt our Fang family members. You are so bold. Someone come. 4 burly men rushed into their hall of the villa. Dad, do you need me to come down? Fang Linger asked Yi Shefei with her little mouth close to his ear. Yi Shefei said, Are you afraid? Fang Linger said, Of course not. Dad is the god of the sea. I am not afraid of anything. Yi Shefei had a smile on his face and his tone was indescribably gentle. How can I, the god of the sea, let my daughter down? What a big tone. Take him down for me. Fang Qianlong gave the order directly. Fang Yunjuo recovered a little at this time, and shouted angrily, If you dare to break my fingers, break his arms and legs. Break them all. The 4 big men rushed towards Yi Shefei without saying a word, regardless of the fact that Yi Shefei was still holding Fang Linger in his arms. Obviously, Fang Linger had no status in the hearts of these thugs. After all, the Fang family is also a big family, and the 4 permanent residents of the Fang family are all very powerful. Any one of them can easily kill several special forces soldiers. Now the 4 of them are dealing with Yi Shefei. Not only them, but even the people of the Fang family think that this is clearly an easy task. The 4 people's attacks were also quite heavy at this time. 2 of them swept directly towards Yi Shefei's legs, and 2 hit Yi Shefei's arms. The force clearly wanted to cripple his limbs. The people of the Fang family were all thinking about Yi Shefei's next miserable state, especially Fang Yunjuo, who had a ferocious smile on his face at this time. Chapter 13 Come with me. R. Screaming and figures flying everywhere. Good job. Hit him hard. Fang Yunjuo heard the screams and subconsciously thought that Yi Shefei was being beaten. The pain in her hands was relieved a lot and she screamed excitedly. But her excited screams soon stopped and she stared at the 4 guys on the ground with a dull look. The ones who fell to the ground were the masters of their Fang family, either holding their arms or legs, screaming. Yi Shefei was holding Fang Linger at this time, standing there steadily, and there was nothing wrong at all. Fang Linger was holding Yi Shefei's neck, and the light in her eyes was even brighter. This is impossible. You 4 idiots, get up and beat him. Fang Yunjuo yelled angrily. The only answer he got was the screams of the 4 people. Fang Qianlong's face was ashen, and he was caught off guard by the current situation. Fang Qianlong has been the real helmsman of the Fang family in recent years. Although he was angry at this time, he suppressed his anger and said coldly, Boy, I didn't expect you to be so capable, but don't think that you can do whatever you want in our Fang family just because you have some skills. We have plenty of ways to deal with you. Are you threatening me? Fang Qianlong did not respond to this. Boy, are you standing up for Fang Yunshu and her daughter? Yes. Yi Shefei came here, and his original intention was not really this, but now he admitted it without hesitation. Fang Qianlong chuckled and said, Har, do you think she is your daughter? Fang Yunjuo endured the pain in her hand and suddenly laughed, and the laughter was full of sarcasm. Do you think that you have slept with Fang Yunshu, that bitch, and this child is yours? Do you know that Fang Yunshu had a boyfriend at that time, and they had been dating for almost a year? So what? Yi Shefei asked lightly. What else? Fang Yunjuo's mouth curled behind her ears and said, Are you stupid to take over the junk that others don't want, and the little bastard you gave birth to? Are you stupid? No. This is Dad. Fang Linger turned her head and looked at Fang Yunjuo. Little bastard, tell him when your birthday is. Fang Yunjuo's face had a playful expression waiting for a good show. Fang Linger turned her head to look at Yi Shefei and said softly, January 18th. Yi Shefei had sex with Fang Yunshu less than a month after the college entrance examination, which was early July. At most, it was less than 7 months before Fang Linger was born. That Fang Linger was obviously not his. Yi Shafei didn't think Fang Linger was his daughter. He didn't know Fang Yunshu before he had sex with her, and the two had sex against their will. How could Fang Yunshu give birth to a child for him? When he turned his eyes to Fang Linger, he saw that Fang Linger's little face was full of loneliness, and her eyes were also dull. Yi Shafei raised his lips, then showed a brilliant smile, kissed Fang Linger gently on the cheek, and said, "Don't care about what others say, she is jealous of me having such a good daughter. Am I still your daughter?" Fang Linger's eyes suddenly shone. "Yes. Always." Yi Shafei nodded vigorously. Then, Fang Linger clenched her right hand into a fist, but her little finger was stretched out. Yi Shafei's smile became even stronger, and he also stretched out his little finger to hook it gently with hers. The two of them pulled their hands gently and said in unison, "Pull their hook. Hang yourself. Don't change for 100 years." Yi Shafei actually did such a childish thing very seriously. "Dad." Fang Linger called sweetly. "Daughter." Yi Shafei smiled gently, and his voice was full of love. If someone on the evil island saw Yi Shafei at this time, they would definitely be shocked. Is this still the little devil who tortured them for more than 3 years? Fang Yunshu returned to the room, feeling heavy-hearted, and sat on the bedside in a daze. But after a while, she was really worried about Fang Linger, so she came out again. When she came out, she happened to see the deep father-daughter love between Yi Shafei and Fang Linger. Fang Yunshu didn't know what had just happened here, but this scene made her feel an indescribable anger, and it was so hard to contain. "Let go of Linger!" Fang Yunshu roared and rushed down from the upstairs. She was too anxious, and she stepped on the air, and the whole person flew down. "Arr!" Fang Yunshu screamed instinctively. Her mind was blank, but when she came to her senses again, she found that she didn't fall to the ground, but was held in an arm. Turning her head, she saw the smiling faces of Yi Shafei and his daughter. She fell from such a high place, and it was okay for Yi Shafei, the bastard, to laugh at the joke, but her daughter actually smiled and didn't take it seriously, which really made her even more angry. Fang Linger suddenly stretched out her arms, hugged Fang Yunshu's neck, and said in Fang Yunshu's ear, "Dad saved you." Yi Shafei was holding Fang Linger with one hand and Fang Yunshu with the other. Fang Linger now had her arms around their necks. This scene was simply a happy family of 3. Fang Yunshu wanted to break free, but Fang Linger hugged her tightly, with her face pressed against theirs. Seeing the happiness and intoxication on Fang Linger's face, Fang Yunshu's strength was drained away at once, and she let her daughter hug her. TSK. Fang Yunshu temporarily forgot the pain in her hand due to the anger in her heart. She said sarcastically, "Fang Yunshu, you are really amazing. You found a stupid boy to take over your own bastard." Fang Qianlong shouted in a deep voice, "Fang Yunshu, why don't you drive this boy away? Don't you want to cure your daughter?" Fang Yunshu was shocked and quickly snatched his daughter from Yi Shafei's arms. Then he stepped back 2 steps and shook his head and said, "I have nothing to do with him." Fang Qianlong felt relieved and said to Yi Shafei, "Boy, leave here immediately now, and today's matter will be over." "Dad! He broke my hand, and you still want to?" Fang Yunshu screamed. "Shut up!" Fang Qianlong interrupted his daughter. Yi Shafei rolled his eyes, turned around and grinned at Fang Qianlong, saying, "It's easy for you to let me go. Then I want to take Linger with me." "Okay." Fang Qianlong agreed without hesitation. Yi Shafei looked at Fang Yunshu and said, "I want to take Fang Yunshu with me." "No." Almost all the people in the Fang family shouted in unison. The momentum was really scary and the attitude was firm. TSK. Yi Shafei smacked his lips and said, "You Fang family members are really willing to sell Fang Yunshu." Fang Yunshu clenched his fists, feeling an indescribable sadness in his heart. Yi Shafei sighed and felt sorry for Fang Yunshu. He said to Fang Yunshu, "You have also seen how they treat you and Linger. What is worth giving for such a family? Come with me." Chapter 14. Just to make my daughter happy. Fang Qianlong slammed the table fiercely, his beard and hair standing up in anger, and shouted, "This is our family affair, and has nothing to do with an outsider like you." Yi Shafei looked at Fang Linger and Fang Yunshu and said, "Since I have recognized Linger as my daughter, I have to make her happy. If her mother is bullied, Linger will be unhappy." Fang Linger frowned and nodded repeatedly. Yi Shafei smiled back at Fang Linger, and then said, "If Linger is unhappy, then I am unhappy, so, you want to bully Fang Yunshu, but but that's not allowed. Yi Shefei's smile faded, his eyes were filled with chill, and he said, do you really think that the Nock group cooperated with you because of your Fang family? It was because of Fang Yunshu's face. Not only did you steal the credit, but you even wanted Fang Yunshu to accompany that pig Paul. Your Fang family is not qualified to cooperate with Nock. The corners of Fang Yunshu's mouth twitched unconsciously and his nose felt a little sore. In the past few years, she has been ostracized in the Fang family. No one cares about her, and no one says a word of comfort to her. This time, someone finally stood up for her, and it turned out to be that bastard Yi Shefei, the instigator who had caused her so much misery. Who do you think you are? Just because you say we don't have the qualifications doesn't mean we don't have the qualifications. You really think you're a piece of cake? Do you think a piece of trash like you can have the final say on whether Paul will cooperate with our Fang family or not? The Fang family members started arguing and sneered at Yi Shefei's words. Then let's just wait and see. Let's go. Yi Shefei was too lazy to pay attention to the Fang family and looked at Fang Yunshu. No. A word popped out of Fang Yunshu's mouth. Yi Shefei frowned slightly and asked, are you still staying here? Fang Yunshu said coldly, this is my home, why should I go with you, a bastard? Everyone in the Fang family immediately showed joy on their faces. Yi Shefei curled his lips in disdain and said, your family? Do they treat you as a relative? Fang Yunshu's expression suddenly became gloomy, and the Fang family's hearts were in their throats. They knew very well how they had treated Fang Yunshu in the past few years. Fang Qianlong glared and said, Fang Yunshu, don't you want to think about your daughter? Fang Yunshu's expression suddenly changed. Yi Shefei snorted and said, you want to threaten her with this method? It's useless. Treating illnesses is a piece of cake for me. I will treat Lingus illness. Har har. Fang Qianlong sneered and said to Fang Yunshu, if you believe him, then you can let him go. But I warn you, then you will no longer be a member of the Fang family. You have to find a way to treat your daughter's illness yourself. Fang Yunshu took a deep breath and looked at Yi Shefei coldly, have you said enough? I really didn't lie to you, you have to believe me. This immediately angered Fang Yunshu. She raised her eyebrows and shouted fiercely, now. Immediately. Get out of the Fang family. Fang Yunshu's eyes were so determined that Yi Shefei knew there was no more drama today. He shook his head and said, it's okay. I'll go first. You will come find me later. He turned around and came to Fang Qianlong, patted Fang Qianlong on the shoulder, and said, old man, if you want Paul to sign a contract with your Fang family, ask Fang Yunshu to come to me later. By the way, if you dare to touch them in the next 2 days, don't even think about cooperating with Paul. Heh. Fang Qianlong just sneered disdainfully. Yi Shefei exchanged glances with Fang Linger again, then they both grinned and turned away. Although the Fang family did not directly talk about the past events this time, Yi Shefei had already made a judgment that it was not the Fang family who sent him to the evil island. The first reason is that, although none of the people on the island of evil are good, they are definitely a top group of people, and you can't just throw anyone there casually. In order to send someone there, one must be strong enough. The Fang family is not even the top family in the area and does not have that strength at all. The second reason was that the Fang family was not at all surprised when they saw me, the only one who had left the evil island, which further proved that they knew nothing about the evil island. A car suddenly stopped in front of Yi Shefei, and Paul jumped out of the car. Paul was like seeing his real father. He excitedly came up and grabbed Yi Shefei's arm. Dear Mr. Yi, you made my search so difficult. Yi Shefei avoided Paul's hand and said with a look of disgust, just tell me what you want to say. Don't be so enthusiastic. Paul put down his raised hand awkwardly, but immediately said with a smile, our Miss Lunar wants to see you. Yi Shefei rolled his eyes and said, I don't know her. If she wants to see me, she can see me. Paul's face froze, and he said quickly, she is Mr. Brown's daughter. So what? Yi Shefei asked unhappily. Yi Shefei was in a bad mood at the Fang family. Fang Yunshu, this woman, was obviously helping her, but she didn't appreciate it and still had the same attitude towards him. If it weren't for what happened in the past, if it weren't for Fang Ling's face, he wouldn't have been able to get angry. Now he let Paul take the blame for his anger. Paul couldn't help but feel a little angry. Lunar is Little Brown's daughter and the daughter of the Nock group. She wants to meet Yi Shefei. Isn't that an honor for Yi Shefei? But this kid is so arrogant and doesn't take Miss Lunar seriously at all. He really wants to just stuff this kid into the car. But Lunar warned him not to show any disrespect to Yi Shefei, so he could only suppress his anger. Just as he was thinking about how to convince Yi Shefei, he saw Yi Shefei had already gotten into the car. Paul couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then curled his lips and looked down on him. This kid is just being tough, he can't wait to see Miss Lunar. Half an hour later, Yi Shefei arrived at the best 5-star hotel in Ningqing and entered the presidential suite on the top floor. Standing in the room was a blonde, blue-eyed foreign girl, about 25 or 26 years old, about 1.75 meters tall, with long legs and a slim waist. This is definitely a beautiful woman with both good looks and a great figure. Ms. Lunar, I brought Mr. Yi to you. Yi Shefei, this is Miss Lunar from our knock group. Lunar smiled brightly, stretched out her hand to Yi Shefei, and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. My father, Mr. Brown, was delayed by something, so he asked me to come and see Mr. Yi." Yi Shefei looked around, then grinned at Lunar and said, "Miss Lunar, can I stay here tonight?" How bold! Paul roared angrily. Lunar is the goddess in his mind. Yi Shefei, this guy, actually wanted to sleep with Lunar as soon as they met. This is simply too rude. Lunar's brows suddenly frowned and a look of disgust appeared in her eyes. Chapter 15. You are mine. Yi Shefei rubbed his hands together and said with a chuckle, "Hey, Lunar, just let me sleep for one night. Just one night will be enough." You? Paul pointed at Yi Shefei, his fingers trembling with anger, and said through gritted teeth, "Yi Shefei, you are so rude. If you do this again, I will drive you out on behalf of Miss Lunar." Yi Shefei looked puzzled and said, "Hey, you guys are too stingy. Aren't there a lot of rooms in this presidential suite? Can't I stay in one?" "Of course not," Paul yelled without thinking. Lunar hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Yi, you just want to live in this presidential suite, not to follow me. Gosh, do you think I want to sleep with you?" Yi Shefei rolled his eyes, then looked Lunar up and down, blinked, and said, "If you want to sleep with me, I have no objection." Lunar coughed lightly and said, "Mr. Yi is such a joker. I'll give you this suite, but before that, can we talk about business first?" Yi Shefei took out a piece of shark skin and threw it to Lunar, saying, "Look for yourself. I'll go see how awesome this presidential suite is." In the past few years on the evil island, those people have lived a hard life, so they all miss their previous luxurious life. Yi Shefei had heard too much, but before he went to the evil island, he was just an ordinary boy who was lucky enough to have enough food to eat. He had never been to a 5-star hotel, let alone a presidential suite. At this moment, I really felt like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden, looking east and west, touching here and there, and making sounds of admiration from time to time. Paul's eyes immediately showed contempt, and he lowered his voice and said to Lunar, "Miss Lunar, you see this kid obviously has no knowledge. How could he be related to your grandfather? He must be deceiving us." Lunar withdrew her gaze from Yi Shefei and ignored Paul. Instead, she looked at the words on the shark skin seriously, and the expression on her face became more and more serious. It actually said that Old Brown transferred all his shares to Yi Shefei. In the knock group, Old Brown owns 30% of the shares, his son Little Brown owns 21% of the shares, and Lunar only owns 5% of the shares, which means that Yi Shefei will become the largest shareholder of the knock group. Although Lunar had heard that Yi Sheshur held the shares before coming, she still didn't believe it in her heart. But looking at the agreement, it was completely written by Old Brown, and there was a special seal on the back. That seal was very special and belonged to Old Brown. It had special marks on it, and as a member of the Brown family, she could tell at a glance that the seal was genuine. Paul said bitterly at this time, "Miss Lunar, this must be fake, he is deceiving you, I will kick him out now." "No." Lunar shook her head gently, her face extremely solemn. Is that possible?" Paul's face turned pale. Although he helped Yi Shefei do things, he actually had no respect for Yi Shefei. "I'll go check it again." Lunar got up and walked towards the bedroom because Yi Shefei had just walked in. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Yi Shefei pounce on the bed. After bouncing twice, he turned over and lay flat on his back. He said to her excitedly, "This bed is so soft and comfortable. Do you want to try it?" Lunar couldn't help but frown at this. This kind of flirting was too direct, too obvious, and of course too rude. Suppressing her anger, Lunar forced a smile and said, Mr. Yi, let's talk business. Tell me. Yi Xiaofei pressed his head on the pillow. What's stuffed inside such a comfortable pillow? Lunar felt a strong sense of contempt, clenched her fists, and said, Is my grandfather Mr. Brown okay now? Yi Xiaofei buried his face in the pillow and said in a hoarse voice, I'm fine. If I don't get killed, I can live another 10 or 8 years without any problem. So what's your relationship with my grandfather? Me? Yi Xiaofei showed his face, gave a wicked smile, and said, He and I are friends. Lunar said doubtfully, Friend. Then he will transfer the shares to you. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but he did transfer the shares to me. This is real. And there's this. Yi Xiaofei groped in his bag twice and took out a handful of rings. This one isn't either. Can't these guys be a little creative? Why do they have to make the token a ring? Found it, this one belongs to Old Brown. While complaining, Yi Xiaofei took out a ring and threw it to Lunar. Lunar took it and looked at it. She was immediately shocked and said, This is Grandpa's ring and his seal. Did he give this to you too? Yi Xiaofei said with a smile, Of course, he gave me the shares, and he was afraid that you would not acknowledge it, so he gave me this as well. The expression on Lunar's face changed drastically, and it took a while for her to return to normal. Then she handed the seal to Yi Xiaofei and said, What do you think, Mr. Yi? Lunar's tone was clearly more respectful. There is no way, Yi Xiaofei is the largest shareholder of the Knock Group. Yi Xiaofei sat up, squinted his eyes and stared at Lunar, and said, Are you reluctant? Well, indeed, this is too sudden. Lunar did not deny it. I might come to your place to play in the future, but I'm not interested right now. You just need to do one thing now. Lunar misunderstood, and forced a smile at this time, saying, Mr. Yi, love between a man and a woman requires feelings, you won't force me, right? Love between a man and a woman. Yi Xiaofei was stunned for a moment, then looked Lunar up and down, and that look made Lunar a little nervous. Har! Yi Xiaofei suddenly laughed out loud. After laughing for a long while, he waved his hands and said, I understand. No wonder you didn't treat me well when you came up. I told you to stay here and you misunderstood. I just haven't stayed in the presidential suite before. I just want to try it out. I don't want to sleep with you. Is that so? I'm so sorry. Lunar looked embarrassed. But your suggestion is a good one. You are so beautiful and have a good figure. You are also the granddaughter of Old Brown. By the way, Old Brown also told me something that I forgot to tell you. Yi Xiaofei had a smirk on his face. Lunar felt that this was not a good thing, and she was a little nervous. She asked, What is it? Yi Xiaofei narrowed his eyes and said slowly, He said, You are mine. Lunar took a step back, her face stiff, and gave a dry laugh, saying, What? I don't understand what Mr. Yi meant. Yi Xiaofei raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile, and said, You don't understand this. What he meant was that I asked you to sleep with me. Chapter 16 You're going to die. Ji Lunar's smile became even more stiff, and she said, Mr. Yi, you are really a joker. Yi Xiaofei's smile faded and he said, Do you think I'm kidding? Lunar immediately shook her head and said, That's impossible. My grandfather would never say such a thing. Yi Xiaofei stared into Lunar's eyes and said, He gave me the company's shares and the seal that represents his identity. Do you think he won't give you to me too? Lunar's mouth twitched. She suddenly felt unable to refute these words. Yi Xiaofei raised the corner of his mouth, and suddenly revealed a brilliant smile, saying, Har, although Old Brown said so, I don't like to force people. I can't rely on being the largest shareholder of your consortium to force you to do something you don't want to do. Lunar couldn't help but secretly complain in her heart, If you didn't have grandfather's shares and dared to talk to me like this, I would throw you into the sea. He put on a forced smile and said, Thank you, Mr. Yi. Yi Xiaofei waved his hand and said, Forget it, I won't force you. Let's talk about business. What I want you to do is to cooperate with the Fang family this time. Lunar breathed a sigh of relief and said, This is a very simple matter. I will arrange it right away. Yi Xiaofei shook his head and said, What I want you to do is not just a simple cooperation. I want to make the Fang family lose face. As long as it wasn't about sleeping with someone, Lunar would feel relieved and said, "Mr. Yi, just tell me. I will definitely help you with it." Yi Shefei's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, "I have a friend who is from the Fang family, her name is Fang Yunshu. She was the one who negotiated this cooperation, but the Fang family snatched the fruits and kicked her out. The most infuriating thing is that they even wanted to let her sleep with that bastard Paul when signing the contract. Is this what Paul asked for?" Lunar's face suddenly darkened. Paul was eavesdropping at the door. He was so scared that he rushed in and said, "No. No. This was arranged by the Fang family themselves. It has nothing to do with me." "Really?" Yi Shefei glanced at Paul. Paul was so scared that his legs went limp. He said with a red face, "At that time, I didn't know about your relationship with Miss Fang Yunshu. Now that I know, I would never dare to do that." Yi Shefei was too lazy to pay attention to him, and Lunar immediately turned to the main topic and said, "Mr. Yi, do you want to vent your anger on your friend?" "Not bad." Yi Shefei nodded. Lunar said, "That's simple. There's no need to cooperate with such a treacherous company. Is that okay?" "No." Yi Shefei shook his finger, narrowing his eyes with a cold light, and said, "This is too easy for them. I want you to agree to cooperate with them." "R." Lunar and Paul looked at Yi Shefei in confusion. Yi Shefei suddenly thought of Fang Linga, the little girl, especially her stubborn look when her ears were twisted. He suddenly became angry and said in a cold voice, "Not only do you have to agree to them, but you also sign a contract with them in a big way, and then, he. After Yi Shefei made his request, Lunar and Paul looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts. The boy in front of them was really cruel. "Okay, let's get down to business. Lunar, I think the big bathtub here is really nice. Fill it with water. I want to take a bath." "Good." Lunar agreed and went straight to the bathroom. But as soon as the water was released, she suddenly calmed down. "I am the eldest daughter of the Nok group, but now I am preparing bath water for this guy. Does he treat me as a servant?" I had unknowingly become Yi Shefei's subordinate, and whatever he said was what I did. Thinking carefully about the whole process of meeting Yi Shefei, Lunar suddenly felt a chill in her heart. This guy was sometimes as innocent as a child, sometimes as mature as an old guy, sometimes like a pervert, and sometimes extremely cruel. She was actually completely led by Yi Shefei. This kid's ability to control was too strong. There were footsteps behind him and Yi Shefei followed in. "Mr. Yi, the water will be ready soon. I'll go out first." Lunar was a little panicked in this place and wanted to escape immediately. "Don't go." Yi Shefei stretched out his hand and grabbed Lunar's wrist. Mr. Yi." Lunar pulled her hands in panic, but Yi Shefei's hands were like pliers, preventing her from moving at all. Lunar became even more flustered and stammered, "Mr. Yi, please don't force me." Yi Shefei's expression was quite calm at this time, without a trace of vulgarity in his eyes, and he said lightly, "Do you still want to have abdominal pain like this every day?" How do you know?" Lunar suddenly widened her eyes and screamed. Yi Shefei released his hand and said, "How can I not see such a simple problem? It starts around 11 p.m. every night and ends around 1 a.m. The pain is not severe, but it keeps you awake. Lunar's illness has lasted for almost a year. She has visited the doctor several times this year, but after various tests, the results showed that she was completely healthy and had no problems at all. The final conclusion was that she was just too tired and needed to rest more." But Yi Shefei just grabbed her wrist and spoke as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This was really horrifying. "Mr. Yi, were you examining my condition just now?" Lunar suddenly remembered Yi Shefei grabbing her wrist, which seemed very similar to the legendary pulse taking. "What do you think?" Yi Shefei rolled his eyes at her and said, "Luckily you met me now. If it was a few days later, you would be doomed. It can't be that serious, right?" Lunar widened her eyes. Yi Shefei waved his hand and said, "If you don't believe it, forget it. Then get out." No. Lunar hastily denied it. Yi Shefei only felt her pulse and described her condition so accurately that she had to believe it. She asked anxiously, "Does Mr. Yi have any way to treat it?" "It's very simple. If you want to cure it, just lift up your clothes." Facing Yi Shefei's gaze, Lunar hesitated for a moment and then lifted up the clothes covering her belly. "Ha! Aren't you afraid that I will take advantage of you with this excuse? Yi Shefei was a little surprised. Lunar seemed quite calm at this time, and said, if Mr. Yi wants to take advantage of me, there is no need to use such low-level means. With your current status, I can't refuse. Yi Shefei chuckled and said, Old Brown is not that good himself, but his granddaughter is quite smart. Thank you Mr. Yi for the compliment. Lunar grinned, but secretly complained in her heart that her grandfather was able to found the knock group, so he must be a very powerful person. Yet Yi Shefei still thought that he was nothing special. This guy was really arrogant. This incident is so serious that Lunar was able to handle it, which is enough to show how strong Lunar's personal ability is. It's just that Yi Shefei doesn't play by the rules and completely disrupted Lunar's rhythm. After accepting the reality, Lunar calmed down and was able to get along with Yi Shefei normally. Yi Shefei's gaze turned to Lunar's lower abdomen, then he stretched out his hand and gently pressed it. Not bad, not bad. Yi Shefei moved his palms gently, squinting his eyes, looking extremely enjoying himself. Chapter 17, Kindness and Severity. Even a fool would know what Yi Shefei's hands are doing now. This guy is simply caressing and enjoying it. This is not curing any disease at all. Yi Shefei smiled and said, your skin is so white. Lunar gritted her teeth and said, I am white. To her, these words were not a compliment. Yi Shefei then squinted his eyes and commented, it's very elastic and feels really good. Mr. Yi, you said you would cure me. Lunar forced herself not to kick Yi Shefei away immediately. I'm treating a patient. Yi Shefei tilted his head and said, doesn't treatment require examination? Do you think any doctor would just start operating on someone? That would kill you. Lunar was suddenly speechless. She was 100% sure that Yi Shefei was taking advantage of her, but what he said made her unable to refute. If this disease had not tormented her for a long time and Yi Shefei had not described it so accurately, she would have just wanted to escape at this moment. Although Lunar is already 26 years old, she has never really been in a real relationship, let alone let anyone touch her belly. What made her feel even more ashamed was that after being touched by Yi Shefei for a while, she actually felt a faint sense of enjoyment, which made her feel ashamed and embarrassed, and her face was red as if it was about to bleed. But at this moment, she suddenly felt Yi Shefei's hand getting hotter and hotter, and the heat also rushed into her stomach, as if to ignite her stomach. Lunar instinctively wanted to dodge, but her waist felt tighter and Yi Shefei's other hand held her waist, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Bear with it. Yi Shefei uttered these two words lightly. Lunar didn't dare to struggle anymore, but the burning feeling in her stomach was so uncomfortable that she leaned on Yi Shefei unconsciously. Her arms involuntarily wrapped around Yi Shefei's shoulders, her face pressed against Yi Shefei's face, and she couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. It took more than 20 minutes for the burning sensation to slowly dissipate. Lunar seemed to be exhausted. She leaned on Yi Shefei, unable to move. Yi Shefei took his hand away from her lower abdomen, turned his head to look at Lunar's face that was so close to him, and said, okay, that's enough. Okay. Lunar put her hands on Yi Shefei's shoulders and tried to stand up straight. But her feet went soft, and her body pounced on Yi Shefei again. There was no strength in her arms at all, and her face actually hit Yi Shefei's face directly, and her little mouth was firmly pressed against Yi Shefei's mouth. Even Yi Shefei did not expect the soft feeling on his lips, which made him stunned. Although Yi Shefei had had sex with Fang Yunshu, he had no idea what happened or how he felt that time. When he was in high school, he just had a crush on a girl, but it was just a crush and he never confessed his feelings to her. So when it comes to women, Yi Shefei is a complete novice. The two looked at each other and froze in place. Lunar was a girl after all, and she was the first to react. She didn't know when her strength had recovered. She pushed Yi Shefei away violently, and was tongue-tied, not knowing what to say. Yi Shefei looked at Lunar's shy and embarrassed look, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Oh my god, you kissed me forcefully. No. It was just an accident. I had no strength just now, Lunar explained in a panic. Yi Shefei blinked and said, since you kissed me, why don't we go a step further? Take a bath with me, and I'll give you a good massage. No need. Lunar immediately ran out of the bathroom in embarrassment. Ms. Lunar, Paul was walking back and forth anxiously in the living room. He didn't know what Yi Shefei and Lunar were doing in the bathroom, but Lunar's screams kept coming out. Even if he used his butt to think, he knew what the two were doing. Lunar is the goddess in his mind. When he thought about doing that kind of thing with Yi Shefei in the bathroom, he felt indescribable discomfort in his heart. But he didn't dare to go in and disturb them. Finally, Lunar was seen running out. Her clothes were disheveled, her face was red and covered in sweat, which showed how intense the battle was. "Ms. Lunar, I?" Paul stuttered, having no idea what he was saying. Lunar ran directly into another room and closed the door forcefully. My goddess, how could she be so careless? Paul shook his head in frustration, feeling that he was too much of an eyesore here, so he simply turned around and left. Yi Shefei was touching his lips at this time, recalling the feeling just now. He only remembered that Lunar's lips were very soft and very comfortable to touch. This is what a kiss feels like. You have to savor it carefully next time. I'm not ready this time. Muttering something, Yi Shefei took off his clothes and soaked in the bathtub, feeling very happy. Fang family. Fang Qianlong asked Fang Yunshu for Paul's phone number, then sat upright on the sofa in the living room, took a deep breath, and gathered his emotions before calling Paul. The call was connected quickly. Hello, Mr. Paul. I am Fang Qianlong from the Fang family. I am currently managing the Fang family's business. Hello, Mr. Fang, I have heard of your name for a long time. Hearing Paul's polite words, Fang Qianlong couldn't help but straighten his back. Mr. Paul is the Eastern president of the Knock Group. He is really famous. The two exchanged a few polite words. Fang Qianlong felt that Paul's attitude was very good, and he felt relieved. He said, Mr. Paul, how about we hold the signing ceremony tomorrow? Paul said cheerfully, no problem. Fang Qianlong was even more delighted and said, tomorrow afternoon, we will officially sign the contract and hold a cocktail party to celebrate our cooperation with the Knock Consortium. Of course, but Miss Lunar from our Knock group is also here, and she will be there too. Ms. Lunar. The princess of the Knock group. Fang Qianlong suddenly screamed. Paul said, yes, Miss Lunar attaches great importance to this cooperation, so she came here specially. Good. Good. Fang Qianlong's tone became much louder, and he said excitedly, then we must make this cocktail party a success. Welcome, Miss Lunar. After hanging up the phone, Fang Qianlong told the news, and everyone in the Fang family shouted excitedly. Lunar's arrival is of great significance. It means that the cooperation between the Knock group and the Fang family will be taken to a higher level. It means that the Fang family has truly climbed up to the top of the Knock group. With the support of the Knock group, the strength of their Fang family will be greatly increased, and at that time they may even become the top family in Ningqing again. Fang Qianlong said proudly, notify all the major wealthy families in Ningqing immediately and invite all the prominent ones to come. This time I want everyone to see the revitalization and rise of our Fang family. The Fang family members were so excited that their necks became thick and their faces turned red. Fang Qianlong waved his hand to quiet everyone down, and said in a deep voice, we must keep an eye on Fang Yunshu. We must not let her go out, especially not let that kid come and cause trouble. We have arranged for someone to watch over her 24 hours a day. She cannot leave the Fang family. We will immediately mobilize our experts to come back. If that guy dares to come here again, he will be killed without a burial place. Fang Qianlong nodded, stood up, put his hands behind his back, raised his head and chest, and said proudly, our Fang family will rise again, and no one can stop us. Everyone in the Fang family was in high spirits at this time, but no one thought that all of this was based on the foundation laid by Fang Yunshu, and no one thanked Fang Yunshu. In their opinion, Fang Yunshu was just a tool to contact the Knock group. Chapter 18. Is your hand okay? Lunar hid in her room and stayed there until 11 o'clock at night. At this time every day, her lower abdomen would start to hurt. But today, after waiting for a while, the pain did not come. After a while, the pain disappeared. This surprised Lunar greatly, as this was a problem that had been bothering her for a long time. He actually has such miraculous medical skills, what kind of person is he? I'm afraid Grandpa saw his magical powers, so he transferred the shares to him. Lunar suddenly felt that her grandfather must have had a good eye for talent when he gave the shares to Yi Shefei. How could she know that Old Brown's shares were actually and truly taken away by Yi Shefei? Yi Shefei has never slept on such a comfortable bed in his life. When he wakes up in the morning, he feels refreshed. Good morning, Mr. Yi. Lunar came up to him with a sweet smile on her face. Yi Xiaofei looked at Lunar and said, "Hey, why do you look prettier than yesterday?" Lunar blushed slightly and said, "I was no longer tormented by pain yesterday and slept very well. Thanks to Mr. Yi's treatment, I am very grateful. It's a small matter. Besides, you paid me yesterday, right?" Yi Xiaofei blinked and looked at Lunar's lips. The blush on Lunar's face became even more intense, but she did not avoid Yi Xiaofei's gaze, and the smile on her face became even sweeter and more beautiful, and she said, "Mr. Yi is really good at joking, it was an accident." What a surprise! Should I ask you for some compensation now? Yi Xiaofei took a step towards Lunar, only half a meter away from her. Lunar finally couldn't take it anymore, so she stepped back and changed the subject. "Mr. Yi, you're up. I'll have someone bring in breakfast." After saying that, she quickly turned around and ran away, looking a little flustered like a shy little girl. Yi Xiaofei's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. The people on the evil island are all outstanding and extremely cunning. The reason why Yi Xiaofei can dominate the evil island is not only because of his medical skills and martial arts, but also because he has to compete with these old guys in wits and strength. Although Lunar is the daughter of the Knock Group, she has had the aura of the Knock Group behind her since she was a child, and she has a super think tank team under her, so her mind is actually very simple, and she is no match for Yi Xiaofei. In just one day, Yi Xiaofei used both kindness and force to gain control over Lunar. There is a row of houses on the side of the Fang family's home, where the Fang family's servants usually live. Fang Yunshu's room is here. Her status in the Fang family is basically the same as that of a servant. Fang Linger knelt on the bed, leaning her hands on the windowsill, and hadn't left there for almost an hour. Fang Yunshu sat next to her and looked out the window. There were a dozen children playing outside, including the Fang family's children, and many others who were not. Today, the Fang family held a signing ceremony with the Knock Group and invited all the dignitaries from Ning City. Some families brought their children with them, and now they are all running to the back to play. It has been a long time since the Fang family has been so lively, and it has been a long time since they have had such a glorious time. All this was originally her credit, but now this kind of glory has nothing to do with her. Instead, it makes her prepare to accompany Paul. Fang Yunshu felt very sad, but she couldn't refuse this matter. As a mother, nothing was more important than her daughter's health. Looking at her daughter, she felt that her daughter's eyes were not dull as usual today, but rather had a spirit. Fang Yunshu's heart moved. Her daughter had never been interested in other children before, but now she was yearning for the outside world. This was a good sign. She hurriedly said softly, "Do you want to go out and play?" Fang Linger shook her head, still staring out the window. Fang Yunshu touched his daughter's head and continued to encourage her, "Be brave, play with everyone a few times, and everyone will be familiar with you." Fang Linger still shook her head. Fang Yunshu's voice was even softer as he said, "It's so nice to see everyone playing together." Fang Linger's little face showed a hint of disdain. "Not good. Then what are you doing here?" Fang Yunshu frowned. Fang Linger turned her head and met Fang Yunshu's eyes with a strange glow in her eyes, and said, "I'm waiting for the sea god." Sea god? Fang Yunshu was stunned for a moment, then he remembered who the sea god was. His face stiffened, and then he frowned and said, "He won't come." Fang Linger's face was tense. She raised her hand and waved it vigorously. She nodded heavily and said firmly, "He will come." Fang Yunshu snorted and said, "It has nothing to do with us even if he comes. You are not his daughter, and he is not your father." "Yeah." Fang Linger turned her head and looked out the window again. Fang Yunshu's mouth twitched. It was obvious that her daughter didn't take her words seriously at all. The door opened and Fang Yunshu walked in with a makeup artist. Fang Yunshu looked at Fang Yun's wrapped hand and asked with concern, "Yunjuo, is your hand feeling better?" Fang Yun's eyes immediately stood up, and she said angrily, "Fang Yunshu, you don't have to pretend to be sympathetic here. I was killed by your adulterer." Fang Yunshu bit her lip lightly and whispered, "He has nothing to do with me." Fang Yunjuo sneered and said, "Oh, you slept with her before, and now you come to be your daughter's cheap father, and you say it has nothing to do with you." Fang Yunshu said helplessly, "Then I will apologize to you on his behalf." Fang Linger stiffened her neck and said, "No need to apologize, she deserves it." Fang Yunshu quickly hugged her daughter and said, "Don't talk nonsense, Yunjuo, don't bother with the child." Fang Yunjuo glared at Fang Linger fiercely and said, I am too lazy to argue with you about this today. Now just put on your makeup and don't look like a grudge. Then behave better in front of Paul. Fang Yunshu closed his eyes tightly, then took a deep breath and nodded gently. You're performing quite well. Come on, little brat, and don't get in the way here. Fang Yunjuo glared at Fang Linger. Fang Yunshu said softly to Fang Linger, Linger, you and Aunt Yunjuo today. Fang Linger jumped to the ground and said, Mom, you don't have to listen to her. No one can force you. Fang Yunjuo snorted and said, You little brat, you are quite arrogant. Fang Linger looked up at Fang Yunjuo, then looked at her injured hand, then turned to her intact hand, with a childish smile on her face. Aunt Yunjuo, is this hand still okay? Chapter 19. Isn't he this right? You? Fang Yunjuo was almost choked to death, and gritted her teeth and said, Little girl, when we catch that guy, you will know who is in pain. Fang Linger raised the corner of her mouth, with a hint of disdain and arrogance on her little face. Fang Yunjuo was so angry that her face turned blue. She really wanted to slap the little girl twice, but there was gauze on her palms, and she really couldn't anger Fang Yunshu at the moment, so she had to suppress her anger. Fang Yunshu quickly hugged Fang Linger and said apologetically, Yunjuo, don't argue with Linger. You know her situation. Having reached a certain level, Fang Yunjuo snorted and said unhappily, I don't want to argue with your silly daughter. Fang Yunshu let go of Fang Linger and said softly, Baby, you must be obedient and never make Aunt Yunjuo angry, understand? She. Fang Linger glanced at Fang Yunjuo, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Fang Yunshu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. In the past, if she had something to do and wanted to leave Fang Linger alone at the Fang family, Fang Linger would always look very frightened and extremely reluctant. Especially Fang Yunjuo, she particularly hated Fang Linger. The Fang family member that Fang Linger was most afraid of was Fang Yunjuo. But now, my daughter didn't show any fear at all. That expression, it even seemed like she looked down on Fang Yunjuo, and there was also a kind of pride and confidence in it. What caused Fang Linger to change so drastically? Obviously, it was that guy Yi Xiaofei. Fang Linger lacked fatherly love since childhood, and everyone said that she had no father and was a bastard, which was also one of the reasons for her autism. Suddenly, when a father appears, the child feels that he has his father's protection and he no longer needs to be afraid of other people. But Yi Xiaofei, that guy, can at best manage things, but what's the use? Compared to the Fang family, he is nothing. What ability does he have to protect Fang Linger? Fang Yunjuo had already lost her patience and said, Hey, stop talking nonsense and leave. Fang Yunshu wanted to give Fang Linger a few more words, but Fang Linger pulled her hand, looking relaxed, and said, It's okay. Fang Yunshu was stunned again. Fang Linger's words were actually a kind of comfort to her. This kind of emotion was extremely rare before, and it made Fang Yunshu feel a pang in his heart. Then he straightened his chest, smiled, and watched his daughter and Fang Yunjuo leave. As a mother, she couldn't let her daughter worry about her. Fang Linger was directly locked in a room by Fang Yunjuo and the room was locked. She was too lazy to take care of this little girl. Besides, since it was such a big event for the Fang family, she naturally had to participate. This was the honor of the entire Fang family. Fang Linger was leaning against the window, looking outside, and suddenly a bright smile appeared on her face. As soon as the window opened, Yi Xiaofei jumped in directly, and Fang Linger's soft little body fell on him. Dad! I knew you would come. Fang Linger gave Yi Xiaofei a kiss on the face. Of course, today is so fun, how could I not come? Yi Xiaofei picked up Fang Linger with a smile on his face. After Fang Linger called him Dad many times, Yi Xiaofei became more and more used to this title. Every time he heard her call him that, his heart felt like being caressed by the hand of his lover, and he felt indescribably comfortable. Fang Linger's eyes lit up and she said, Fun. Are you going to vent your anger on your mother today? Yi Xiaofei said with a smile, Yes, you have to vent your mother's anger, so that Xiao Linger can be happy. Dad is the best. Fang Linger was beaming with joy, her eyes shining. Holding Fang Linger, he jumped out of the window and went around to the back of the Fang family's banquet hall. Yi Xiaofei asked, Are you afraid of heights? Fang Linger looked at the roof, her eyes brightened, and said, With Dad here, I'm not afraid of anything. Okay. Yi Xiaofei tiptoed and jumped directly onto the roof. Fang Linger didn't make a sound. She wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she looked excited. This little girl is indeed different from ordinary people. Two people, one big and one small, were looking down from the air window on the eaves of the house, and the play below had just begun. Many people had gathered in the banquet hall at this time, all of them were big shots in Ningchen. The Fang family signed a contract with the Knock Group. What kind of contract was signed, what was involved, and to what extent was the cooperation? This might be a major event that would change the entire Ning Hall structure. Everyone wanted to get first-hand information so that they could take targeted measures. The old man of the Fang family was chatting and laughing with these big guys. Old Fang, if you don't make a move, it's fine. But once you make a move, it will be a big hit. Yes, your Fang family actually has a relationship with the Knock Group. You are really very capable. The old man of the Fang family laughed and said modestly, it's just an opportunity. We didn't expect such an opportunity to come, so we just seized it. Old Fang, your Fang family is now on the rise, so you have to take care of us old brothers in the future. That's right. When you Fang family eat meat, you have to give us 2 sips of soup. The people who were speaking were all big guys who had surpassed their Fang family in recent years. When Mr. Fang heard these words, he felt indescribably happy. Ms. Lunar from the Knock Group and Paul, president of the Great Eastern Group, are here. With a loud shout, everyone's eyes turned to the door of the banquet hall. Fang Yunshu lowered his head. For the entire Fang family, this should be the prelude to great things. But for her, this was the beginning of tragedy and a turning point in her life. From then on, Fang Yunshu lost even the last bit of her dignity. The image of Yi Xiaofei suddenly appeared in my mind again. Anger surged in her heart once again. If it hadn't been for this guy and if it hadn't happened that day, the child wouldn't have been born and she wouldn't have fallen to this point. Yi Xiaofei, I will never forgive you in my life. Why don't you go and greet him? Fang Qianlong quickly reminded Fang Yunshu. Fang Yunshu took a deep breath, forced a smile on his face, and followed the Fang family to the door. Lunar was wearing a red dress and walking with graceful steps. As soon as she came in, she attracted everyone's attention. The eldest daughter of the Knock Group, even with this identity, is enough to make people worship her here, not to mention that she is so beautiful, and there is a feeling that she is unattainable. The old man of the Fang family and Fang Qianlong went over to greet Lunar enthusiastically, both of them half bending over to show their respect for Lunar. Ms. Lunar, your presence here really brings honor to our Fang family. Lunar smiled and said, Mr. Fang, you are so polite. It is an honor for our Knock Group to cooperate with you. Such an attitude immediately made everyone in the Fang family very happy. Lunar glanced around the crowd. Most of the people here were older, but there were also several young girls. She couldn't tell which one was Fang Yunshu. Last night, after she calmed down, she was sure of one thing, that is, Yi Xiaofei would indeed be the largest shareholder of the Knock Group. No matter who Yi Xiaofei is, this matter cannot be changed. As a member of the Knock Group, she can only obey Yi Xiaofei. She could feel that Yi Xiaofei was a guy who would not be influenced by anyone. He wanted to control everything in his hands. Yi Xiaofei went through so much trouble to clean up the Fang family for Fang Yunshu, which made her interested. What kind of woman could actually influence Yi Xiaofei? Luna retracted her gaze and said with a smile, Mr. Fang, our preliminary preparations are almost complete. Can we sign the contract now? Okay. We are ready. Please. The old man of the Fang family was even more delighted. He was still afraid of any twists and turns. Now it seems that everything is going too smoothly. The Knock Group is more anxious than them. Arriving at the signing table, Lunar smiled slightly and said, for this cooperation, we have also conducted in-depth research on the Fang family. We know that the Fang family is a family business with a strong foundation, and they have many similarities with our Knock consortium. So I have a suggestion, which is to increase cooperation with the Fang family. In addition to cooperating on the project, our Knock consortium will also come up with 10 billion to make our cooperation more secure. The entire banquet hall suddenly became extremely quiet, and you could almost hear a pin drop. After about half a minute, there was a loud bang and the whole place exploded. Such cooperation can directly push the Fang family to their position of the largest family in Ningchen. People from all the major families in Ningchen were extremely shocked at this moment. This was really beyond their imagination. They had thought of various possibilities in advance, but they never expected such an outrageous way of cooperation. Everyone in the Fang family cheered excitedly. They had not expected this either. They were so excited that they could not control themselves at all. The old man of the Fang family's lips trembled at this time, and his voice trembled. Miss Lunar, is this true? Lunar smiled and said, of course it's true. Our NOC group has long wanted to develop in Ningchen. This is a great opportunity. Since we are going to do it, we must do our best. Mr. Fang, do you have any questions? No. No problem. The old man of the Fang family shook his head repeatedly, his face flushed with excitement, and said, we, the Fang family, will go all out to ensure the smooth progress of the cooperation. Okay, let's sign the contract. Lunar smiled and gestured to Paul. Paul sat down at the signing table, and Fang Qianlong quickly followed suit. He was the signatory of the Fang family. In this situation, no one knows what accidents will happen, and this is a foregone conclusion. Especially the people from the Fang family, they were all very excited at this time. Even Fang Yunshu was excited at this moment. After all, she still considered herself a member of the Fang family. Although the Fang family treated her badly, she was still proud of the Fang family. This doesn't seem right. Paul picked up his pen, looked at Fang Qianlong, and said lightly, Mr. Paul, what's wrong? Fang Qianlong asked cautiously. Paul frowned and said, shouldn't the one who signed with me be Miss Fang Yunshu? Chapter 20 I'll give you the entire Fang family. Fang Qianlong hurriedly said, Mr. Paul, Fang Yunshu is from our Fang family, but she doesn't have such strong abilities. Now the Fang family's assets are mainly managed by me, so I can better represent the Fang family by signing. No. Paul shook his head and said, our NOC group cooperated with the Fang family because of Miss Fang Yunshu. We were impressed by her character and talent. Our cooperation will also be entirely with her. The Fang family was a little confused. The old man of the Fang family hurriedly said, Mr. Paul, Fang Yunshu is still very young. I am afraid that she can't bear such a heavy responsibility. If it affects our cooperation, it will be bad. Lunar's face darkened and she said, Mr. Fang, if that's the case, then this cooperation ends here. This. The old man of the Fang family stuttered and looked extremely ugly. Everyone in the Fang family also looked hesitant. The reason is very simple. If Fang Yunshu cooperates with the NOC group on behalf of the Fang family, everything will be coordinated with the NOC group in the future. That means Fang Yunshu directly becomes the helmsman of the Fang family. If it were anyone else in the Fang family, everyone would be able to accept it, but over the years, the Fang family has always been ashamed of Fang Yunshu and has bullied her a lot. Now Fang Yunshu is going to become the most powerful person in the Fang family, and they have to look at Fang Yunshu's face. No one can accept this all at once. Since your Fang family doesn't want to, then forget it. Lunar said, turned around and left. Paul also stood up and followed directly. Wait. Yunshu, come over here and sign the contract, the old man of the Fang family shouted hurriedly. Lunar stopped and looked at the girls. A girl in a white dress walked out slowly. She was so beautiful, like a piece of pure white jade. Lunar couldn't help but secretly praise in her heart. No wonder Yi Xiaofei was so capable. His appearance alone was enough. Ms. Lunar, this is Miss Fang Yunshu. Paul introduced her to Lunar respectfully. This kind of respect is not only respect for Lunar, but more of respect for the other party Yunshu. He really didn't dare to disrespect Fang Yunshu now. This was the person favored by the big boss. If he offended Fang Yunshu, he would be committing a crime against Yi Xiaofei. If Yi Xiaofei is unhappy, he will be in trouble. In fact, the conflict between Paul and Yi Xiaofei was just a small matter, but for some reason, he just felt that this young man was too dangerous. If he offended him, he would be in trouble. Ms. Fang, you are so beautiful. Lunar took the initiative to step forward and extended her hand enthusiastically. This made everyone stunned. Even if the NOC group looked at Fang Yunshu again, Fang Yunshu's status and position could not be compared with Lunar. At this time, why does Lunar act like she is trying hard to please Fang Yunshu? Hello, Miss Lunar. Fang Yunshu was really flattered and quickly shook hands with Lunar. Lunar looked Fang Yunshu up and down, her smile brighter and more enthusiastic, and said, Ms. Fang, it is my honor to work with you. I hope you can give me more guidance in the future. Fang Yunshu was really a little panicked, and stammered, Ms. Lunar, I still don't understand anything. I still need to learn a lot from you. Let's learn from each other. Lunar smiled sweetly, then enthusiastically pulled Fang Yunshu to the signing table and said, "Ms. Fang, let's sign the contract." Fang Yunshu hurriedly said, "Ms. Lunar, I am not very knowledgeable and I am not qualified for such an important matter, so let my uncle Fang Qianlong sign the contract. He is the most capable person in our Fang family, and this will ensure a smooth cooperation between the two parties." "No." Lunar shook her head firmly and said, "Ms. Fang, I only trust you. If you don't take responsibility, then this cooperation cannot go on." "This." Fang Yunshu looked at the old man of the Fang family in embarrassment. The old man coughed lightly and said earnestly, "Yunshu, then sign the contract. You are also a member of the Fang family, so there is no problem signing the contract on behalf of our Fang family." Fang Yunshu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said to Lunar, "Okay, I'll sign it." The changes that had just occurred had made people from other families look forward to it. In fact, no one wanted the Fang family to cooperate with the Nok group. In this way, the Fang family will not suddenly become stronger, because the interests between the big families are very intense, and no one wants others to become powerful, so struggle is everywhere. Another point is that if the cooperation with the Fang family fails, then they will have the opportunity to cooperate with the Nok group. But the contract was signed smoothly, and the cooperation between the Fang family and the Nok group officially began. The cocktail party was next, and Lunar was with Fang Yunshu, preventing others from coming over. Fang Yunshu calmed down a lot at this time and said, "Ms. Lunar, I still don't understand why you trust me so much." Lunar blinked and said, "I just like working with pretty girls. What's the point of working with those men?" Fang Yunshu took a step back involuntarily. She felt that the way Lunar looked at her was a bit like the way a man looked at her lustfully. She stammered, "Ms. Lunar, this. I. What's wrong?" Lunar asked confusedly. Fang Yunshu struggled in her heart. She had originally planned to accompany Paul today, but now it was Lunar who chose her instead. Although such a beautiful lady was a little weird, she was better than that guy Paul. Fang Yunshu's face turned red and he stammered, "Well, if Miss Lunar needs it, I agree." "Agree to what?" Lunar was a little confused. "Ms. Lunar." Fang Yunshu bit her lip hard, secretly hardened her heart, and said, "If you want me to accompany you, I agree." Lunar was stunned for a moment, then she realized that Fang Yunshu had misunderstood her. She burst out laughing, and then she couldn't hold it in any longer. Then she put her arm around Fang Yunshu's shoulders, couldn't help but tease Fang Yunshu with a smirk, and said, "Yeah, I agree too." On the roof, Fang Linger put her little mouth close to Yi Shefei's ear and said, "Dad, you are so awesome. You gave the Fang family directly to Mom. You can understand this." Yi Shefei was really shocked. Fang Linger rolled her eyes at Yi Shefei and said, "This is very simple. In this way, Mom will be the head of the Fang family. Everyone will have to listen to Mom, and no one can bully her." Yi Shefei looked at Fang Linger as if she were a monster. Is this still a little girl of 4 or 5 years old? What's wrong with this little girl's brain? This little girl has always admired him, but now there is a bit of contempt in her eyes, which makes Yi Shefei a little worried. He can't let his daughter look down on him. Chapter 21, Apocalypse. Fang Yunshu became the most dazzling star at the banquet except for Lunar. Almost everyone came to greet Fang Yunshu. They all knew that from today on, Fang Yunshu was the most powerful person in the Fang family. As for the Fang family, it might become the largest family in Ningchen, and Fang Yunshu might be the most important woman in Ningchen. No matter what happens with the Fang family in the future, you can't avoid this woman Fang Yunshu. When all the guests left and only the Fang family was left, the scene suddenly became awkward. The old man of the Fang family coughed lightly and said, "Yunshu, you have done a great job today. You have made it possible for our Fang family to cooperate with the Nok group. From now on, you will be responsible for the cooperation with the Nok group." "I don't agree." Fang Yunjuo was the first to jump out, and said angrily, "Why should she be responsible for this matter? Everyone in Ningqing knows about her affairs. If she is responsible for this matter, wouldn't it make our Fang family a big joke?" Fang Qianlong also frowned and said, "Yes, Lunar and Paul don't know Fang Yunshu's past now, so they made this decision, but if they know Fang Yunshu's past in the future, they may change their decision." Fang Yunshu took a deep breath and said, "How could I be so dishonest? I've already told you that what happened with Yi Shefei was not my intention at all. I have no idea why I ended up in his room. Fang Yunshu curled her lips and said disdainfully, "Har har, are you still quibbling? Is this Yi Shefei's business alone? Why did you secretly go out and give birth to their child?" Fang Yunshu's expression darkened, and she suddenly had no power to refute. Even if she told them the reason why she gave birth to this child, no one would believe it. The old man of the Fang family waved his hand to stop everyone from arguing, and said in a deep voice, "The cooperation between the Nok group and us is still based on Fang Yunshu, so this matter cannot be changed now." The faces of all the Fang family members changed immediately. Everyone in the Fang family bullies Fang Yunshu all the time. If Fang Yunshu really comes to power, they are all afraid that Fang Yunshu will retaliate against them. Fang Qianlong said in a deep voice at this time, "Dad, I think it's better to do this. Fang Yunshu can now contact the Nok group on behalf of our Fang family, but the real cooperation of our Fang family still needs to be handled by the rest of us." Right. Fang Yunshu is not capable enough. If we let him handle it, there may not be any problems. All of our Fang family's industries involve many aspects, and now there are many collaborations. Even those of us who manage them every day have to be careful. Fang Yunshu has not participated in any major events of the Fang family except for working in a small company over the years. How can he be capable of shouldering such a heavy burden? The old man of the Fang family nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. So, Fang Yunshu will only represent the Fang family in contacting the Nok consortium. Fang Yunshu will not be involved in other matters." "Fang Yunshu, do you have any objection?" Fang Yunjuo snorted and said, "This is already a great honor for her. What right does she have to be dissatisfied?" Fang Yunshu sighed in her heart. This completely sidelined her. However, compared to before, at least her status in the Fang family had improved. At this time, she said softly, "Grandpa, I have no objection." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The old man of the Fang family nodded and said, "Then you should do your best and entertain Miss Lunar well in the next 2 days. Yes." When everything was settled, Fang Yunshu once again returned to the small cottage where she and Fang Linga lived with the servants. At the door, she heard Fang Linga's laughter. Fang Yunshu paused, doubting his own ears. Did he hear wrongly? His daughter actually laughed, and laughed so loudly. Laughter is a very common thing for a normal child. But for Fang Linga, that was simply too luxurious. As far as Fang Yunshu could remember, he seemed to have never heard Fang Linga laugh like that. She walked quickly towards the door, but Fang Linga's laughter stopped abruptly. Fang Yunshu shook his head gently. It might have been an illusion. How could his daughter smile so happily? After opening the door, Fang Yunshu paused. In addition to his daughter, Yi Shefei was also in the room. Yi Shefei sat on a chair while Fang Linga sat on the edge of the bed. Both of them sat very straight, looking so proper. Fang Yunshu quickly went over to block Fang Linga, staring at Yi Shefei with vigilant eyes, and asked, "What are you doing here?" Yi Shefei smiled at this time and said, "I want to talk to you." "I have nothing to talk to you about. Please go out." Yi Shefei said with a smile, "I said you are going too far. I vented your anger and let you take charge of the Fang family. You don't thank me. Can't you talk to me?" Fang Yunshu's face changed, staring at Yi Shefei and said, "You mean, it was you who facilitated the cooperation between the Nok group and our Fang family?" "Of course. I see these people in the Fang family bullying you and Linga one by one. I feel very unhappy. In order to prevent them from bullying you in the future, I will make you the most powerful person in the Fang family. Only you can bully them, and they can't bully you." After signing the agreement, Yi Shefei and Fang Linga returned, so he didn't know about the Fang family's last meeting. Fang Yunshu stared at Yi Shefei, the corner of his mouth suddenly curled up, and he said sarcastically, "You said you helped me, then let me ask you, how did you make it happen?" Yi Shefei said casually, "This is not difficult. I am now the largest shareholder of the Nok group. If I want the Nok group to cooperate with someone, it's just a matter of a word." "You are the largest shareholder of the Nok group." Har har. Fang Yunshu suddenly chuckled, but then his face turned cold again and he said, "Do I really look that stupid? Do you think you can fool me with that? I didn't lie to you, this is true." Yi Shefei said helplessly. "Then let me ask you, where have you been these years?" Yi Shefei had a happy look on his face. Fang Yunshu asked himself, which was the beginning of a conversation. He said hurriedly, "I was thrown into a place called Evil Island. The environment there is terrible. The people there are the most dangerous people in the world. It happened that old Brown from the knock group was there, so he transferred his shares to me. Enough. Fang Yunshu waved his hand fiercely, interrupting Yi Xiaofei's words, and said with gritted teeth, "Are you making up a story? If you have this ability, write a novel yourself, maybe you can sell it to make some money to support yourself. I don't want to hear such stories. Chapter 22 Prove it to you." Yi Xiaofei frowned and said, "I didn't lie to you. Everything I said was true. If I lied to you, I would be struck to death by lightning." Boom! A muffled sound was heard in the sky. Yi Xiaofei was stunned. Is this such a coincidence? Fang Linger shrugged at Yi Xiaofei behind Fang Yunshu, and a helpless smile appeared on her childish face. Fang Yunshu sneered and said, "Look. Even God can't stand it anymore. Do you still have the nerve to continue making up stories?" Yi Xiaofei was really upset. "Hey, woman, can you be reasonable?" "No. I can't reason with you." Fang Yunshu answered straightforwardly, pointing to the door, "I'm in a good mood today, and I don't want you to ruin my mood. Please get out now." Yi Xiaofei stood up and said, "Fang Yunshu, I am so tolerant of you because of what happened back then." "How tolerant?" Fang Yunshu stood up suddenly, glared at Yi Xiaofei, and said with gritted teeth, "I am like this today because you hurt me back then. If it weren't for that incident, I would not have been ostracized by my family, and Linger would have been bullied by others. Everything I have is thanks to you. How dare you show up in front of me?" Yi Xiaofei's momentum suddenly weakened. He gave a dry laugh and said, "I am making you the controller of the Fang family to compensate you. You made me the person in charge of the Fang family. Har har." Fang Yunshu sneered and was too lazy to say another word on this topic. Yi Xiaofei rolled his eyes and said, "Today I have to prove myself no matter what I say. Don't you believe that I did this? Okay. Then I'll let Lunar call you." Fang Yunshu curled his lips in disdain and said, "Okay, if you ask Lunar to call me now, I will believe you." Fang Linger said excitedly, "Hurry up and fight. Hurry up and fight. Of course, Lunar tells you, I want to see if you believe it." Yi Xiaofei raised his chin towards Fang Yunshu. There was a hint of doubt in Fang Yunshu's eyes. This guy was so confident, could it be that he really did this? Yi Xiaofei stretched out his hand and said, "Lend me your phone, I don't have one." Fang Yunshu laughed angrily and said sarcastically, "Well, you are the largest shareholder of the knock group, but you don't even have a mobile phone. Well, I'll lend it to you. I want to see how you continue to act." Yi Xiaofei was very unhappy with Fang Yunshu's tone. He took the phone, snorted, and said, "You will see it soon." Fang Ling's eyes lit up even brighter, and she was particularly looking forward to Yi Xiaofei's performance in front of her mother. After doing all these things for Fang Yunshu actually didn't believe him. So he had to let Fang Yunshu know today and make this bad-tempered woman change her attitude towards him, and then they could talk about what happened in the past. When he thought that Fang Yunshu would know the truth soon, his expression would definitely become extremely surprised. Yi Xiaofei actually felt happy in his heart and couldn't help but reveal a smug smile on his face. Even on the island of evil, when he was dealing with those extremely powerful people, Yi Xiaofei was not so proud. But when Yi Xiaofei picked up the phone, he suddenly remembered an important question. He coughed lightly and asked, "What's Lunar's phone number?" Fang Linger covered her forehead with her small hands, rubbed it hard twice, and looked at Yi Xiaofei with a helpless and reproachful look. Heh. Heh. Fang Yunshu was really a little shocked by Yi Xiaofei's momentum just now, but when she heard these words, she felt that she was so stupid that she actually believed in Yi Xiaofei. Yi Xiaofei rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "I haven't bought a mobile phone yet, so I didn't ask her for her number." Fang Yunshu's face turned cold and he asked, "Have you performed enough?" Yi Xiaofei rolled his eyes and said, "Hey, I'm serious. If you give me the number, won't it prove it immediately?" Fang Yunshu's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said, "I don't need you to prove anything, I just don't want to see you, please leave here now." Yi Xiaofei frowned and said, "Hey, woman, why are you so impatient? It's just a phone call, how simple it is. Get out." Fang Yunshu suddenly shouted coldly, "I don't want to waste even a minute or a second on you." Yi Xiaofei was also annoyed. He sat down on the chair and said, "If I don't prove myself today, I won't leave. I won't ask you for the number. I'll go find the hotel number and I can find her anyway. You?" Fang Yunshu gritted his teeth and said, "Our Fang family has transferred back several experts today. As soon as I shout, they will rush over and beat you to death." Yi Shefei curled his lips in disdain and said, "Threatening me? Humph, go ahead and yell, I'll beat you up if you make me unhappy. Today, I'll tear down your Fang family. Do you think I don't dare?" Fang Yunshu became even more annoyed when he saw Yi Shefei's attitude. "Mom!" Fang Linger hugged Fang Yunshu's neck from behind and gently rubbed her face against Fang Yunshu's. "Try it." Fang Linger was definitely Fang Yunshu's weak spot, especially when his daughter begged him so softly. He snorted and said, "Okay, then I'll see how long he can act." Yi Shefei was about to retort, but when he saw Fang Linger winking at him, he snorted and dialed the number of the directory. It was easy to find the hotel number, and Yi Shefei called the hotel front desk. As soon as the call was connected, Yi Shefei gave Fang Yunshu a look that said, "Wait for me," and then he turned on the speakerphone and said, "Hello, I want to check the phone number of the presidential suite." A nice girl's voice came from the phone. "Sorry, we can't tell you the phone number of the presidential suite." "Why?" "The presidential suite is for our most distinguished guests. We cannot disclose it without their permission, otherwise it will affect their rest." Yi Shefei's face froze, and he said hurriedly, "The guest in the presidential suite is my friend, I want to find her now." "Sir, please call her cell phone number directly." Yi Shefei said unhappily, "If I had her mobile number, would I need to look for a landline?" The receptionist said calmly, "Sir, if you are her friend, you should have her cell phone number." Gar. Yi Shefei was suddenly speechless. "Sir, if you have anything else, please contact me again." After the receptionist finished speaking, she hung up the phone. It was obvious that she thought Yi Shefei was a boring person who wanted to harass the guests in the presidential suite. "What can you say now?" Fang Yunshu hugged his shoulders with a sarcastic look on his face. Chapter 23, Angry. Yi Shefei was really depressed. It was a very simple matter, but due to a mistake, it turned out to be so troublesome. Especially the look in Fang Yunshu's eyes made him very unhappy. "Oh, I just lied to you." With a curled corner of his mouth, Yi Shefei did not get angry at this time. Instead, he smiled at Fang Yunshu with a hint of mischief. "HMPH, please come in." Fang Yunshu hugged his shoulders and took a step to the side, directly ordering him to leave. "Okay, I'm going." Yi Shefei was very straightforward and walked out directly, but before leaving, he still blinked at Fang Linger. Fang Linger pouted, obviously a little depressed. She had originally thought that Yi Shefei could show off in front of her mother, but ended up making her mother think that Yi Shefei was a liar. After Yi Shefei left, Fang Yunshu turned to look at Fang Linger, frowned, and said, "You've seen it too, he's a liar, don't bother with him in the future." Fang Linger nodded, then lowered her head to play with the bead that Yi Shefei gave her. Fang Yunshu frowned. It seemed that her daughter didn't take her words to heart at all. Yi Shefei left Fang's house and walked not far away. A business car parked on the side of the road opened its door, and Lunar was sitting inside. "Mr. Yi, I guess you must be here. I have been waiting for you here for a long time." Yi Shefei got into the car directly and looked at Lunar, feeling a little amused. He had been looking for her for a long time, but she was right here. "Mr. Yi, you look a little unhappy. Is there something I did wrong?" Lunar's expression suddenly became a little nervous. He said unhappily, "Why don't you give me your phone number?" Lunar immediately apologized and said, I forgot. I wanted to contact you just now, but I just remembered that I didn't ask you for your contact information." Yi Shefei rolled his eyes and stopped blaming Lunar. He said, "I don't have a cell phone yet. Lend me some money so I can buy one." "Borrow?" Lunar was stunned for a moment. "What? You won't even lend me some money? I'm your largest shareholder after all, are you afraid that I can't pay it back?" No. Lunar said hurriedly, "I just didn't expect Mr. Yi to have no money now. I'll go get it right away." Yi Shefei spread his hands and said, "That's right. I'm penniless now. My pockets are shabbier than my face. I don't have a dime." Lunar chuckled and said, "Mr. Yi's current wealth is enough to rank among the top 100 in the world. You saying you are poor is really the funniest joke." "Har, that's right." Yi Shefei leaned back, a depressed look appearing on his face again. "Mr. Yi, is there anything else I have done that makes you unhappy?" Lunar asked cautiously. No, it's my own business. By the way, don't mention me in front of Fang Yunshu. R. Lunar looked puzzled and asked, aren't you doing this just to make her happy? Yi Shefei said, this woman makes me very unhappy. If I ask you to talk to her directly, I won't be able to get rid of the anger in my heart. Venting out your anger? You guys. Lunar was very curious. Yi Shefei laughed at himself and said, she refused to believe that I helped her with this matter and even called me a liar. Lunar was even more confused and asked, shouldn't you let me prove right away that you did it? No. Yi Shefei waved his hand and said, this woman has a bad temper. If she knows it's me now, she might not want this benefit. When she gets enough benefits, then even if she doesn't want it anymore, there's nothing she can do. She can't thank me even if she wants to. I really want to see what kind of expression she will have when she suddenly knows that I, a big liar, am the one who really helped her. Lunar was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Mr. Yi, you have a saying, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, is that what you want? Yi Shefei shook his head and said, no. I just want to embarrass her. Humph, you keep giving me a bad face. I'll see if you can give me another bad face. The smile on Lunar's face became even more intense. At this time, Yi Shefei was like a sulky child, making people feel closer to him. Back at the hotel, Lunar handed Yi Shefei a mobile phone and said, Mr. Yi, this is a customized phone with many special functions. I hope it suits your taste. Yi Shefei took it immediately and said, thank you. In addition, there is another card here, which is linked to the finances of the Knock Group. You can withdraw funds below 100 million at will, but if it is more, you need to confirm with the finance department. You can use it freely if it's less than 100 million. This is pretty awesome. Yi Shefei was immediately delighted. Although he had gained countless wealth on the island of evil, it was only empty money. Now it was truly in his hands. He was a poor boy before, and it was hard to contain his joy to get such a huge fortune. To let Lunar leave, Yi Shefei couldn't wait to take out his cell phone. He hasn't touched a mobile phone for more than 5 years. For a boy, this is definitely very attractive. Mobile phone technology has made a lot of progress in the past 5 years, and there are too many things in it that Yi Shefei has never seen before. Yi Shefei held his mobile phone and had a lot of fun playing with it. After struggling for a while, Yi Shefei finally logged into QQ, which he had not used for 5 years. Fatty, are you there? Yi Shefei found a number and sent a message, feeling indescribably excited. The fat guy is named Wang Dabao, and he is Yi Shefei's high school classmate. The two have been desk mates since their first year of high school, living in the same dormitory, eating together, and playing together. He is Yi Shefei's only real friend. Wang Dabao is 1.8 meters tall, but weighs more than 200 kilograms. When he walks, the fat on his body shakes. When he thought of him, Yi Shefei couldn't help but smile. Xiaofei? Is it really you? Within a few minutes, a message came back, followed by a string of question marks and a surprised expression. Of course it's me. Did you miss me? Yi Shefei sent a picture with a smirk. Fuck. Where the hell have you been? I haven't seen you for 5 years. I thought you were dead. This time, Wang Dabao sent a voice message. His voice was full of strong excitement and agitation, and he was even a little choked. Yi Shefei's nose was sore. Just one sentence made him feel that Wang Dabao's friendship with him was still there. I went out for a while, and I came back because I missed home. Wang Dabao's voice became even more excited. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's really you. Where are you? Let's meet tomorrow. No. I want to see you now. Yi Shefei said, then come to see me in the presidential suite of Ningqing Hotel. Chapter 24 Brothers and Enemies. Ningqing Hotel. Presidential suite. Shefei, you are still so funny. Hurry up, I am not in the mood to joke with you now. Remember the bar on the back street of our school? Let's go there. Okay, I should be able to find that place. Yi Shefei agreed immediately. Rushing out of the room, Yi Shefei almost bumped into Lunar. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Lunar asked hurriedly. Yi Shefei said, I'm going to go out for a while, and I don't know when I'll be back. Oh, by the way, come with me downstairs to get a door card, so that I can get in when I come back. Okay. The two came to the hotel front desk to get a room card. The girl at the front desk immediately processed it respectfully, and her attitude was so nice. Yi Shefei kept his eyes on the little girl, which made her face turn red, but she was also very excited. This person lives in the presidential suite and is so young. If he takes a fancy to me, I'll be able to rise to the top and become a phoenix. Finally it was done. Yi Shefei took the room card and said to the girl with a smile, "Can I have the phone number for the presidential suite?" Then, without waiting for the girl to reply, Yi Shefei waved his hand and rushed out of the hotel like the wind. The girl was stunned for a moment, then her face turned pale. She finally recognized that this man was the one who called and asked for the presidential suite. Wouldn't that mean she had offended the guest? Oh my god, not only would she not be able to rise to the top and become a phoenix, but she would even be fired for offending the distinguished guest of the presidential suite. What's wrong? Lunar looked at the girl at the front desk in confusion. Miss Lunar, I offended that gentleman just now. The little girl was about to cry and couldn't speak. Oh? Tell me about it. Lunar was quite curious. The girl stammered, "This afternoon, this gentleman called and asked for the phone number of the presidential suite. Our hotel occasionally encounters such people, who always want to harass the guests of the presidential suite, so I didn't give it to him. As for this matter, it's okay. You don't have to worry." Lunar guessed at once that Yi Shefei was looking for her at that time, and he probably wanted to prove it to Fang Yunshu, but he gave up in the end. She didn't know what happened between Yi Shefei and Fang Yunshu. Yi Shefei took a taxi and came to the bar behind the school. When he was about to pay, he encountered an embarrassing thing. He had no cash on him, and although he had a cell phone, he didn't have a phone card, and his phone had no network, let alone linking a bank card. He had no way of paying for the taxi. "Uncle, can you pay with a credit card?" Yi Shefei took out the bank card that Lunar gave him. The driver rolled his eyes and said, "Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen a taxi with a POS machine?" "That's true." Yi Shefei smiled embarrassedly. "Young man, you don't have any money, do you?" The driver looked at Yi Shefei's embarrassed expression and his face turned a little dark. "It's not easy to drive a taxi here. You can't owe me the fare, right?" Yi Shefei said hurriedly, "No. I will go find a friend to pay now." The driver immediately said, "Then call him and ask him to come out and pay. My phone doesn't have a card." "Brother, please wait for me and I'll give you some more money." The driver immediately said, "No. Then tell me your friend's phone number and I'll call him to deliver the money." "His phone number? Damn it, I haven't asked for it yet." Yi Shefei's face darkened again. The two were negotiating when a car behind them got impatient and honked a few times. Then a young man got out of the car and said angrily, "Hey, what are you doing? Get out of here." "He wants to avoid paying the fare," the driver explained immediately. "You're not paying for the taxi." The man looked at Yi Shefei, glared at him, and cursed, "You want to not even pay for the taxi, are you still a human being?" Yi Shefei also explained, "I don't want to default on my debt, I just don't have any cash on me." The two men's eyes met, both were stunned for a moment, and then they looked each other up and down. Yi Shefei. Song Mingdong. Song Mingdong is also Yi Shefei's high school classmate, but in high school, the two did not have a good relationship, and it could even be said that they had a grudge against each other. Song Mingdong's family is quite wealthy and he has a rather outgoing personality. The main conflict between the two was because Yi Shefei had a crush on a girl named Su Xiaoyu at the time, and he couldn't help but get close to Su Xiaoyu from time to time. Then Song Mingdong was also interested in Su Xiaoyu. Seeing Yi Shefei's thoughts, he directly asked someone to beat Yi Shefei up. Song Mingdong suddenly laughed and said happily, "Har, Yi Shefei, I haven't seen you for so many years. You are so poor that you can't even afford a taxi fare." Seeing Yi Shefei in such an embarrassing situation, this guy was actually so happy. Yi Shefei narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you happy?" Song Mingdong laughed loudly with his mouth wide open, saying, "Yeah, I thought you were definitely not that good, but I didn't expect you to be so miserable. You really gave me an unexpected surprise." The driver then said, "Since you two know each other, please pay the fare." "Pay for him." Song Mingdong curled his lips and shook his head, saying, "Har, that won't work. I'm not familiar with him. If he refuses to pay the taxi fare, you should just befriend him. Oh, and I'll help you keep an eye on him. Don't let him get away." This is clearly an attempt to make fun of Yi Shefei. Yi Shefei also smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can't run away." Song Mingdong said with a smile, "Driver, don't listen to him. I know him best. He has no other skills, but he is the best at running away and refusing to pay." The driver's face became even darker and he stared at Yi Shefei, as if he was afraid that Yi Shefei would run away. A fat man rushed over and saw Yi Shefei in the car at a glance. He immediately shouted excitedly, "Shefei!" When Yi Shefei saw Wang Debao, a smile suddenly appeared on his face and he said, "Fatty, come and pay me for the ride." R. Wang Debao was stunned for a moment and immediately took out his mobile phone to scan the code. Song Mingdong stopped him and said, "Wang Debao, you're still paying attention to someone who even asked you to pay for the taxi fare." Wang Debao then saw Song Mingdong, and the smile on his face froze instantly. He then glared at him and said, "Whether I pay attention to him or not is none of your business." Song Mingdong's smile froze, he snorted and said, "I'm just reminding you kindly, don't let him cheat you when you turn around." Wang Debao stiffened his neck, shook his huge head, and said, "I am happy even if he cheats me. He sells me out, and I help him count the money. What's wrong with that?" Chapter 25 Important People. Song Mingdong's face became even uglier. He cursed, "Idiot," and turned away. Wang Debao paid the taxi fare, pulled Yi Shefei down, and then hugged Yi Shefei tightly with a bear hug. His voice was choked with sobs, "Shefei, where have you been? There has been no news for so many years." Yi Shefei also hugged Wang Debao tightly, feeling indescribably warm in his heart, but he smiled and said, "Hey, why are you talking like a grudge, as if I dumped you?" Wang Debao let go of Yi Shefei and punched him in the chest, gritting his teeth and saying, "You just dumped me. We agreed to be brothers for life, but you disappeared for more than 5 years without even a word." Yi Shefei actually saw tears in Wang Debao's eyes and was indescribably moved. He put his arm around his shoulders and said, "This is a long story. Then tell me everything clearly. Let's go in and talk slowly. If you leak even a little bit, I won't forgive you." The two of them walked into the bar arm in arm, found a booth, and Wang Debao served them a bunch of beer and food. "Cheers." The two men clinked the bottles together, drank the entire bottle of beer, and then burst out laughing at the same time. "Where have you been in these years?" Wang Debao asked again. "Har har, I went out to work." Yi Shefei did not tell the truth. Wang Debao frowned and said, "Then why didn't you even reply to my message? Could it be that you were taken to a black coal mine?" Yi Shefei said, "That's not the case, but there is really no signal where I work. When I came back, I came to find you as soon as possible." Wang Debao looked at Yi Shefei's dark face and said, "You must have had a hard time in the past few years, so I won't ask any more questions. Come on, have a drink." In the evil island, in order to survive and get something to eat, Yi Shefei was exposed to the sun almost every day. He was indeed tanned, making people feel that he was always doing hard labor. The two took another big sip, and Yi Shefei asked, "So how have you been these past few years?" Wang Debao threw a broad bin into his mouth, chewed it and said with a smile, "I am also very simple. I went to a second-rate university and found a job after graduation. I won't let myself starve to death for the time being." Wang Debao is an optimistic person by nature. No matter how difficult the situation is, he can still smile. Yi Shefei raised his glass and said, "Now that I'm back, you can't mess around anymore. I'll help you get rich." Wang Debao slammed the table and said, "Har har, of course. Whether I get rich or not depends on you." Yi Shefei also laughed and said, "Don't worry, I will make you the richest man in Ningchen, even if I don't say I will make you the richest man in the world." "Phut! I'm dying of laughter." Song Mingdong's sarcastic laughter came from behind. Wang Debao's face changed, he stood up, stared and said, "Song Mingdong, we are brothers drinking, what we say is none of your business." Song Mingdong stopped laughing, sneered, and said, "Wang Debao, don't be shameless. I forgot to tell you that the boss you work for is now begging me to give him some business. If you say a word to me, can I make you unemployed right now?" Wang Debao's face suddenly turned red and he was speechless. Song Mingdong curled his lips in disdain, then looked at Yi Shefei again, revealing a mischievous smile, and said, "Yi Shefei, an old classmate will be coming over soon, and will definitely give you a surprise." Wang Debao's face changed and he said, "Song Mingdong, you are going too far. Yi Shefei just came back. Do you have to be like this?" Of course, it's very important. Didn't you say it? He just came back. As an old classmate, I have to prepare a gift for him. Song Mingdong's smile became even more intense. Yi Xiafei had a faint smile on his face and said, "That's really interesting. What good gift can you give me?" Wang Debao immediately pulled Yi Xiafei's arm and said anxiously, "Xiafei, let's ignore him and drink somewhere else. Don't be anxious, everyone is here." Song Mingdong waved his hand, and a girl was walking towards him with her waist twisted. When Yi Xiafei saw the girl, his eyes lit up. Su Xiaoyu, Yi Xiafei's high school classmate, was also the object of Yi Xiafei's secret love. Yi Xiafei didn't have any thoughts about her now, but Su Xiaoyu was an important part of that incident. Yi Xiafei was originally having a drinking party with some classmates that day, but Wang Debao didn't go because he had something to do. However, Su Xiaoyu always stayed close to Yi Xiafei and finally dragged Yi Xiafei to a hotel to get a room. At that time, Yi Xiafei was drunk, and the other one was really bewitched by Su Xiaoyu. The two of them checked into their hotel, but Su Xiaoyu immediately said that she had something to do and would be back soon. Yi Xiafei fell asleep in a daze at that time, and when he woke up, Fang Yunshu was next to him. So Su Xiaoyu should know something about what happened back then. Originally, Yi Xiafei thought it was difficult to communicate with Fang Yunshu, so he went to find Su Xiaoyu, but now Su Xiaoyu came uninvited. "Xiafei, let the past be the past, don't take it to heart." Wang Debao put his arm around Yi Xiafei's shoulders, and looking at Yi Xiafei's excited look, he became even more worried. Yi Xiafei smiled and said, "It's okay. I just happened to have something to ask her." Wang Debao hurriedly said, "Su Xiaoyu is now Song Mingdong's girlfriend." As they were talking, Su Xiaoyu had already walked over and directly took Song Mingdong's arm, with a smile on her face brighter than a flower, and said in a sweet voice, "Dear, you said that you wanted me to come and see someone, who do you want to see?" Su Xiaoyu was wearing heavy makeup, gold and silver jewelry, and branded clothes. She had completely lost the innocence she had in her student days. "Yes, it's him." Song Mingdong pointed at Yi Xiafei. Yi Xiafei." Su Xiaoyu only took a look at Yi Xiafei, then screamed suddenly, took 2 steps back, and almost fell down. This reaction was too strong and completely beyond the expectations of Song Mingdong and Wang Debao. There is indeed something wrong, otherwise Su Xiaoyu would never have such a frightened reaction. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you?" Song Mingdong looked at Su Xiaoyu with a frown. He was obviously very dissatisfied with Su Xiaoyu's reaction. This was not the scene he expected to see at all. Yi Xiafei raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Su Xiaoyu, am I so scary?" You. Su Xiaoyu stuttered out the word "you" twice, but suddenly patted her chest, rolled her eyes, and said, "You scared me. I haven't seen you for so many years and there's no news. You suddenly appeared, so it's normal for me to be scared." "Huh?" This woman reacts very quickly. It seems that she has a good mental quality. But Yi Xiafei was 100% sure that Su Xiaoyu must know something about what happened back then. Chapter 26. You have to ask me if I agree. Song Mingdong hugged Su Xiaoyu's waist tightly, letting her stick to him tightly, staring at Yi Xiafei with a provocative look, and said, "Yi Xiafei, Su Xiaoyu is my girlfriend now, you'd better be polite to her." Yi Xiafei narrowed his eyes and said, "Really? Then did you know that Fang Xiaoyu and I checked into a hotel before I left?" The smile on Song Mingdong's face froze, and he turned to glare at Su Xiaoyu. Is what he said true? Su Xiaoyu's face suddenly became very embarrassed, and she said in a panic, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Do you think I would be so blind as to fall in love with a poor guy like him? And even get a room with him?" Song Mingdong's expression suddenly eased a lot, and he turned around and glared at Yi Xiafei again. "Yi Xiafei, do you think I will be fooled by you if you say such things? You really think too highly of yourself. You are a poor guy who doesn't even have enough money for a taxi, how can you be worthy of Su Xiaoyu?" Har har. Yi Xiafei kept staring at the two people's reactions. He knew Song Mingdong very well. He was a fool, a dandy boy with some money who wanted to show off everywhere, but he was not that scheming. His current behavior was enough to show that he was completely unaware of what happened back then. Su Xiaoyu twisted her waist and said to Song Mingdong, "Mingdong, I really don't want to see this person who slandered me. Let's go." Song Mingdong had almost finished showing off in front of Yi Xiafei. He chuckled and said, "Okay, let's go to the private room." Only poor people like them would drink in a booth like this. Yi Xiaofei said calmly at this time, Su Xiaoyu, let's talk alone. Su Xiaoyu hugged Song Mingdong's arm tightly and said, I have nothing to talk to you about. I am Song Mingdong's girlfriend. Are you sure? Yi Xiaofei narrowed his eyes. Su Xiaoyu saw a sense of danger in Yi Xiaofei's eyes, and took a step back involuntarily, then shook Song Mingdong's arm and said, Mingdong, look at him bullying me. Song Mingdong glared at Yi Xiaofei and said angrily, Boy, do you want to die? Yi Xiaofei glanced at Song Mingdong, threw a broadbin into his mouth, chewed it slowly, and said, This is between Su Xiaoyu and me, you'd better not interfere. Hey, kid, are you threatening me again? Song Mingdong's eyes were more fierce, and he said, I could beat you before, and I can still beat you so hard that your grandmother won't recognize you anymore. Wang Dabao quickly said, Xiaofei, let's forget it. What's happened is over. He thought Yi Xiaofei couldn't let go of his feelings for Su Xiaoyu. Yi Xiaofei shook his head, still staring at Su Xiaoyu, with the corners of his mouth raised. He picked up a tissue and wiped his hands, then said slowly, Some things can be overcome, but some things cannot be overcome. Su Xiaoyu, what do you think, is that right? Su Xiaoyu felt a strong pressure and her expression was stiff. Song Mingdong said viciously, Boy, you are really looking for death, don't blame me for this. Then he picked up the phone and dialed a number directly, Brother Bao, I'm in your bar. There's a kid who doesn't know what's best for him. Come and teach him a lesson. Wang Dabao was shocked and quickly leaned over to Yi Xiaofei's ear and whispered, Brother Leopard is not easy to mess with. Let's go quickly. Song Mingdong sneered and said, Want to leave? Har har, it's too late, Yi Xiaofei, it's you who didn't leave, and you even wanted to take advantage of Su Xiaoyu. You are courting death. Su Xiaoyu stiffened her neck and suddenly became tough, saying in a cold voice, Yi Xiaofei, Brother Bao is a famous big brother here and a good friend of Mingdong. Now that he is here, you will be in trouble. Yi Xiaofei chuckled, picked up a bottle of beer, gestured to Wang Dabao, and said, Fatty, come on. Let's continue drinking. The corners of Wang Dabao's mouth twitched. He clenched his fists tightly, then sat down, clinked the bottle with Yi Xiaofei, and drank the whole bottle of beer in one gulp. After wiping his mouth, Wang Dabao picked up another bottle and said, Come on, Xiaofei, let's continue drinking. Are you okay? You're in such a hurry. Don't drink too much. Yi Xiaofei scared Wang Dabao. Wang Dabao slammed his empty beer bottle on the table, grinned, and said, Let's drink so we can fight. Yi Xiaofei smiled instantly and said, Okay, then let's give him a good fight. It's been a long time since I fought side by side with you. You're right. Wang Dabao laughed and seemed quite heroic. Song Mingdong smiled disdainfully and said, You two still think this is as simple as the fight we had in school. Let me see how you will beg for mercy from me later. 4 burly men came over, and one of them, with a dark face, yelled, Which bastard made young Master Song unhappy? Come, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Song Mingdong pointed at Yi Xiaofei and said, Brother Bao, this guy actually insulted my girlfriend. Brother Leopard glanced at Yi Xiaofei and said, Mr. Song, what do you want to do? Song Mingdong showed a ferocious smile on his face and said, It's very simple. I'll make this kid kneel on the ground and call me grandpa 3 times, and I'll let him go. Easy. Brother Bao turned to face Yi Xiaofei, glared at him, and said, Boy, hurry up, don't force me to do it. Yi Xiaofei didn't look at Brother Bao and the others, but kept looking at Wang Dabao. This guy was actually pouring bottle after bottle of wine into his mouth, as if he had a grudge against alcohol. Yi Xiaofei, are you fucking deaf? Brother Bao is talking to you. Seeing that Yi Xiaofei ignored him, Song Mingdong started yelling. Are you talking to me? Yi Xiaofei had a smile in his eyes. Damn it, Brother Leopard is talking to you and you're talking nonsense. A guy next to Brother Leopard cursed, swung his arm, and slapped Yi Xiaofei in the face. Fuck you. A huge black shadow suddenly blocked Yi Xiaofei's way and hit the guy hard. The guy was hit directly by the tank and flew more than 3 meters away. Wang Dabao wiped the corner of his mouth vigorously, grinned, revealed a ferocious smile, puffed out his chest, and shouted heroically, You want to touch my brother, hiccup? Then you have to ask me if I agree, hiccup, agree. Everyone was stunned for a moment, even Yi Xiaofei was confused. When they were in high school, the two of them had fought with others, but Wang Dabao was very timid, not as aggressive as he is now. Could it be that this kid also had some special encounters like me and became so awesome? Chapter 27, Calling Grandpa. Brother Leopard was stunned for a moment, then immediately got furious. Someone actually dared to touch his people in his own territory. This was simply a huge shame and humiliation. Fuck. Come on. With a loud shout, Brother Leopard rushed towards Wang Dabao first. The other two people also rushed up directly. Yi Shefei stared at Wang Dabao expectantly, wanting to see how he would handle it. Then I saw this kid, who closed his eyes and swung his fists twice, knocked the man to the ground, then hugged his head, curled up his body, and allowed himself to be punched and kicked. I protected my vital parts and became a human sandbag for him. Yi Shefei's face turned dark. He thought this kid would be very fierce, but it turned out that his fierceness was only short-lived. Get lost. Yi Shefei naturally couldn't let these guys continue beating Wang Dabao, so he shouted lightly and bumped into the crowd. Brother Bao and his two men were suddenly like being hit by a bomb. The three of them were separated into three directions, flying more than 2 meters high, then flew a few meters away, and then fell heavily. My leg. My leg is broken. My arm is broken. Brother Leopard didn't scream like that. He struggled to sit up. One of his arms was hanging by his side, dangling, and it was obvious that it was broken. He gritted his teeth, veins popped on his forehead, and sweat flowed down uncontrollably, but he didn't say a word, which showed he was quite tough. At this time, it would be the most economical to let Wang Dabao knock the guy away in the first place. It would hurt, but at least his arms and legs were not broken. Song Mingdong and Su Xiaoyu's eyes almost popped out of their heads. This scene was totally beyond their expectations. Dabao, how are you? Although he knew very well that Wang Dabao was only hit a few times and those guys were not real masters, and with Wang Dabao's fat body, he would definitely be fine, but he still couldn't help but ask with concern. Hit me. Hit me. I'm not afraid of you. Wang Dabao held his head and yelled at the top of his lungs, not responding to Yi Xiaofei's questions at all. Fuck, what the hell? Yi Xiaofei pulled him up. Wang Dabao looked around and said in confusion, Hey, what's going on? Why don't they fight anymore? Yi Xiaofei patted his shoulder and said, Oh, what's there to fight against such a small character? Wang Dabao burped, shook his head, and said, Damn it, I won't burp anymore. I drank so much for nothing. Why did you drink so much? This is what Yi Xiaofei wanted to ask just now. Wang Dabao grinned, the alcohol rising in his body, and he said with a silly smile, Har har, I'm drunk, so it doesn't hurt when I get beaten. You idiot. Yi Xiaofei hit the guy directly on the head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But he felt an indescribable feeling of being touched in his heart. Knowing that he would be beaten, Wang Dabao did not run away. Instead, he stood with Yi Xiaofei and would rather use such a stupid way to get through it. No more fighting. Then Wang Dabao swayed and sat down on the chair. With a thud, he lay on the table and fell asleep. Yi Xiaofei turned his head and looked at Su Xiaoyu and Song Mingdong, with a wicked smile on his face, and said, You are the only one left, do you still want to fight? No. I don't want to fight anymore. Song Mingdong was also scared to death. Brother Bao and his men were beaten so badly by Yi Xiaofei alone. How could he be Yi Xiaofei's opponent? He just gave in. Yi Xiaofei glanced at him and said, Not fighting anymore? That's fine too. What did you say just now? What did I say? I apologize to you. Song Mingdong is a brave man and would not suffer a loss in front of him, so he admitted his mistake directly. Yi Xiaofei sat down and said, I don't need any apology. I remember you said just now that you want me to kneel on the ground and call me grandpa 3 times, so do it now. Song Mingdong's face flushed all of a sudden, and he said, Yi Xiaofei, you shouldn't go too far. Yi Xiaofei narrowed his eyes with a smile in his eyes and said, When you bullied me, did you ever think that you were going too far? Song Mingdong felt a kind of eerie horror, and said through gritted teeth, We are classmates, what you did is too much, I apologize to you. I'll count to 3. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. 3. Song Mingdong's face suddenly turned ugly. 2. Sweat was pouring down Song Mingdong's face. 1. Thump. Every time Yi Xiaofei called out a number, Song Mingdong would feel a strong pressure. After calling out 3 numbers, he simply could not bear the pressure and knelt down in front of Yi Shefei. Yi Shefei crossed his legs and looked at him with a smile. Grandpa, Grandpa. 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 Song Mingdong's face turned red, but he still lowered his head and shouted. Yi Shefei laughed and said, "You want to recognize me as your grandfather, but I really don't want you as my grandson. Go away." Song Mingdong stood up in panic as if he had been pardoned, and wanted to leave by pulling Su Shefei. "Leave her here," Yi Shefei said lightly. "You?" Song Mingdong's eyes flashed with humiliation and anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Yi Shefei, if you dare to touch Su Xiaoyu, I will never let you go." After saying these harsh words, this guy actually let go of Su Xiaoyu's hand and ran away. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back his tears if he stayed here any longer. Yi Shefei ignored Song Mingdong, waved his hand and said, "Sit down and talk." Su Xiaoyu's face was gloomy and uncertain. After a while, she slowly sat down, not daring to meet Yi Shefei's gaze. "Who asked you to do that back then?" Yi Shefei took a sip of wine and asked slowly. What? Who asked me to do this?" Su Xiaoyu looked up at Yi Shefei, then sat down immediately. Yi Shefei smiled faintly and said, Har, are you pretending to be confused with me?" "Su Xiaoyu, don't think that I will show mercy to women. If you don't explain this matter to me clearly, I don't mind making you the same as them." Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but shudder when she heard the wailing of those guys. She raised her head again, tears in her eyes, and choked up and said, "Are you blaming me for standing you up? I really liked you, and I really wanted to be with you at that time. But then I got scared, so I ran away and didn't dare to go back to find you." "Oh." Yi Shefei stared at Su Xiaoyu. "Really? Actually, I've always missed you and always regretted not being with you that day. But you disappeared for such a long time, and I had no choice but to be with Song Mingdong. Shefei, can we start over?" Su Xiaoyu looked excited, her eyes were like water, and she looked as excited as if an old love had been rekindled. Chapter 28 Sister Jing. If it were the Yi Shefei of the past, I'm afraid he would really be moved by Su Xiaoyu at this time. But the people Yi Shefei had to deal with every day on the evil island were all extremely treacherous. Compared with Su Xiaoyu, those guys' acting skills were simply heaven and earth. Yi Shefei wouldn't even be fooled by those guys, so how could he be deceived by Su Xiaoyu? Har. Yi Shefei laughed mockingly and said, "Su Xiaoyu, I'm giving you a chance now. Tell me what happened back then. For the sake of our friendship, I will make it difficult for you." When Su Xiaoyu heard this, panic suddenly appeared in her eyes, but she still said, "Xiao Fei, why do you keep saying this? Could it be that your disappearance that year was related to my leaving that day? Did you leave because you were angry with me?" Yi Shefei frowned slightly, already a little impatient, and stared at Su Xiaoyu without saying a word. Su Xiaoyu felt that Yi Shefei's gaze seemed to be able to see through her. Any disguise she put on seemed to be of no use in front of Yi Shefei. "Sister Jing." Several people came over, surrounding a woman, and everyone greeted the woman. "What's going on?" the woman named Sister Jing asked with a frown. Brother Bao struggled to sit up, gritted his teeth and endured the pain, and said, "Sister Jing, this kid beat us up." "Oh." Sister Jing looked at Yi Shefei. Yi Shefei also looked at her, his eyes lit up. This is an extremely beautiful woman, about 25 or 26 years old. She is wearing a cheongsam, which makes her slender waist and long thighs more prominent. The most important thing is that this woman is not just beautiful. Even if she stands there with no expression on her face, she exudes a kind of charm from the inside out. It is a temperament that can mobilize the strong secretion of male hormones. Even though it was the first time Yi Shefei saw this woman, he actually had the urge to get her into bed. "Sister Jing! Help!" Su Xiaoyu suddenly cried out and started crying. Sister Jing's face darkened and she asked, "What's going on?" Su Xiaoyu looked extremely aggrieved, and choked up as she said, He forced me to accompany him, and I don't want to at all. Please, Sister Jing, save me." Sister Jing stared at Yi Shefei with anger in her eyes. She opened her cherry lips and said slowly, "How dare you do such a thing here? Boy, do you have to give me an explanation?" Yi Shefei looked at Sister Jing and said, "I am doing my job, why should I give you an explanation? How dare you?" The people around Sister Jing shouted angrily, and each of them looked like they were about to rush up and tear Yi Shefei to pieces. Sister Jing waved her hand and said coldly, "This place is mine. I won't allow anyone to force a girl to do something she doesn't want to do." Yi Shefei only felt the coldness of this woman, but it was just another kind of charm. He still looked at Sister Jing unscrupulously and said, "Really? What if I have to make her do something she doesn't want to do?" Su Xiaoyu immediately shouted, "Sister Jing, look, he doesn't even take you seriously." Sister Jing sneered and said, "Then come here, I want to see how he makes you do something you don't want to do." Su Xiaoyu immediately stood up and walked behind Sister Jing. Yi Shefei glanced at Su Xiaoyu, but Su Xiaoyu raised her chin proudly towards Yi Shefei, as if she had found her biggest baka and no longer took Yi Shefei seriously. Yi Shefei stood up slowly and said, "Su Xiaoyu, if you don't explain to me what happened back then, no one can protect you." Brother Bao immediately said, "Sister Jing, be careful. This guy is very dangerous. We didn't see what was going on before he knocked us down. And my arm was broken in just one blow." The people brought by Sister Jing all gasped and immediately stood in front of Sister Jing. They knew Brother Bao's strength very well. He was injured so easily. The guy opposite must be an extremely dangerous person. Sister Jing looked at Yi Shefei, then at Wang Dabao who was lying on the table, and then at several of his injured subordinates. Her eyes instantly turned cold, and she said in a deep voice, "Chen Bao, what's going on?" Brother Bao shrank his neck and said, "Song Mingdong came to me and said someone was molesting his girlfriend, so we came to take a look. But this guy was very arrogant, so we had a conflict." Sister Jing's eyes flashed coldly, and she asked, "Is that so?" Brother Bao's mouth twitched, and he lowered his head and said, "It was Song Mingdong who asked us to come and vent his anger." Humph! Sister Jing snorted coldly, and then said to Yi Shefei, "Little brother, I'm afraid there are some misunderstandings about this matter. Why don't we find a place to have a good chat?" "Okay, it must be very interesting to chat with a beauty like you, but I still have to deal with her business first." Su Xiaoyu felt that something was wrong and said in a panic, "I have something else to do, I'll leave first." Then she turned around and wanted to leave. "Stop, you can't leave until the matter is clarified." The two people immediately blocked Su Xiaoyu's way. Su Xiaoyu turned pale and sweat broke out on his forehead. Yi Shefei said, "Find us a place, I want to have a good chat with her." There was no politeness in these words, and it could even be said that he was directly ordering Sister Jing to do the job. Sister Jing's subordinates were all glaring at Yi Shefei angrily at this time. Sister Jing smiled sweetly and said charmingly, "This is a simple matter. Let's talk in my office. I guarantee no one will disturb us." After saying this, he twisted his body and turned to walk forward. His posture and gait were even more varied. Yi Shefei didn't let anyone touch Wang Dabao. He just let this guy sleep for a while. Besides, it might be better if he didn't see what was going to be dealt with next. Arriving at the door of an office on the third floor, Sister Jing pushed open the door and said, "It's very quiet here, perfect for discussing things." Yi Shefei nodded and said, "Okay, I'll talk to her first, and then I'll let you in, and you can come in later." After saying that, he pulled Su Xiaoyu's arm, brought her in, and closed the door. Sister Jing and her men looked at each other in surprise. "This guy is too damn arrogant. Sister Jing, this kid actually dared to talk to you like this, it's so arrogant. Damn it, do you think Sister Jing is your subordinate? I've never seen anyone dare to talk to Sister Jing like that." Several of his men's faces turned black with anger. Sister Jing raised the corner of her mouth, hugged her shoulders, narrowed her eyes into a crescent, and said, "The more capable a person is, the more special his personality is. Don't you think that if I can subdue this kid, it will make us even stronger?" Chapter 29 I'll be the boss. Yi Shefei sat on the sofa, just looking at Su Xiaoyu quietly without saying a word. But within half a minute, the sweat on Su Xiaoyu's face was already flowing down like a stream. She didn't know why, but an invisible pressure really made her unbearable. "Yi Shefei, I'm sorry." Su Xiaoyu finally spoke. "Tell me, how have you let me down?" Yi Shefei's tone was quite calm. He had already waited for 5 or 6 years, so why should he be in a hurry? Su Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly turned red, tears started flowing out, and then she burst into tears and said, "Someone forced me to do this. I really didn't mean to hurt you." This was exactly what Yi Shefei had expected. He asked, "Oh? Who forced you to do that? What did he ask you to do?" "It's Hai Lindsay." You should have heard of him, right? Yi Xiaofei frowned and said, Hey Linzi, isn't that a gangster? But I don't even know him. Su Xiaoyu sniffed and continued, I don't know exactly why. My dad owed him a gambling debt, and he came to me that day and said he wanted me to sell myself to pay off the debt. They were so fierce and ferocious that I was scared silly. Then he said, if you want to avoid this, it's easy. Just trick me into a hotel. No other requests. No, they just said this, if I can trick you into a hotel and get a room, then I can leave. I was really scared at that time, but I had no choice but to agree. Yi Xiaofei stared at Su Xiaoyu without saying anything. Su Xiaoyu understood, and asked anxiously, what I said is true, not a single lie. Really? Yi Xiaofei's eyes were filled with sarcasm. Su Xiaoyu felt as if she had been seen through all of a sudden. She bit her lip and said softly, yes, He Linzi also gave me 100,000 yuan. Yi Xiaofei frowned slightly and said, I only did this little thing, why are you so scared when you see me? And why don't you dare to tell me? Su Xiaoyu showed a panic on her face and said, I'm just afraid that you will ask me about my past. He Linzi said that I must never tell anyone else about this matter, otherwise he will kill my whole family. Yi Xiaofei tapped his fingers twice to support it, then said, okay, you can go. You let me go. Su Xiaoyu widened her eyes in shock. Do you still want to stay for dinner? Yi Xiaofei asked back calmly. Then should I really leave? Su Xiaoyu tentatively took 2 steps back. Let's go. On your way out, call Sister Jing in. Okay. Su Xiaoyu's pace quickly changed from slow to fast, and she quickly opened the door and walked out. As soon as she walked out of the door, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but let out a long breath, as if the air outside was more comfortable to breathe than the air in the house. Sister Jing, she's out. A sturdy man at the door immediately said something to the other door. Sister Jing came out and looked Su Xiaoyu up and down, with a smile on her face, and said, it looks like they didn't do anything to you. Well, he let me go. Su Xiaoyu nodded gently, and then said, he said let you in. Let me in. Sister Jing raised the corners of her mouth slightly, chuckled, and said, this kid is quite interesting. Sister Jing, this kid really treats this place as his home, damn it. I'm going to pull him out. He really doesn't want to live anymore. Sister Jing's men started to make noise again. Sister Jing's face turned cold and she asked, what did I just say? Those people immediately shut their mouths, but they were still obviously unconvinced, and followed Sister Jing into the room. Yi Xiaofei looked at the burly men, shook his head and said, I said I wanted to see you, but I didn't say I wanted to see them. Sister Jing smiled slightly and said, then I'll let them go. Sister Jing. Several guys shouted in unison. Sister Jing waved her hand and said, do I need to say it again? A few people looked at each other, and finally retreated unwillingly. Sister Jing sat on the sofa next to Yi Xiaofei, picked up the tea set on the table, and started making tea. Yi Xiaofei didn't say anything, just admired her comfortably. A few minutes later, Sister Jing made tea, handed it to Yi Xiaofei, and said, come and have some tea. It smells good, it must be good tea. Yi Xiaofei took a sip, then shook his head and said, I don't think I can taste anything special. It seems that you don't drink tea very often, little brother. This is top-grade biluochun, with a subtle flavor and a long aftertaste. You need to savor it carefully. Yi Xiaofei said, biluochun, I know this, it used to be available in the small store in front of my house, 10 yuan a bag. Poochie? Sister Jing burst out laughing and said, mine is different from that one. Although it is also biluochun, that one is ordinary. Mine is from the top tea trees in the production area, and the tenderest tea buds are picked by virgins with their mouths. Smell it, does it have any special taste? Yi Xiaofei laughed and said, this is just a marketing gimmick, but it seems to be quite special and tastes good. Sister Jing smiled again and said, little brother, I don't know you. What did you do before? I didn't do anything. Then how did you learn all this kung fu? Among my subordinates, Chen Bao's skills are pretty good, but he actually crippled your hand. I'm just practicing blindly. If I'm not stronger, wouldn't he destroy me? Yi Xiaofei looked up and down at Sister Jing and said with a smile, look at you, you are beautiful enough, and your temperament is also charming and elegant, but you have to wear a qiansum. Tell me, are you a vixen, deliberately seducing people? Sister Jing blinked and said, Have you been seduced? Yi Shefei said with a smile, yes, I want to hug you and kiss you now. You are really brave. People always said such things to me before. Do you know how they are doing now? Sister Jing's smile became even more intense, and she stared at Yi Shefei without blinking. Yi Shefei chuckled and said, of course I asked you to clean it up, but you can't clean me up, so it's okay for me to say this. Sister Jing and Yi Shefei looked at each other for a few seconds, then she lowered her head to fill Yi Shefei's teacup and said, if you can't make it in this world just by fighting, come to me. Okay. Yi Shefei agreed readily. Sister Jing was stunned for a moment and said, it's really great that you can agree to this. But Yi Shefei narrowed his eyes and said, I have one more condition. Sister Jing said proudly, what other conditions? Just tell me. Yi Shefei picked up the teacup and took a sip, then slowly tasted it in his mouth, and then he said slowly, I will be the boss. Chapter 30 I'm giving you a chance. Sister Jing smiled coquettishly and said, this condition is a bit high. Please change it. Yi Shefei shook his head and said, I can't change it. You are not qualified to be your younger brother. Sister Jing sat up straight, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and said, then tell me, what qualifications do you have to be my boss? Yi Shefei said casually, as for qualifications, of course I will let you be the boss of the entire Ningqin. These words were completely beyond Sister Jing's imagination. She stared at Yi Shefei in a daze for a full minute. Suddenly, she started to giggle, and her laughter was even a little crazy. Her body kept shaking with her laughter. This made her look even more charming. Yi Shefei didn't say anything, just looked at her with a smile. Sister Jing laughed so hard that she fell down. It took her a while to hold it back. She rubbed her stomach with one hand and her cheek with the other, and said angrily, you little bastard, you made me laugh so hard that my stomach hurts. Yi Shefei said with a smile, do you think I'm bragging? Sister Jing rolled her eyes at Yi Shefei and said, let's not talk about whether you can do this first. Har har. Then tell me, if I become the boss of Ningqin, what are you? As for me. Yi Shefei looked out the window, then grinned and said, Ningqin is too small. Ningqin is too small. Har har, your ambitions are great, but I'll have to see if you have the ability to achieve them. Yi Shefei suddenly reached out and grabbed Sister Jing's chest. Sister Jing's face turned stern. She quickly leaned back and kicked Yi Shefei with her foot as fast as lightning. Yi Shefei was not surprised at all, as he had long seen that Sister Jing knew kung fu. But such skills were nothing in front of Yi Shefei. His hand, which was originally a fake move, was directly pulled down, and his fingers had already brushed Sister Jing's thigh. After one move, neither of them made a move. Sister Jing stared at Yi Shefei with a look of horror on her face. She suddenly felt a tingling sensation on her legs, as if a small insect was crawling quickly on her legs, crawling over every inch of her skin. In a short while, it seemed that her entire body had been crawled by the small insects. Sister Jing asked angrily, what did you do? Yi Shefei said calmly, don't be nervous, it's just a little itchy. Sister Jing gritted her teeth and said, and then? Then. Yi Shefei grinned and said, this kind of itch will double every hour. Do you know how long the longest person I've seen lasted? How long? Sister Jing asked subconsciously. 5 hours. After 5 hours, he hit his head on a rock and died. I thought he could still break a record. Yi Shefei shook his head while speaking, looking very annoyed. Sister Jing's expression changed drastically, and she asked, who are you? Now, I'm just a rookie, nobody, but in the future. Yi Shefei paused, squinted his eyes and stared at Sister Jing, and said, don't think I'm forcing you. I'm giving you a chance. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid I won't agree even if you beg me in the future. Sister Jing gritted her teeth and said, it's really funny that you said you would give me a chance. Even if I agree to you now, I won't really do anything for you. Yi Shefei casually brushed Sister Jing's legs again, then raised his hand and sniffed gently in front of his nose, and said intoxicatedly, it's very smooth, very elastic, and it really has some fragrance. Sister Jing's status and position are there. Although she is very charming, people can only fantasize about her at most. There is really no one who can really take advantage of her. Seeing Yi Shefei taking advantage of her so frivolously at this moment, Sister Jing's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Yi Shefei pretended not to notice and said calmly, I know you want to kill me now. As long as you have the ability, you can do it at any time. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. I'm not looking for a wife. I just need someone to do something for me. The numbness and itchiness on Sister Jing's body disappeared, but the look of fear on her face became even stronger. The strength of the young man in front of her was beyond her imagination. None of his subordinates could be compared with Yi Shefei. After taking a deep breath, Sister Jing said, "Then why did you choose me?" Yi Shefei said with a smile, "I just wanted to find someone to run errands in Ningchen, and you happened to be here. I felt that you were pretty and capable, so you were quite suitable, so I found you. That was my own fault." Sister Jing rolled her eyes at Yi Shefei. "Almost." Sister Jing stared at Yi Shefei, her face changed several times, and then she said, "Even if I agree to you, my men will not agree." Yi Shefei showed a hint of annoyance on his face and said, "If you can't even do a little thing, what use do I have for you?" Sister Jing's face froze. Such a tone was definitely something that only someone who had been in a high position for many years and had many subordinates could say. But this kid didn't reveal his identity. Could it be that he is a member of a big family or a powerful force in Dongju province or in Beijing? After looking at Yi Shefei again, Sister Jing said, "The benefits you mentioned are too unrealistic. Unless you have something that can actually benefit me right now, I will consider it. This is easy. Come and sit down." Yi Shefei patted the seat next to him. Sister Jing hesitated for a moment, then stood up and sat next to Yi Shefei. Yi Shefei's nose twitched slightly, with an intoxicated expression on his face, and he said, "Natural body fragrance, it's true that she is born with a charming bone." Sister Jing smiled and said, "Are you praising me or insulting me?" Yi Shefei smiled and said, "Of course I am praising you. Women are naturally charming. This is God's gift. If you use this to please men, how many men can resist it? And then you can get whatever you want, right?" Sister Jing gently lifted her hair, making her look more charming, and said, "Then can you resist?" Yi Shefei said, "Why don't you try and see if I can resist it?" Sister Jing met Yi Shefei's gaze, raised her hand and gently hit Yi Shefei on the shoulder, saying, "I dare not. You want to be my boss, I would be overstepping my boundaries." Yi Shefei raised his hand and grabbed Sister Jing's arm, then pulled it gently. Sister Jing's body tilted and she lay on Yi Shefei's legs. What are you going to do?" There was a trace of panic in Sister Jing's eyes, but she did not struggle. Yi Shefei leaned down slightly, looked down at Sister Jing, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said, "What do you think? Chapter 31 give you some benefits. Eyes are the windows to the soul." Sister Jing thinks she knows countless people and has an extremely sharp eyesight. Nothing her subordinates are thinking can escape her gaze. There was some evil, some desire, and some ridicule in Yi Shefei's eyes at this moment, but Sister Jing couldn't see Yi Shefei's true thoughts at the moment. The other person definitely doesn't look older than herself, and should have the mentality of a teenager, but now, Sister Jing feels that his mind is unfathomable, and she seems to be completely seen through in front of him. When she entered the room, she thought she could control everything, but at this moment, she felt that the one who controlled everything was the young man in front of her. I don't know." There was actually a hint of weakness in these words. This was definitely the first time Sister Jing had shown that in the past few years. Yi Shefei chuckled. He had already put enough pressure on Sister Jing, now it was time to give her some benefits. Using a big stick and a sweet date is the most direct and effective way to control people. You are still too weak. Your ability is not enough to serve me. Now I will improve your strength. At the very least, you must be much stronger than those useless subordinates of yours. Sister Jing's eyes lit up and she said, "By improving my strength, do you mean teaching me kung fu?" Yi Shefei placed his hand on Sister Jing's belly and said, "It's too much trouble to teach you kung fu. I don't have time to watch you practice it bit by bit. I will give you 1 hour." Sister Jing's body trembled, and she used her strong willpower to control herself from taking action. She said, "Then can you tell me what method you used?" As Yi Shefei spoke, he gently moved his hands on Sister Jing's belly and said, "You'll know in a moment." Is it starting now?" Sister Jing bit her lip, with a cold and vigilant look in her eyes. Yi Shefei shook his head and said with a smile, "Of course not, it feels really good." Even through their clothes, Yi Shefei could feel the delicacy and elasticity of Sister Jing's skin. Sister Jing really had the urge to fight this guy. There was a sudden knock on the door. Sister Jing supported herself on the sofa and remembered. But Yi Xiaofei pressed on her lower abdomen, making it impossible for her to get up. Someone is here, please let me go. Sister Jing actually begged softly. Come on if you want. Yi Xiaofei had a mischievous smile on his face. Sister Jing suddenly understood Yi Xiaofei's intention. He was watching her attitude. After gritting her teeth, Sister Jing lay down again and said, "Come in." The door opened and a man walked in. However, when he saw the situation on the sofa, he seemed to be frozen in place. One foot was still in the air, and he stood there in a weird posture, with his eyes almost popping out. Although Sister Jing was born with a charming body, making her look like a beauty that enchants everyone, his subordinates all knew that Sister Jing was not a casual woman. Countless people teased her because of her charm and ended up with a miserable end. But now, Sister Jing was actually lying on Yi Xiaofei's legs, and Yi Xiaofei's hand was still on her lower abdomen, and he was still stroking it. What's the matter? Sister Jing's tone at this time was surprisingly normal. Our Sister Jing, the subordinate stuttered and didn't know what to say. Sister Jing said coldly, "Get out, no one is allowed to come in within an hour." Yes. The guy immediately stepped out and quickly closed the door. How is it? Several guys quickly gathered around and asked in a low voice. Sister Jing, the guy stomped his feet vigorously, then gritted his teeth and said, Sister Jing was actually lying on that guy's legs, and that guy was even touching Sister Jing's belly. A dark-faced man roared and rushed in. He dared to attack Sister Jing. I'm going to kill him. Don't. The guy who just went in quickly pulled him back and said anxiously, Sister Jing said that no one is allowed to go in and disturb us within an hour. Did Sister Jing say this? Someone immediately asked anxiously. Sister Jing said it herself, and she didn't even glance at me, and she seemed very unhappy. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. A man and a woman were together in that position, and they were not allowed to be disturbed. Everyone knew what was going to happen next. Inside the room, Sister Jing's face was distorted and covered in sweat. She clenched her teeth to prevent herself from screaming. Yi Xiaofei's hand was like a high-power electric heater at this moment, extremely hot. Especially that kind of heat, it turned into a heat flow and rushed directly into her body. It felt like a space was forcibly opened up in my lower abdomen, and the pain was indescribable. And then, that space suddenly tore open one after another, and heat currents rushed out from the gaps and rushed into every part of her body, and every part of her body felt like being pricked by needles and cut by knives. I don't know how long it took, but the pain finally subsided slowly. Instead, my whole body felt like I had taken a hot bath. It was so comfortable that I couldn't describe it. Despair. A drop of water fell on Sister Jing's face. When she looked up, she saw Yi Xiaofei sweating profusely and looking exhausted. The two looked at each other, and Yi Xiaofei grinned and said, "Damn it, it's harder than I thought. I'm so tired." Sister Jing quickly exerted force on her waist, but her whole body flew into the air. She screamed and fell awkwardly on the sofa when she fell down. This Sister Jing looked confused. "Idiot, you haven't mastered the true energy in your body yet." Yi Xiaofei gave her a contemptuous look. True qi. Is this true qi? Sister Jing was surprised and happy. Yi Xiaofei said unhappily, "Nonsense, otherwise why would I waste so much effort?" "Oh my god, is this the legendary hair removal and marrow cleansing?" Yi Xiaofei nodded and said, "Almost." This Sister Jing's lips trembled violently and she was so excited that she couldn't speak. She knows Kung Fu, and although she doesn't look weak, she is very clear about the huge gap between herself and those who possess true qi. She never thought that she, who had already missed the best age to practice Kung Fu, would one day be able to possess true qi. And she could also understand that Yi Xiaofei was so tired, which showed how much he had paid. Yi Xiaofei wiped the sweat off his face with a tissue and said calmly, "Is this benefit enough?" "Enough. That's enough." Sister Jing knelt down in front of Yi Xiaofei and said respectfully, "I, Meng Zhijing, am willing to be. My name is Yi Xiaofei." Sister Jing's eyes were blazing as she said firmly, "I am willing to serve Mr. Yi as long as I can, and I will never have second thoughts." Chapter 32. Sister Jing is still the one who can handle things. Although the knock group is powerful, it has no influence in Ningqing after all, and can only do business here. If you want to do something in Ningqing, you need to be a powerful local figure. Just as Meng Zhijing came to him, Yi Shefei naturally would not miss the opportunity to win her over. As for whether Meng Zhijing was good or evil in the past, and what she had done, Yi Shefei didn't care. No matter how evil she was, could she be more evil than those people on the evil island? Improving Meng Zhijing's strength, especially pretending to be exhausted, is to make Meng Zhijing grateful, so that she will be more loyal to him. In addition, if Meng Zhijing is promoted, she will be able to handle things more easily in the future. After drinking the tea Meng Zhijing offered him, Yi Shefei asked, "Do you know about this, Heiress?" Yes, his main industries are in the north of the city. Many of his businesses are illegal. He is extremely arrogant and ruthless. We are in the south and north of him, so we haven't had much contact with him. Yi Shefei said, "Get me detailed information about Heiress, especially about his background." "No problem, I can prepare it for you tomorrow." After a slight hesitation, Meng Zhijing said, "Does Mr. Yi have a grudge against Heiress?" "I guess so. Heiress is quite powerful. Do you want me to mobilize my men?" Yi Shefei smiled faintly and said, "How can it be so difficult to deal with him? I just need some information, and then I can decide what to do." "Yes." Meng Zhijing believed Yi Shefei's words at this time. Yi Shefei said, "By the way, I'll get you a phone card and some cash for me. I didn't have money to pay for a taxi today, and people think I'm going to default on my debt." "Okay, I'll do it right away, just wait a moment." Meng Zhijing was a little confused. He had no money or even a phone card. Where did Yi Shefei come back from? His identity might be even more complicated. Meng Zhijing was suddenly filled with endless fantasies about following Yi Shefei. She remembered what Yi Shefei said, looking for her means giving her a chance. "Sister Jing." As soon as Meng Zhijing went out, the younger brothers guarding outside the door all shouted, staring at her, and then their faces became very strange. It's no wonder they had such expressions. They had originally guessed that the two of them were doing that kind of thing in the house. Now Meng Zhijing's face was flushed and there were sweat stains on her face, which was clearly the result of strenuous exercise. "Go do what you should do. Why are you standing here?" Meng Zhijing immediately knew what they were thinking, but she didn't explain. She glared at them and went straight to the finance office. The subordinates looked at each other for a few seconds, and then left silently, feeling that their boss had let others get away with it. After a while, Meng Zhijing returned to her office carrying a suitcase. "Mr. Yi, we only have 1 million in cash for now. If it's not enough, I'll get more." 1 million. That's enough. That's enough. Yi Shefei opened the box and looked at the whole box of cash. His eyes widened. He smacked his lips and said, "I have never seen so much cash since I was a child." Meng Zhijing misunderstood and said with a smile, "Nowadays, electronic payment is used, and cash is not often used." How could she know that Yi Shefei was really poor? Although Lunar gave Yi Shefei a card, Yi Shefei had never used it and didn't have much experience with it. Now the real money in front of him really gave him a big shock. Yi Shefei asked Meng Zhijing to find a room here, and brought Wang Dabao in. He would rest here tonight. Meng Zhijing went back to her room, changed into a neat set of casual clothes, and then found a few men to go to the practice room. Ouch! After a while, screams were heard from inside, and then several men came out with pain on their faces but followed Meng Zhijing with great excitement. "Sister Jing, how did you become so powerful?" "Yeah, your strength was too great, and your speed was too fast. I didn't even have time to react before I was knocked down." Meng Zhijing said with a stern face, "Go and have a look, and get another 10,000 yuan for drinks." In fact, she was still quite embarrassed. After being promoted by Yi Shefei, she naturally wanted to give it a try. However, after trying it, she indeed knew that she had become much stronger. However, because she could not control it yet, she did not control the strength of her attacks, and several of her subordinates were seriously injured. Back to her office, which had a bedroom next to it, Meng Zhijing lay on the bed, too excited to fall asleep. She has gained a great benefit this time. She must hold on to Yi Shefei's thigh. Tomorrow she must think of a way to let Yi Shefei teach her how to use it. Otherwise, she will have the treasure on her but don't know how to use it. That feeling is really uncomfortable. The next day, Yi Shefei woke Wang Dabao up. Wang Dabao opened his eyes, looked at Yi Shefei, then looked at the surrounding environment, then grinned, looking like he was about to cry, and said, "Shefei, are we both dead?" What's wrong? Yi Shefei didn't understand what Wang Debao meant. Wang Debao twisted his body on the bed, and suddenly laughed again, saying, after death, people can actually come to such a nice place. I have never lived in such a nice room when I was alive. If I had known this earlier, I would have died earlier. But it's just right now. I'd be lonely dying alone, and you can still accompany me, har har. Go to hell. Yi Shefei kicked Wang Debao and said with a smile, we are doing fine. We are now living in a room in the bar. Xiao Fei, just die. Anyway, we are brothers together, and maybe we can do well here. R. Why did you hit me? Wang Debao covered his arm and grimaced in pain. You still feel the pain? Yi Shefei glared at him unhappily. It hurts. Damn, I'm not dead, I'm not dead. Wang Debao sat up suddenly, looked at his arm, then looked at his leg. My arm is not broken, my leg is not broken, har har, I'm still fine. Didn't you say that death would be good? Yi Shefei asked jokingly. Wang Debao glared and said, nonsense, he's already dead, how can I deny it? If it's possible to not die, who would want to die? I haven't enjoyed this colorful world enough, and I haven't properly honored my parents. Yi Shefei chuckled and said, I haven't seen your parents for a long time. I have something else to do today, so I won't go to see them. Take this as my gift to them. As he said that, Yi Shefei threw the suitcase containing the money to Wang Debao. Chapter 33 Sacrifice your chastity. It's for my parents, so I won't be polite to you. Wang Debao took the box and accepted it happily. Yi Shefei had visited Wang Debao's house many times before, and Wang Debao's parents treated him very well. Wang Debao did not look at the things for his parents in front of Yi Shefei. No matter how valuable the things were, they were Yi Shefei's heartfelt gifts. Damn it, it's almost 8 o'clock and I have to go to work. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'll contact you later. Wang Debao jumped off the bed, carrying the box, and rushed out without even washing his face. Yi Shefei couldn't help but smile. Being with Wang Debao, it feels like going back to high school, and the feelings between us are still so pure. After getting up and washing up simply, Meng Jijing came in pushing a small cart. Meng Jijing had a sweet smile on her face, and her voice was even more charming. Mr. Yi, did you sleep well last night? I brought you breakfast. Yi Shefei said with a smile, oh, there is also breakfast, your service is quite thoughtful. Meng Jijing's smile became even more charming, and she said, Mr. Yi has given me such a benefit, so I naturally have to serve Mr. Yi well. As she spoke, Meng Jijing took off the lids of the food. Yi Shefei patted his stomach and said, I'm really hungry. I consumed too much yesterday. Meng Jijing said with emotion, it's all for me. I don't know how to thank Mr. Yi enough. Just finish what I arranged for you to do, that'll be all. Yi Xiaoxiao said as he took a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, why are you standing there? Let's eat together. Okay. Meng Jijing immediately sat down happily. Being able to eat with Yi Shefei showed that Yi Shefei did not treat her as an outsider. Meng Jijing simply ate a few bites. Most of the time, she was serving Yi Shefei, filling his porridge, picking up some dishes, and handing him tissues or something like that. Yi Shefei enjoyed this kind of service very much, and said with a smile, har har, you are still good at serving, but Lunar is not. Who is Lunar? Meng Jijing asked cautiously. She knew very little about Yi Shefei and wanted to know more if she had the chance. Yi Shefei said casually, the one from the knock group. Ms. Lunar from the knock group. Are you talking about the Lunar who just arrived in Arningchen? Meng Jijing suddenly screamed. Hey, why are you reacting so strongly? Of course it's her. Yi Shefei rolled his eyes at Meng Jijing. Is she also your subordinate? Meng Jijing stuttered. Yi Shefei said, anyway, she has to listen to me. The corners of Meng Jijing's mouth twitched several times, and her heart felt like it was beating like a drum. The Knock Group is one of the top 20 largest groups in the world, and Lunar is the daughter of the group. Her status is so noble that she has to listen to Yi Shefei. Yi Shefei's status is so high that it is unimaginable. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Shefei's strange voice brought Meng Jijing back to reality, and then she found that the hand that was originally wiping Yi Shefei's mouth was actually reaching into Yi Shefei's clothes. Meng Jijing pulled her hand out in panic and said in a panic, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. Yi Shefei narrowed his eyes and said, "It's quite comfortable." Meng Zhijing bit her lip and said, "Mr. Yi, you are making fun of me. You really shocked me. I thought that if I followed you, it would be mutually beneficial. Now I know that I am really marrying above my station. This is really the opportunity you gave me. It's good that you know. Okay, now that I've had enough to eat and drink, I'll leave first." "Are you leaving now?" Meng Zhijing quickly stood up. Yi Shefei tilted his head and looked at Meng Zhijing, saying, "If you have something to say, just tell me." "Well, a little bit. Yesterday I tried it with my brothers, and my strength and speed increased greatly, but I couldn't control it well." "Well, I want to ask, is there any way to control it?" Meng Zhijing was actually a little nervous when she said this. Yi Shefei hooked his finger, and Meng Zhijing hurried to Yi Shefei. Yi Shefei leaned forward and whispered in Meng Zhijing's ear, "Yes, there is, but you have to take off all your clothes." "R." Meng Zhijing's charming big eyes suddenly widened and she was speechless. Yi Shefei laughed, walked straight to the door, and said, "Come back to me when you've made up your mind." Meng Zhijing stood there in a daze, struggling with her inner thoughts. From childhood to adulthood, because of her appearance and her charming figure, there were so many boys around her when she was a child, and men when she grew up, that every one of them seemed to think that she was a very beautiful woman, the kind of woman who could be slept with anyone. There were countless rumors around her, and countless people called her a vixen. This made it impossible for her to study properly, and she had to go out into society at an early age. However, a belief was planted in her heart: wouldn't others always think that she was a person who relied on her body to gain benefits? But she just doesn't want to do that. She just wants to make it on her own. I don't know how much hardship and suffering she must have endured to get to this point. During this period, there were many times when things could have become incredibly simple if she had only sacrificed her looks, but she always chose the most difficult method. This persistence has finally wavered today. For the first time, she had the idea that she was willing to use her beauty to win Yi Shefei's favor. "No." Meng Zhijing shook her head and said to herself, "I can't do this. I must rely on my own efforts to make you recognize me." Yi Shefei said that he had something to do, but when he really came out, he was a little confused. She was adopted from an orphanage when she was young. Her adoptive parents were very poor and could not even afford to buy a house, so they rented a house together. When she was 13 years old, a car accident took the lives of her adoptive parents. Here, it seems to be his hometown, but it is not his home. The most important thing after returning here is to investigate what happened back then. Su Xiaoyu is just a pawn, and it is useless to look for her anymore. It is better to find out the situation in Heilinzi first. Heilinzi's strength is about the same as Meng Zhijing's. He certainly doesn't have the ability to get himself to the island of evil. There must be someone else behind this. Yi Shefei doesn't want to alert the enemy now. Fang Ling's childish little face suddenly appeared in his mind, and Yi Shefei's mouth curled up. He was a father now, so how could he not go and see his daughter? When he thought of Fang Linger, Yi Shefei put aside his intention of investigating the matter and felt an indescribable urgency. Chapter 34: Fang Ling's jealousy. The main symptom of autistic children is that they basically do not communicate with others, speak very little, and only a few things can arouse their interest. Fang Linger has definitely spoken a lot more these days than before, but most of those words were spoken to Yi Shefei. When she was alone with Fang Yunshu, she still spoke very little. Being able to talk more seemed to be a sign of improvement, but Fang Linger's other performance made Fang Yunshu worried. In the past, Fang Linger always liked to play with a set of Lego, but now she never touches it. What she always holds in her hand is a black bead. There is obviously nothing fun about this bead, it was just given by Yi Shefei. This thing deprived Fang Linger of her rare interest and seemed to make her condition worse. Fortunately, Grandpa has promised to find the most famous doctor to treat his daughter. I hope he can cure her illness this time. She had to see Lunar and Paul today, and she had to get this done, which was a prerequisite for calling a doctor. The contract signed between the Nok Group and the Fang family was only a contract of intent, but it did not involve any specific cooperation. Therefore, she had to discuss the specific mode of cooperation with Lunar and Paul so that the cooperation could truly bring benefits to the Fang family. After packing up, Fang Yunshu stroked Fang Linger's head and said softly, "Linger, Mom has to go out to do something today, you have to be good at home." "Yeah." Fang Linger nodded, and excitement suddenly appeared in her eyes. The look in her daughter's eyes was obviously more lively than before, which made Fang Yunshu very happy, but this kind of excitement. Linga, don't you like being with your mother? Fang Linga shook her head. Then I'm leaving, why are you still happy? Fang Linger's big round eyes returned to normal in an instant. She shook her head gently, and her little hand tightly grasped the bead. Fang Yunshu's mouth twitched, and he said, "Is that guy going to come find you again?" There was a kind of panic in Fang Linga's eyes, and her little mouth moved twice but no sound came out. Fang Yunshu immediately knew that it must be that guy Yi Shefei who was coming. This made her angry and annoyed, and she felt extremely panicked. Her daughter seemed to be closer to Yi Shefei. If this continued, wouldn't the daughter she had raised with so much effort be snatched away by that guy Yi Shefei? Fang Yunshu sat in the Fang family's best car and went out. This was a treatment she hadn't enjoyed for a long time, but she had no time to think about it. The matter between her daughter and Yi Shefei still made her heart a mess. Fang Yunshu looked outside through the car window. What she had to do today was so important that she couldn't think about anything else. Coincidentally, she saw Yi Shefei at this glance. Yi Shefei was standing at the door of a bar with a woman standing next to him. The woman was in a seductive posture and was adjusting Yi Shefei's collar with both hands. Her body was almost pressed against Yi Shefei. Shameless bastard! A surge of anger rose in Fang Yunshu's heart. Standing at the door of the bar, so close to a charming woman, one can imagine what this guy did last night. There were Yi Shefei and Meng Zhijing. Meng Zhijing stayed in the room for 2 minutes, then ran out quickly, just in time to catch up with Yi Shefei who had not left yet. "Mr. Yi, where are you going?" "I'll drive you there." "That's fine. It's really inconvenient to take a taxi." Yi Shefei did not refuse. It would be much more comfortable to have someone serving him. Meng Zhijing saw that Yi Shefei's collar was a little messy, so she reached out to help fix it. At this time, she didn't think about seducing Yi Shefei or anything, it just happened naturally. But women like her have a natural charm, and when she does this, it seems to others that the two of them are extremely intimate. Yi Shefei's values are very sensitive. Even through the car window, Yi Shefei felt a sense of hostility from Fang Yunshu's gaze. He frowned slightly and said to Meng Zhijing, "Do you know that car?" Meng Zhijing immediately looked in the direction and said, "That's the Fang family's car." "The Fang family?" Yi Shefei raised the corner of his mouth and immediately stopped taking it to heart. Except for Fang Linger, no one in the Fang family was not hostile to him, especially Fang Yunshu, who was even more hostile towards him. Moreover, Yi Shefei could basically determine that the person in the car was Fang Yunshu, because Lunar had already told him that she would meet Fang Yunshu today. "Let's go to Fang's house." Half an hour later, Yi Shefei slipped out of Fang's house carrying Fang Linger. Meng Zhijing was stunned. She never thought that Yi Shefei came to the Fang family just to steal a little girl. He quickly came over to open the car door for Yi Shefei and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, this little girl is so cute." Fang Linger, who had a smile on her face, suddenly became tense and she struggled and refused to get in the car. Yi Shefei asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Don't you want to go out and play with me?" "I won't take her car," Fang Linger said with a stern face. "Why?" Yi Shefei was even more confused. Meng Zhijing also smiled and said, "There are delicious foods in my sister's car." "No." Fang Linger's refusal was even more resolute, and the look in her eyes was full of hostility towards Meng Zhijing. Meng Zhijing was extremely embarrassed and a little flustered, and hurriedly said to Yi Shefei, "I didn't offend her." Fang Linger stared into Yi Shefei's eyes and said, "You are the father, you can only be with your mother." Yi Shefei was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "She just drove us there." "That won't work either." Fang Linger's attitude remained unchanged. Okay. Then let's go by ourselves. You go and do your thing." Yi Shefei waved to Meng Zhijing, then strode forward holding Fang Linger. Fang Linger's tense face relaxed all of a sudden. She hugged Yi Shefei's neck and kissed him hard on the face twice. Yi Shefei's heart melted at once. With the little girl like this, even if she wanted to pick the stars in the sky, Yi Shefei would have to find a way to get them for her. Meng Zhijing looked at the two people's backs, but thoughts were turning in her mind. This little girl turned out to be Yi Shefei's daughter. The Fang family, only Fang Yunshu secretly gave birth to a daughter. If you see Fang Yunshu in the future, you must be careful and never offend her. Yi Shefei did not take Fang Linger out to play, but went to a secluded place first. The main reason why Fang Yunshu was held hostage by the Fang family was Fang Linger's illness. However, he had come into contact with Fang Linger so many times and had not found any disease in her body. This time he wanted to check carefully. But after the examination, Yi Shefei was shocked. There was a problem inside the little girl's body that he couldn't solve. Chapter 35, Can't Let My Daughter Down. There was actually a ball of energy hidden inside the Baihui point on Fang Linger's head. When Yi Shefei's true energy reached there, it disappeared immediately, as if it was dissolved by the breath ball, or as if it was directly absorbed. "Dad, I have a headache," Fang Linger called softly. Yi Shefei quickly stopped and asked with concern, "Do you usually have a headache?" Fang Linger shook her head. Yi Shefei thought carefully about what was recorded in the Heaven and Earth secret, and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. When true qi gathers at Dantian, it becomes the earth. When true qi gathers at Baihui, it becomes the sky. Yi Shefei's true energy is now only gathered in Dantian, and it is still a long way from gathering in Baihui. However, Fang Linger, at such an old age, has already formed her true energy in Baihui. This is definitely a genius, no. This is a natural born of Eildor. In the art of heaven and earth, the most brilliant technique requires the heaven to be the foundation, that is, the true energy must be gathered in all places. Although Yi Shefei cannot practice it now, he can teach it to Fang Linger. Yi Shefei picked up Fang Linger again with a smile and said, "Linger, do you want to become very, very powerful?" Fang Linger tilted her head and asked, "Like Poseidon, Dad?" Yi Shefei's smile deepened as he said, "That's much more powerful than Dad's." Then, Fang Linger tilted her head and thought for a while, then shook her head gently. "Don't you want this?" Yi Shefei didn't expect Fang Linger to refuse. Fang Linger pouted and said, "No, I want my dad to play with me." Fang Linger is still just a child, so it is naturally difficult for her to be interested in these things. Moreover, if she wants to practice kung fu, she will definitely have to suffer. Yi Shefei suddenly felt that it was a very cruel thing to let such a young child suffer. "Then Dad will take you to play." Yi Shefei learned his lesson this time and left 10,000 yuan from the box containing the money. He also applied for WeChat for his mobile phone card, but he could not bind it to the bank card that Lunar gave him because the card had to be bound with real name, and the card was in Lunar's name. Yi Shefei took Fang Linger to the amusement park in a taxi. Seeing Fang Linger's excitement, Yi Shefei asked with a smile, "Didn't your mother bring you here before?" Fang Linger pouted and said, "I don't like coming with my mother." "Why?" Fang Linger pointed at the carousel in front of her and said, "Mom only takes me to play this, and I don't like it." Yi Shefei asked curiously, "Isn't this good? Why don't you like it?" "It's just not fun. I want to play that." Fang Linger pointed her finger diagonally in a direction. "You want to play this?" Yi Shefei's eyes almost popped out, and he asked again, "You want to play bungee jumping?" "Yeah." Fang Linger nodded vigorously. Yi Shefei's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but secretly complain, "This little girl is really different from ordinary people in every way. How could this woman Fang Yunshu give birth to such an evil daughter? And Fang Linger's bastard father, what powerful genes he has." After buying 2 tickets, Yi Shefei took Fang Linger to the platform, but the staff stopped him. "Sir, you can't bring children up here." Yi Shefei said, "I'll dance with her." "You want to jump with him?" "No, it's too dangerous." The staff member shook his head like a rattle. Yi Shefei immediately said, "Don't worry, I can guarantee her safety." "Guarantee safety? What can you guarantee?" The staff looked at Yi Shefei as if he were a monster, and said directly and rudely, "He is so young, and you take him bungee jumping. Is this your child?" "This is my father." Fang Linger immediately hugged Yi Shefei's neck and put her face against Yi Shefei's face, showing their relationship. The staff member's eyes widened even more, and he said, "Is there a father like you? Not to mention the danger, what if you scare the child while playing this?" Fang Linger puffed out her chest and said, "I'm not afraid." "That won't work either. People under 14 are not allowed to jump here." Seeing that the staff member's attitude was so firm, Yi Shefei knew that it would not work and he could only take Fang Linger away. "Then let's play that." Although Fang Linger was a little disappointed, she immediately pointed to a pirate ship. When she asked there, she was told that Fang Linger was not allowed to go up there either. The seatbelts there were not designed with children of this age in mind. After walking around for a long time, Fang Linger wanted to play things that were both exciting and thrilling, but there was nothing that Fang Linger was allowed to do. Moreover, almost every employee regarded Yi Shefei as an unreliable father. Those with a good attitude tried to persuade him in a kind way, while those with a bad attitude directly scolded Yi Shefei. But Yi Shefei couldn't get angry. After all, he was doing it for Fang Linger's good and was also responsible for his work. Fang Linger became more and more disappointed. She pouted her lips, lowered her head and said nothing. Yi Shefei couldn't help but feel distressed, picked her up and said, "Linger, we can't play today, wait a few days, I will definitely let you play." "Really?" Fang Linger's eyes suddenly lit up. Yi Shefei kissed her little cheek and said, "Of course it's true. How could I let my little Linger down?" Fang Linger immediately smiled, without any doubt about Yi Shefei's words, and said excitedly, "Okay, then I'll play again in a few days." After buying 2 ice creams, Yi Shefei and Fang Linger came to a lawn. Fang Linger was attracted by the butterflies on the lawn, while Yi Shefei took out his phone and called Meng Jijing. "Find out who owns the amusement park." Meng Jijing immediately replied, "That is the Li family's property. I want to book this amusement park for a day. Can you do it?" Book the amusement park for a whole day. Meng Jijing was really surprised by this request. It seemed that no one had ever wanted to book this before. "That's right, you try it first. If it doesn't work, I'll let Lunar do it. I can definitely get it done," Meng Jijing assured quickly. What a joke. If she asked Lunar to do it, wouldn't that mean her ability was not as good as Lunar's? After a while, Meng Jijing called Yi Shefei back. Meng Jijing said, "Mr. Yi, if you want to book the entire amusement park, you can only do so on Monday 3 days later. The amusement park will not be open to the public on that day." "Good, very well done," Yi Shefei praised immediately. Meng Jijing immediately said excitedly, "It is my honor to work for Mr. Yi. It's just 10 million, the money is worth it." Yi Shefei glanced at Fang Linger and his expression changed suddenly. Fang Linger was sitting on the grass, with a fat boy of about 6 or 7 years old standing in front of her. The fat boy was holding a half-eaten ice cream in his hand and making faces at Fang Linger. Fang Linger was bullied. Chapter 36 beat him up. Yi Shefei quickly came to Fang Linger, squatted down and picked her up. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Fang Linger was not injured. Fang Linger pursed her lips in grievance and said, "Dad, my ice cream was taken away and he beat me." A fierce look suddenly appeared in Yi Shefei's eyes. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" A man and a woman rushed over quickly and protected the little fat boy behind them. "Hey, are you sick? It's just a fight between children. Why are you angry with them?" Before Yi Shefei could say anything, the man over there glared at him and started yelling. Yi Shefei asked with a sullen face, "Do you know that your child beat up my daughter and stole his ice cream?" The woman immediately said, "It's just an ice cream. What's the big deal? Is our son the kind of person who can't even afford ice cream? Son, tell me, is there a reason why you did this? Damn it, what kind of naughty kid is this? There must be naughty parents." The little fat man stiffened his neck and said, "She is the little fool of the Fang family." The woman immediately curled her lips and said, "That's what I said. It's just that idiot. Just rob it if you want. Just rob them." Yi Shefei laughed in anger, staring at the family of 3. He had already thought of hundreds of ways to deal with them. Now he was just considering which one would make him feel better. "Dad, he always bullies me and I want to beat him up." Fang Linger's angry voice sounded in Yi Shefei's ears. "Okay, then beat him." Yi Shefei put his hand on Fang Linger's back and stroked it gently. Fang Linger pouted and said, "But I can't beat him." Yi Shefei smiled slightly, gave Fang Linger an encouraging look, and said, "I couldn't beat you before, but now I can." Fang Linger blinked and then nodded vigorously. Yi Shefei stood up, turned to look at the family of 3, and said, "Just now you said that adults shouldn't get involved in children's fights, right?" The man snorted and said, "Of course, it's normal for children to fight each other, let them solve it themselves. Why are you, an adult, interfering? Besides, kid, if you want to be a cheap father, you have to pick a good one. Who doesn't know this silly kid from the Fang family?" Yi Shefei suppressed his anger and said, "Very good, you said that too. Then my daughter wants to fight with your son. What do you think? Is there something wrong with your brain? The man looked Yi Xiaofei up and down with suspicion. The woman curled her lips and said, I wonder what this guy is thinking. Yi Xiaofei said calmly, don't worry, if two children fight, no matter whether they win or lose, we will not interfere. The woman pushed her son and said, Son, since this silly girl deserves a beating, then you should beat her up. It's useless to beat the silly girl from the Fang family. No one will stand up for her. Yi Xiaofei patted Fang Linga on the back and said, beat him. Don't forget, you are the daughter of the sea god. Fang Linga was feeling a little weak at first, but when she heard these words, she suddenly became energized. She puffed out her chest, clenched her fists, and ran towards the fat boy. Fang Linga is half a head shorter than the little fat boy, and her weight is much different, at least 30 kilograms. The age gap and gender gap between Fang Linga and the fat boy are simply not on the same level. There was no technique involved between the kids, they just bumped into each other. But an unexpected scene occurred. Fang Linga's small body actually knocked the little fat boy to the ground. Fang Linga herself didn't expect this and stood there in a daze. Good. Linga, you are the best. Yi Xiaofei praised loudly. The fat boy's parents actually started shouting in anger. Idiot, you were knocked down by a silly little girl, get up quickly. The little fat boy got up quickly, his face flushed red, and rushed towards Fang Linga again. Fang Linga was suddenly full of confidence at this moment, and rushed towards the fat man again. This time Fang Linga knocked the little fat boy over again, and then she rushed up like a little mad tiger, directly rode on the little fat boy, and hit him randomly with her fists. I let you call me stupid. I asked you to push me. I'll let you steal my food. Fang Linga was beating and shouting loudly at the same time, as if she was venting her accumulated emotions. Get out of here. The couple was very anxious and rushed over, trying to push Fang Linga away. Yi Xiaofei immediately stopped them, glared at them, and said, What are you doing? The kids are just fighting, why are you adults getting involved? The two men's faces froze, this was exactly what they had just said. The man said angrily, Stop talking nonsense, make this silly girl stop, otherwise you will be in trouble. Yi Xiaofei waved his hands casually, making it impossible for the man and woman to get close to Fang Linga. He smiled and said, This is what we agreed on beforehand, and it cannot be changed. The woman yelled angrily, Damn it, how can that silly girl's life be compared to my son's? She beat my son up, even if that girl has to pay with her life, it's not worth it. Hey, your son can't be beaten, but my daughter can be beaten as she pleases. Yi Xiaofei was so angry that he laughed, and there was a chill in his voice, Linga, you should beat back the way others beat you, and you should bully them back the way they bully you. Okay. Fang Linga agreed loudly, and her two little fists rained down on the little fat boy. The two men rushed forward, cursing at Yi Xiaofei, but no matter what they did, they could not get to Fang Linga. The fat boy was beaten so hard that he cried for his parents. The man finally realized the key to solving the problem, and he stopped immediately, saying anxiously, No. No. We are wrong, tell her to stop. Har har, you still know you are wrong. Yi Xiaofei said with a sneer. The man hurriedly said, We know. Please, don't hit my son. Okay, Dad, I've had enough. Fang Linga stopped on her own initiative at this time, jumped off the little fat boy, clapped her hands, and then came to Yi Xiaofei with a triumphant look. The couple rushed over to check on their son, and the little fat boy was howling like a ghost. The man's expression changed at this time, and he said viciously, Boy, you actually let this silly girl beat my son, we are not done with this matter. Yi Xiaofei raised his chin and said, Okay, you're welcome to come find me anytime. Let me tell you, my name is Yi Xiaofei. Fang Linga also raised her chin and said, He is my father. Chapter 37 What is there to be afraid of if we are right? Dad, am I good enough? Fang Linga was like a victorious general, with her hands on Yi Xiaofei's shoulders and her chest puffed out with pride. The look in her eyes showed an expectation of waiting for praise. Amazing. My baby Linga is the most amazing in the world. This sentence was not just a compliment, it was also Yi Xiaofei's true inner thought. It was mentioned in the heaven and earth secret that those who were born with the foundation of heaven were definitely rare to come across in a century. However, if a person with this kind of talent does not make proper use of it, then after he or she is over 10 years old, this foundation of his or hers will disappear. Fang Linga is just a little over 4 years old now. Yi Shefei also has the magical book, Heaven and Earth Secrets, which can guide Fang Linger to develop the foundation of heaven. It will be no problem for Fang Linger to become the most powerful among her peers in the world. Yi Shefei feels indescribable pride to have such a daughter. Fang Linger's eyes were full of admiration, and she said, "Dad is still more powerful. Dad just slapped me like that, and I became so powerful. My daughter is really smart, but this is only temporary. You will soon become the same as before. Do you want to stay so powerful, or even better than now?" Yi Shefei narrowed his eyes and coaxed her. Fang Linger tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "Then, does Dad have to come and teach me?" Yi Shefei nodded and said, "Yes." Fang Linger immediately said, "Then I will learn. If Dad doesn't teach me, I won't learn. You little brat." Yi Shefei touched Fang Linger's head and loved her even more. He said, "Dad has to study hard how to teach you. We'll start in a few days." Yi Shefei knew there was a way to deal with Fang Linger's situation, but that method was very far away from him, so he himself did not understand it. How to teach Fang Linger was indeed a very challenging thing now. Although she didn't have a good time today, Fang Linger was still very happy. Seeing that it was almost time, Yi Shefei took Fang Linger back to Fang's house. Otherwise, if Fang Yunshu knew about this, he would definitely get angry. But when the two of them sneaked back to Fang's house, they happened to see several people with a child entering the gate of Fang's house in a threatening manner, and Fang Yunshu happened to have just returned. Fang Linger and Yi Shefei looked at each other, and the little girl said with a bitter face, "Dad, it's over." Yi Shefei pinched Fang Linger's cheek and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, we are right. What are we afraid of?" "Yes. We are right. What are we afraid of?" Fang Linger's chest immediately straightened up. The Fang family's place is usually where the old man of the Fang family lives. The rest of the Fang family members basically have their own businesses and homes outside. They usually live outside and only come here for important matters. This looks like a very good villa compound, but it lacks the prosperity and convenience of the city, so most young people are unwilling to live here. Fang Yunshu has been living here because she has no property of her own. Fang Yunshu knew these people. They were from the Tang family. The Tang family was also a famous big family in Ningchen, and its strength was basically comparable to that of the Fang family. But the Tang family's strength is on the rise, while the Fang family is in decline, so it seems that the Tang family has been more popular than the Fang family in the past 1 or 2 years. Fang Yunshu hurriedly stepped forward and politely said to the man in his 30s in the middle, "Brother Tang-san, are you looking for my grandfather?" Tang Yujuan's face darkened and he said, "Fang Yunshu, we are looking for you." Fang Yunshu said hesitantly, "Brother Tang-san, I don't know how I have offended you." Tang Yujuan's wife immediately screamed, "Fang Yunshu, why are you pretending to be confused? Look at what your daughter has done to my son." Fang Yunshu then noticed a little boy of about 6 or 7 years old. The boy had a bruised face and nose, and it was obvious that he had been severely beaten. Fang Yunshu said doubtfully, "Mrs. Tang-san, is there some misunderstanding? My daughter is at home, how could she fight with your son?" Tang Yujuan's wife said angrily, "Fang Yunshu, that's enough. Your daughter was clearly in the playground just now." Fang Yunshu was even more puzzled and said, "This is even more strange. My daughter is not interested in the amusement park. Even if I wanted to take her there, she would not go. Did you recognize the wrong person?" Tang Yujuan's wife's voice became even sharper, "Wrong person? Who can admit the mistake of your silly daughter? Fang Yunshu, hand over your silly daughter quickly." Fang Yunshu kept calling her a silly daughter, which made her more and more angry. She said in a deep voice, "Sister-in-law Tang-san, let's not talk about whether you recognized the wrong person. Even if you didn't recognize the wrong person, my daughter is only 4 years old, and your son is almost 7 years old, right? My daughter is so thin and your son is so strong. You said my daughter beat your son like this. How is this possible?" Tang Yujuan's wife pointed at Fang Yunshu's nose and said, "Okay, Tang Yunshu, you still want to default on your debt, then let's go talk to your Fang family's old man. Your Fang family really doesn't take our Tang family seriously." Fang Yunshu didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she said, "Don't worry, Mrs. Tang-san. It's just a small matter, so it's not worth it to alarm Grandpa. I'll go call my daughter over now, and we'll confront each other face to face. If it's true that my daughter beat your son, then I will definitely give you an explanation." Tang Yujuan's wife added, "Besides your daughter, call your wild man over here. Wild man. Fang Yunshu's face changed, and he immediately thought of Yi Shefei. His daughter would not cause trouble, but if she went out with that bastard Yi Shefei, he was afraid. That was hard to say. Tang Yujun said in a deep voice, his name is Yi Shefei. Fang Yunshu's face darkened. This meant that this matter was correct. His momentum weakened immediately and he said, don't be angry, I will go and find out clearly right away. Just when she was about to go to their backyard to find her daughter, she saw her daughter walking in hand with Yi Shefei at the gate, and her face became even darker. It's them too. Tang Yujuan's wife pointed at Yi Shefei and Fang Linger and shouted again. You two, come here. Fang Yunshu's voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Fang Linger and Yi Shefei both shrank their necks and walked over obediently. But after walking a few steps, Yi Shefei felt something was wrong. Why was he so afraid of Fang Yunshu? But when he and Fang Linger came in front of Fang Yunshu and were stared at by Fang Yunshu's sharp eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little scared and involuntarily avoided Fang Yunshu's gaze. This confused Yi Shefei. What happened to him? Chapter 38 I'll take charge. As soon as Fang Yunshu saw the two people's appearance, he knew that these two people must have done this, and asked in a deep voice, what happened? Fang Linger puffed out her chest and said, I am right. Normally, even if his daughter made a mistake, she would remain silent when Fang Yunshu criticized her. But this time, she reacted like this, which made Fang Yunshu stunned for a moment, and asked, what's your point? Fang Linger pointed at the little fat boy and said, he stole my ice cream, hit me, and scolded me. So you fought with him? And beat him up like this? Fang Linger raised her chin proudly and said, we had a fair fight. He couldn't beat me, but he's crying when he can't beat me, you idiot. Tang Yujuan's wife screamed in a shrill voice, did you hear that? Did you hear that? It was your daughter who beat your son like this. Are you from the Fang family bullying us because we have no one in the Tang family? Fang Yunshu couldn't help but feel a headache. He had never dealt with such a thing before. In the past, they and their daughter were always bullied by others and they could only swallow their anger. But today, their daughter beat up someone. Mrs. Tang-san, a fight between these two kids is not a big deal. Linger is still young, and Fang Yunshu wanted to say, my daughter is so young, it won't hurt if she gets beaten, but when she saw the bruised and swollen face of the little fat boy, it was obvious that he was badly beaten, and she swallowed the rest of the words back into her stomach. That's not a big deal. Look at how he beat my son. Tang Yujuan's wife scolded, this silly girl, it's obvious that she was born by her mother but not taught by her father, otherwise why would she be so rude? Fang Yunshu said hurriedly, I'm sorry, I apologize to you on behalf of my daughter. We will pay for your son's medical expenses. Tang Yujuan's wife insisted, is that it? Your silly girl from the Tang family beat up my son. If this gets out, will our Tang family still have face? Yi Shefei sneered and said, har har, you are so arrogant. When your son bullied our Linga, you said it was just a matter between children. When you couldn't win a fight, your Tang family stepped in. Do you think Yunshu is easy to bully? Tang Yujuan's wife glared and shouted, nonsense, how can your silly daughter of the Fang family compare with our son? She is the eldest grandson of the Tang family. She is the person that the Tang family will focus on training in the future. A single hair of hers is more valuable than the life of your silly daughter. Yi Shefei's face turned even colder, and he said, since you say so, then I'll tell you, we'll fight, and what can your Tang family do about it? Tang Yujuan's face darkened and he said, boy, who do you think you are? How dare you challenge our Tang family? Yi Shefei's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said, I'll tell you once again, my name is Yi Shefei, Fang Linger is my daughter, and all her affairs are borne by me as her father. If anyone dares to bully my daughter, I, Yi Shefei, will let you know how serious the consequences are. What a arrogant tone, Fang Yunshu. Can he represent the opinion of your Fang family? Tang Yujun looked at Fang Yunshu. Fang Yunshu was a little dazed just now. She had worked so hard in the past few years. Yi Shefei's care seemed to give her a sense of security. But Tang Yujuan's words shocked her. Although their Fang family was not necessarily worse than the Tang family, if the Tang and Fang families became enemies because of a trivial matter between the children, then she would be held responsible. Fang Yunshu hurriedly said, don't listen to his nonsense. He can't represent our Fang family at all. Brother Tang-san, this has already happened. Let's talk about the aftermath. Brother Tang-san, Sister Tang-san, if you have any requests, we will try our best to meet them. Tang Yujun said, our request is very simple. We don't want your money, nor do we want your Fang family to do anything. We just want our son to beat up your daughter. Yi Shefei said teasingly, fight again. Sure, as long as your son can take it. Tang Yujuan's wife said viciously, listen carefully, my son is going to beat your daughter up, and your daughter is not allowed to fight back. No. This time, Yi Shefei and Fang Yunshu shouted in unison. Yi Shefei's eyes were filled with murderous intent, are you looking for death? Tang Yujun sneered and said, oh, if you don't agree, then we'll just wait and see. I want to see if your Fang family will become an enemy of our Tang family just for a silly daughter. What a good enemy. Well said, I will be your enemy till the end today. Yi Shefei sneered, suddenly raised his hand and slapped Tang Yujun in the face. Then he slapped Tang Yujuan's wife in the face again with his backhand. Bold. Tang Yujun also brought 2 bodyguards from the Tang family. They shouted loudly and rushed towards Yi Shefei together. Yi Shefei swung his arm and pulled the 2 men out, then stretched out his hand again and grabbed Tang Yujun and his wife by the necks, dragging them out like dead dogs. The 2 people's shrill screams resounded through the sky. Fang Yunshu was shocked and rushed forward, angrily saying, Yi Shefei, you are crazy, stop it. Stop what? Yi Shefei turned his head and glared at Fang Yunshu, shouting, don't forget, you are the head of the Fang family now. If you can't even protect your own daughter, how can you take on this responsibility in the future? Fang Yunshu was suddenly speechless. These bastards have come to our doorstep to bully us. Why would we stay here to eat if we don't beat them out? Let's just offend the Tang family today. If you, Fang Yunshu, as a mother, don't dare to bear the responsibility, then I, Yi Shefei, as a father, will bear it. Yi Shefei's words shocked Fang Yunshu, and she watched helplessly as Yi Shefei threw the 2 men out of the Fang family's gate. Tang Yujun and his wife were going crazy at this time. Tang Yujun struggled to stand up, pointed at Yi Shefei, and shouted, you Fang family actually dared to attack our Tang family. We, the Tang family, will never let you go. Yi Shefei's eyes were fierce. In this world, no one is allowed to dare to touch Linga's hair. It would be fine if the Tang family behaved honestly, otherwise I will make their Tang family disappear from the earth completely. Tang Yujun gnashed his teeth and said, okay. Okay. Boy, just wait for me, our Tang family will fight your Fang family to the death. Tang Yujuan's wife jumped up and down and yelled in frustration, kill him. I must kill him. Yi Shefei narrowed his eyes, and even smiled, saying, you are welcome to come and kill me, but you'd better be aware of this. Whoever wants to kill me, I will definitely kill him. The words, kill him, came out of Yi Shefei's mouth, making Tang Yujun and his wife feel an inexplicable chill. Chapter 39 Educating Fang Yunshu. In Fang Yunshu's room, Yi Shefei and Fang Linga stood side by side. Fang Yunshu stood in front of them, looking at them with gritted teeth. Yi Shefei, what exactly do you want to do to me before you stop? Yi Shefei no longer had the momentum he had just now. In front of Fang Yunshu, he once again looked a little weak and said, how am I harming you? I just don't want you and Linger to be bullied. You really have good intentions, don't you? Fang Yunshu's teeth were chattering as he said, do you know that if you do this, it will cause a conflict between the Tang family and the Fang family, and will bring great losses to the Fang family. Yi Shefei snorted and said, so what? Just because of these, can Linga be beaten up by that fat guy? Fang Yunshu said angrily, of course not, but there are various other ways to deal with this problem. But you are so rude that there is no room for maneuver. Yi Shefei said, there is no need to turn around. They are going to shit on our heads. Why should we talk to them? We should just fight them directly and beat them into submission. It's really hard to reason with you, a bastard, but you have to know that you are not helping Linger and me. You are causing us huge trouble. The Tang family will definitely make trouble, and the people of the Fang family will definitely put the blame on Linger and me. Sigh. Yi Shefei curled his lips in disdain and said, do the Fang family dare? You are now in control of the cooperation with the Nok group. If they offend you, you will break up. If the Nok group does not cooperate with your Fang family, the Fang family will suffer the greatest loss. Why am I so cowardly? Don't forget, you are the boss now. It is up to you to decide whether the Fang family can get any benefits. If you don't take this opportunity to be tough, how can you protect Linger in the future? Be tough. Fang Linger waved her fist vigorously. Fang Yunshu glared at her daughter. I haven't said anything to you yet, why are you fighting with others? Do you still behave like a girl? Fang Linger pouted and said unconvincedly, he hit me first. How old are you? You fought with others, and you fought with boys. What should you do if they hurt you? Fang Linger tilted her neck and said, he can't beat me. You? Fang Yunshu's mouth twitched when he thought of the little fat boy's appearance. He turned his head to look at Yi Shefei and said, it's all because of you, you bastard. You actually taught Linger to fight. What do you mean by fighting? This is self-protection, okay? I will make Linger more and more powerful. In this world, only Linger can bully others, and no one can bully him. Yes. Bullying others. Fang Linger swung her fist vigorously again. Shut up. Fang Yunshu roared. Yi Shefei, you have to remember that Fang Linger is my daughter, not yours. Don't interfere in my daughter's affairs, especially teaching her such messed up things and making a girl fight. How dare you do that? Yi Shefei shook his head and said, your method is wrong. Do you want Linger to be bullied like you? Why am I being bullied? Tell me. Why am I being bullied? If you hadn't hurt me back then, would I be like this now? Fang Yunshu suddenly became furious and even more violent. Yi Shefei immediately said, I have always felt that something was fishy about what happened back then, so let's talk about it. Get out. I have nothing to say to you. Fang Yunshu pulled Yi Shefei's arm and pushed him out without saying a word. After driving Yi Shefei away, Fang Yunshu sat weakly on the bed, rubbing his forehead with his hands, suffering from a severe headache. Fang Linger was still standing there, looking at Fang Yunshu nervously. Without Yi Shefei's protection, she didn't have that much confidence. Feeling her daughter's nervousness, Fang Yunshu quickly shook her head. Her daughter's autism was mainly caused by emotions. Her attitude would easily aggravate the condition. She quickly hugged her daughter and said, Linger, don't be afraid. Mom won't scold you anymore. Fang Linger stretched out her little hand and gently touched her mother's face. Fang Yunshu read a kind of concern in Fang Linger's eyes, and her heart suddenly felt very warm. As a mother, she had to protect her children. She didn't have the ability to do so before, and although she couldn't say that she had this ability now, at least she could strive for it. Patting her daughter's back gently, Fang Yunshu said softly, Linger, Mom will protect you. No one in the Tang family can bully you. Fang Linger immediately puffed out her chest and said, we are right, what are we afraid of? Fang Yunshu's mouth twitched. He must have learned this tone from that guy Yi Shefei. This incident happened in the Fang family courtyard, and of course the Fang family's servants saw it, and it soon became known to everyone in the Fang family. In the Fang family's meeting hall, many people from the Fang family have returned. At this time, everyone was angry and attacked Fang Yunshu. Fang Yunshu, what's wrong with you? How dare you cause a conflict with the Tang family? That's right. Just because of a child's matter, it turned out to be such a big deal. Do you know how big of a trouble this is? Fang Yunshu looked around at everyone, took a breath, and said, in this matter, it was the Tang family who bullied my daughter first. It was just a fight between two children, which was not a big deal. But the Tang family actually came to our house and asked us to beat my daughter. If I agree, then where is the face of our Fang family? Doesn't it mean that anyone can come to our house and act wild in the future? Fang Yunshu curled her lips and said disdainfully, what if your silly daughter gets beaten up? Who can laugh at our Fang family? Fang Yunshu said in a deep voice, you mean, if my daughter is not a member of the Fang family, then I am not a member of the Fang family either. Fang Yunshu was even more disdainful and said, don't think that just because you are a member of the Fang family, you can represent the Fang family. People like you who don't know how to behave have long been a disgrace to our Fang family. I think we should ask you to bring your daughter to the Tang family to apologize in order to avoid this conflict. Har Fang Yunshu sneered and said, it's not difficult for me to apologize. Letting my daughter get beaten up is also fine. But from now on, I won't have the face to contact the Nok Consortium on behalf of the Fang family. The hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at each other in surprise. Fang Yunshu is now the representative of the Fang family. If this is true, it would represent the cowardice of the Fang family, and the cooperation with the Nok group would be greatly affected. Fang Yunshu looked at the faces of the crowd and couldn't help but let out a breath, feeling indescribably happy.